Section 23 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Isabella of Castile, by Sarah H. Killikelly. 1451-1504. Isabella. Isabella, the only daughter of John II of Castile and Isabella of Portugal, his second wife, was born in Madrigal, Spain in 1451. Upon the death of her father, her elder half-brother succeeded to the throne in 1454 as Henry IV. The Queen Dowager retired from court life with her infant son Alfonso and her daughter Isabella, then in her fourth year. The royal children were reared by a wise mother in the seclusion of the little town of Availle until Isabella was 12 years old. How carefully the seeds of character were sown in these early years is shown by the after-fruits. Her fervent piety and unwavering faith, her strict integrity and self-abnegation, disarmed the enemies of her crown as they disarm the unprejudiced historian of today. The verdict of 400 years is still: her faults were the faults of her age, her virtues were her own. The quiet home life of Arevalo came suddenly to an end in 1463, when King Henry arbitrarily ordered the infantas, as all royal children are called in Spain, to repair to the palace as members of his court. Thus, at the early age of 12 years, Isabella entered upon her public career, and from thenceforth the eyes of the civilized world were turned upon her. Shortly after, a revolution deposed Henry and placed Alfonso upon the throne. Both kings had their followers, and the boy king, 11 years old, rode on horseback at the head of his troops beside his appointed regent. But the crown was too heavy for the young victim, and Alfonso was one morning found dead in his bed. To Isabella, a beautiful girl of 16, the fallen crown was offered and urged, but in spite of the fact that the old standard had already been unfurled in her honor, and unmoved by the eloquence of the primate and the arguments of the first nobles of the land, Isabella, with a wisdom beyond her years, resolutely refused to take the throne. Her reasons baffled her advisers. So long as King Henry lives, none other has the right to wear the crown. She advised his reinstatement and promised to help redress the wrongs of which the nation had the unquestioned right to complain. An amnesty was declared, and a reconciliation was effected, but not until Henry had consented to divorce his queen and to acknowledge Isabella as the heir apparent to the throne in place of his reputed daughter Joanna. The Cortes, or Parliament, was assembled to ratify the treaty and at the same time pass a resolution that the Infanta was not to be coerced in her matrimonial alliance. In 1468, with great pomp and ceremony, Isabella was solemnly proclaimed Princess of Asturias, heir apparent to the throne of Castile and Leon. She is described as of medium height, of fair complexion, regular features, auburn hair, clear blue eyes, and with a sweet but serious expression that told both sides of her character. She inherited from her father a desire for knowledge and the love of literature, and was herself a fine linguist. These graces of mind and person, added to her nearness to the throne, soon brought many ardent suppliants from the principal thrones of Europe for the honour of her hand. Her cousin friend Ferdinand of Aragon was her wise choice, and to him she was married, notwithstanding her brother's opposition, in 1469. The brilliant wedding at Valladolid, in the presence of the nobility and about 2,000 persons, closes the second period of her life. 5 years intervened before the Princess of Asturias became Queen of Leon and Castile. Stormy years, for the angry brother instituted a fresh rebellion against her succession, and Isabella was again the peacemaker. Years of poverty also, for the heirs apparent of Castile and Aragon had scarcely a competency for their daily needs. Isabella was residing in Segovia at the time of her brother's death. Hence, in Segovia, with more than the usual solemnities which accompany the accession of a new sovereign even in Spain, she took the vows and was crowned Queen of Castile and Leon in 1474. During the first 4 years and a half of her reign, civil war desolated her kingdom, for Joanna, the reputed daughter of Henry IV, again contested her right to the crown, supported by the King of Portugal, to whom she was affianced. But the same people who had said Isabella shall be the heir apparent said now Isabella shall rule over us, and conquered. The reign of Isabella, therefore, dates from 1479, when she was left in undisputed possession of her throne, rather than 1474, when she wore her crown for the first time in Segovia. The same year that brought peace to the Queen of Castile elevated Ferdinand to the throne of Aragon. No more important epoch marks the history of Spain than the union of the crowns of Castile and Aragon. It meant the end of petty principalities and powers. It meant united Spain. But the crowns were only linked together, for Isabella, even in her marriage contract, had maintained the independence of the crown of Castile and her individual right to rule over it. It was this loyalty to her inherited crown that won the love and confidence of her people and made them ready, when the need came, to die for Isabella of Castile. And it was this independence of her crown that enabled her to say at last to Columbus, "I will assume the enterprise for my own crown of Castile." And to the crown of Castile belonged the first discovered territories in the New World. Had the reign of Isabella been less distinguished for events of such momentous magnitude as to involve the future interests of the world, her personal life would yet furnish data for a series of volumes, so replete was it with stirring incidents and with heartbreaking sorrows. But the same mental strength and moral courage that made her eminent as a queen made her remarkable also as a friend and mother. Prescott says, "Her heart overflowed with affectionate sensibilities to her family and friends. She watched over the declining years of her aged mother and ministered to her sad infirmities with filial tenderness. We have abundant proofs of how fondly and faithfully she loved her husband to the last, while for her children she lived more than for herself, and for them too she died, for it was their loss and their afflictions which froze the current of her blood before age had had time to chill it." 5 children, 4 daughters and 1 son, grew to maturity under her guiding influence. Isabella, the firstborn, and ever the favourite child of the sovereigns, was born in 1470. She was twice married, first to Alfonso, Prince of Portugal, who was killed by a fall from his horse within 5 months after marriage. 7 years later she married his brother Emmanuel, King of Portugal. To the intense grief of her husband, her parents and her kingdom, she died in 1498, just 1 hour after the birth of her son, the first and only heir to the kingdom of Castile, Aragon and Portugal. The little Prince Miguel did not live to fulfill the hopes that were centered in him, for he died, to the great grief of the nation, before he had completed his 2nd year. The only son of Ferdinand and Isabella, Juan, Prince of Asturias, was born in 1478. In his 20th year, he married the Princess Margaret, daughter of the Emperor Maximilian, but before the elaborate nuptial rejoicings had ended, the young bridegroom died suddenly of malignant fever. The Infanta Joanna, born 1479, married Philip I, son of the German Emperor, and became the mother of the great Emperor Charles V of Germany, Charles I of Spain. Her mental derangement, tending to permanent insanity, was a sore grief to the great queen, who nevertheless made her the heir to her crown, with Ferdinand as regent. The Infanta Maria, born in 1482, married Emmanuel, the King of Portugal, in 1600. Her daughter Isabella married her cousin, Charles V, and was the mother of Philip II. The 5th and last child of Ferdinand and Isabella, Catalina, was born in 1485. She married, when scarcely 16, Arthur, Prince of Wales, son of Henry VII, but was left a widow within a year. By special dispensation from the Pope, she married her brother-in-law in 1509, and is better known in history as Catherine of Aragon, first wife of Henry VIII of England, mother of Mary I, or Bloody Mary. Knowing her Spanish parentage, we can better understand why she was such an ardent Roman Catholic. Strange that one so loyal to the forms of her religion should have been the innocent cause of the English Reformation. The injured queen, divorced, remained in England, a religious recluse, until her death in 1536. This brief outline of family life, with its joys, disappointments, and heartbreaking sorrows, brings into clearer relief the mental strength and moral courage of Isabella, who, while carrying this burden on her heart, never relaxed for a moment her vigilant, vigorous rule over a mighty empire. And this brings us at last to the great historic queen. From the very beginning of the reconquest of Spain from the Arab Moors in 718, when the brave band of refugees who had not bowed to the Saracen yoke issued from the mountains of Asturias in the extreme northwest corner of Spain under Pelayo, with vows resting upon them to rid the land of its infidel invaders and to advance the standard of the cross until it was everywhere victorious over the crescent. The expulsion of the Moors had been the hereditary appanage of the crown of Castile and Leon, the first fruits of the reconquest. The crown was heavy and the burden was great that descended to Isabella in 1474, For although she came to the throne through Gothic ancestry and in conformity with Gothic law, her father's heir and the chosen of the people, yet the nation had already poured out its blood in defence of her succession, and the war of her accession was pending. No wonder that Isabella never forgot that it was through the people and for the people, and in defence of the cross, that she wore the crown and sat among the throne of Leon and Castile. During the preceding reigns, the laws of the country had been so constantly defied that they had become of no effect. The one law of barbarism seemed the only law that governed. He can take who has the power, and he may keep who can. The country was infested with lawless banditti, and even the cities were powerless to protect individuals or property. The prisons were overcrowded with suspected criminals who had never been brought to trial. The immortality of the court has spread like a deadly poison through the lower grades of social life. Even the priests had become tainted with a general demoralization. The coin of Castile had been debased until the most necessary articles of life were enhanced from 3 to 6 times their value. The late civil wars had exhausted the treasury, and the country seemed on the verge of bankruptcy. The Moors had even ceased to pay tribute, and were making frequent forays into the surrounding country, taking men, women, and children into Mussulman captivity with the hope of exacting a ransom. Public confidence was dead. No wonder that Isabella felt her crown heavy and the burden of her kingdom great. But the brave, resolute woman, making choice of wise and able counsellors, entered at once upon a vigorous crusade of reform. The first measure proposed to the Cortes in 1476 was the re-establishment of the celebrated Hermandad, or Holy Brotherhood, which was carried into effect the same year. The new institution differed from the ancient, inasmuch as its power proceeded from the crown and was disbanded by it in 1498. The Hermandad in our day would be called a mounted police, but in the days of Isabella, every organization came under the sanction of the Church. The duties of the Holy Brotherhood were to arrest offenders throughout the kingdom and to enforce the law. Every 100 householders throughout the kingdom maintained one Hermandad. Upon the flight of a criminal, tocsin were sounded, and the officers of the Brotherhood stationed within hearing took up a pursuit that left little hope for escape. Thus a body of cavalry, 2,000 in number, fully equipped and supported, was at the disposal of the crown to enforce the law and to suppress insurrections. In a few years the country was cleared of banditti, and the blessing of personal security under the government was restored. Isabella revived also another ancient custom of her forefathers, that of presiding in person over courts of justice. From city to city she travelled on horseback, making the circuit of her kingdom, regardless of personal fatigue. Side by side with Ferdinand, when he had leisure from foreign complications to accompany her, she sat, not unmindful of the dignity belonging to the crown, with her courtiers around her, to listen with interest, that she might redress wrongs, punish the wrongdoers, and administer justice even to the lowliest of her subjects. Her personal address and the unbounded respect which her integrity inspired, her proclamation throughout the kingdom that the interests of her people were her interests, re-established such public confidence that, says a writer of that age, those who had long despaired of public justice blessed God for their deliverance, as it were, from deplorable captivity. Nor did the sovereigns relax their personal efforts for the restoration of law and order until the Cortes had passed measures for the permanent administration of justice. Thus, in a few years, from a state of anarchy and misrule, Castile entered upon her golden age of justice. The golden age of literature developed in the next century has been justly ascribed to the impetus given by Isabella to liberal education, classical and scientific. Under her patronage, schools were established in every city, presided over by learned men. The printing press, lately invented, was introduced. Foreign books were imported free of duty, while such precedence was given to native literature as led on to the brilliant achievements of the 16th century. In social reform, precept was enforced by example. In all that was pure, in all that was true, in all that was noble and magnanimous, Isabella in private life was a witness unto her people. No calumny of any kind, even in that depraved age, was ever cast upon Isabella of Castile or upon any one of her royal children. But the strongest characteristic of Isabella, that which coloured her whole life and gave force to every public action, was her fervent piety and her unfaltering, perhaps blind, faith in the divine authority of the Roman Catholic Church. For all the evils that grew out of the latter she still branded, even among the liberal-minded of today, regardless of her illiberal age, with that worst of all brands, a religious bigot. This side of her character we will not discuss, but refer our readers to the history of Christianity during the 15th century, when the great flood tide of religious intolerance reached its height. It was in the fullness of this tide that the great historic events of her reign occurred, viz. The conquest of Granada, the expulsion of the Jews, the Inquisition, and the discovery of America. After each of these, for honour or dishonour, we interline the names of Isabella, yet the conquest of Granada, or the reconquest of every foot of land which the Moors had taken from the Gauls, was foreordained in Castilian council centuries before Isabella was born. The expulsion of the Jews, the so-called enemies of Christ, was but a part of the same effort to rid the land of unbelieving invaders. The Inquisition, with all its horrors, was re-established by the Church during that age of intolerance to which the reign of Isabella belongs. Yet these are still named to the dishonour of Isabella. But the discovery of America, with all its lasting benefits to mankind, is the immortal crown which the world has woven out of her proffered jewels, and with this crown it has crowned Isabella of Castile. In the marriage contract of the youthful prince and princess, it was agreed that Ferdinand should lead the armies of Castile against the Moors as soon as the affairs of the kingdom would permit. The opportunity and the provocation came after 12 years, when the sovereign sent to demand of the Moors the long unpaid tribute, and received only the defiant answer, "Tell your masters that the Moors who paid tribute to Castile are dead. Our mints no longer con gold, but steel." And to prove the efficacy of their steel, they sallied forth, and they took Zahara, one of the strongholds which the father of Ferdinand had taken from the Moors. The chivalry of Spain sprang quickly into well-girt saddles, and the 10 years' siege of Granada, the last stronghold of the Moors in Spain, began in 1481. The Iliad of the reconquest of Spain from the Arab Moors has yet to be written, the Homer of its Iliad has yet to appear, but the closing year of the struggle between Christian knight and turbaned Moor would furnish as stirring incidents and immortalize the names of its heroes as successfully as has the Greek Homer the Trojan War. Those of us who have read the story of the Arab Moors in Spain, the quick-witted, light-footed, brave-hearted Moors who coveted the land flowing with milk and honey that lay across a narrow strait, who conquered it, redeemed its barren wastes, and made them to blossom as the rose, who, in their quick flight from the Arabian deserts through civilized lands, gathered seeds of knowledge and planted them so freely in the land of their adoption that their planting overspread the earth, who, like the Gauls, became enervated when they became stationary, and were no longer able to resist the powerful foe who had, from their entrance into Spain, sworn their expulsion or their extermination, will be ready to weep when the final retribution comes. Yet come it did, when Ferdinand and Isabella pitched their tents and planted the banners of Castile and Aragon upon the verdant vega or plain around Granada. And yet we as readily accept the inevitable. We have known that it was impossible for Isabella to allow any portion of her dominions to be possessed by a people alien in race, language, customs, and religion, to see the crescent triumphant over any site that had been hallowed by the cross. To the Spanish Christian, the fall of Granada was only the final victory of a righteous war. It was the triumph of his race, his nation, and his creed. And, looking back over the long march from Asturias to Granada, he claimed to have invaded no man's right, every victory but won back what was his own, every step retraced by the Moors but left him in possession of another portion of his inheritance from his forefathers. The Arab Moors claimed also hereditary rights. For nearly 800 years, the Moors had held possession of that strip of land between the snow mountains and the blue sea in southern Spain. One cannot but feel respect for the brave Moorish king of Granada, who said, when threatened with invasion, "Our mint no longer coins gold, but steel." In this last great chivalrous war, a war for race and creed and country, all honour is due to the vanquished, who poured out their blood like water for their homes and their religion. The details of this heroic death struggle belong to history rather than to biography. Yet Isabella was the great animating spirit of the war. Her tent was side by side with that of Ferdinand, and her counsel was ever wise and practical. And near the royal tents were others which she erected, where the wounded in the fray might have medical aid and tender nursing. Thus our warrior queen with a woman's heart provided the first army hospital on record. The tents were burned down, but a substantial city arose, as if by magic, to take their place. The knights would have called it Isabella, but she named it Santa Fe, the city of holy faith. And this city helped to bring the war to a close. The Moors knew by it that Isabella had come to stay until she had added Granada to the crown of Castile. Another form rises before us as we look back 400 years across the Vega of Granada to the city of Santa Fe. We forget for a time the Christians and the Moors. We see only the great queen and the great discoverer. The man of science, Cristoforo Colombo, had been lately dismissed from the court at Santa Fe. The sovereigns had no time for adventures seeking aid to discover unknown lands when the reconquest of the Rome was just within their grasp. Cast down but not discouraged, Columbus all alone was retracing his steps across the Vega, en route for a port from whence to sail for England, when the Queen sent a royal summons for him to return, and to reach Santa Fe just in time to be present at the surrender of Granada. Let me add that while the Moors as a nation fell with Granada, they were not as individuals banished from Spain until the reign of Philip II, the great-grandson of Isabella. We all know the story of Columbus. At this time he was but a penniless mendicant travelling on foot from court to court, seeking patronage to enable him to prove the truth which his great mind had grasped, the rotundity of the earth. The subject had given him no rest for 18 years. He had discussed it before wise men in council assembled. He had pleaded with royalty in vain. At the court of Isabella, for the first time, he laid his plans and discussed his projects before a woman. The world today pays its tribute for 400 years to Columbus, the world finder. All honor to the brave man who, firm of faith and fearless of fate, unfurled his sails upon an unknown sea, and planted the cross and the banner of Castile upon an unknown land. All honor, too, to Queen Isabella of Spain, who, with faith in things unseen, had the courage to say, "I will undertake the enterprise for mine own crown of Castile," and from whose presence Columbus went forth to discover a land he never dreamed of, and to open a gate for the exodus of nations across the pathless sea. The same pen that signed the capitulation of the Moors and the contract with Columbus signed also an edict for the expulsion of all unbaptized Jews from Spain between March and July of 1492. This edict condemned to perpetual exile from 1 to 800,000 of Spain's most wealthy subjects. The coast was lined with vessels of every kind and size, busy with the transportation of these unhappy victims, when Columbus was seeking for vessels and men to cross the Sea of Darkness. And now we are beginning to understand the momentous events that culminated in the reign of Isabella. We find that religious enthusiasm, inspired during the long wars with infidel Moors, developed into religious bigotry. In the Jews, Spain expelled the most wealthy portion of her subjects. In the Moors, the most industrious. The wealth and industry of the nation were sacrificed for race and creed. And then within its own race and creed arose a new foe to combat. With equal energy and blind zeal, Spain crushed Protestantism within her borders through the terrors of the Inquisition. But let us not lay the whole blame of such intolerant Christianity upon the unfortunate woman who fell heir to the crown of Castile during the period when the Church of Rome had the power to bind the consciences of men. Let us remember that as a woman, Isabella was an honor to her sex. As a Christian, she lived devoutly. As a queen, she ruled wisely for the uplifting of her nation. And that the only censure the world casts upon her is the fortitude with which she said, "Infidelity must be banished from the land." "Bury me in Granada, the brightest jewel in my crown," she said when dying in far-off Castile, November 26, 1504. The way was long and the December winds were cold as the royal cortege, with nightly escort, wended its way across the barren heights of central Spain into the beautiful valley of Andalusia, across the lovely Vega, past Santa Fe, up the rugged slope of the Acropolis of Granada into the Chapel Isabella, near the unrivaled Alhambra. Here, in the very heart of the last Moorish capital, while the whole nation mourned, they led all that was mortal of the great queen, whom Lord Bacon has named the cornerstone of the greatness of Spain. 12 years later, January 23, 1516, they laid King Ferdinand beside her, the wisest king that ever ruled in Spain, Prescott. Their grandson, Charles V, now summoned the finest artists in the world to prepare royal mausoleums for Ferdinand and Isabella, and for his parents, Joan of Castile and Philip of Burgundy. The Cathedral of Granada is the Spanish Temple of Victory. It covers the site of an ancient Moorish mosque. Within its royal chapel one may read in bas-relief the whole story of the reconquest of Spain. On either side of its high altar kneel the life-size statues of the final conquerors. while in solemn stately magnificence, the royal mausoleums of purest Carrara marble, with the reclining portrait figures of Ferdinand and Isabella in soft, time-tinted alabaster, tell us that here the nation, redeemed from bondage, laid their deliverers to rest. And here, at the close of nearly 400 years, a hand from across the sea lays this tribute, with a garland of white roses and a wreath of olive leaves and immortelles, upon the tomb of Isabella of Castile. End of section 23, read by Claudia Caldi.
Section 24 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2022. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Nicholas Copernicus, by John Stoughton, D.D., 1473 to 1543. The life of Nicholas Copernicus furnishes a signal example of the accordance between profound religious sentiment and the utmost inquisitiveness respecting the secrets of nature and the laws of the universe. The birthplace of genius is sometimes found nestled amid the fairest scenes, and the opening years of life are favored with appeals to curiosity and imagination, such as stimulate the exercise of the intellect. But the lot of Copernicus, as a boy, was cast in one of the flattest, tamest, and most uninteresting parts of Germany. Not far from the banks of the Vistula, on the way to the free city of Danzig, lies a fortified town named Thorne, where the river is crossed by a wooden bridge, and the place is adorned by a bronze statue of our philosopher, for there he was born. His father was a merchant, and in the municipal records his father's name appears as a freeman admitted to the franchise in 1462. In 1472 or 1473 a son was added to the family, and the parents had a horoscope taken of the child, who appeared at 38 minutes past 4 on January 19, 1472, according to some, at 48 minutes past 4 in the afternoon of February 19, 1473, according to others, the exact instant of the nativity being an important point in astrological calculations, which, in those days, inspired in fathers and mothers the deepest concern. At all events, Copernicus was deemed to have entered the world under a lucky planet, and it was augured that he would turn out a man of distinguished talent. About 10 years before Martin Luther studied at Mansfield, and then at Eisenach, and rambled about the quaint streets, singing Christmas carols in the town where he was born, Nicholas Copernicus passed through a similar course of education. He did so under some old-fashioned pedagogue, who no more dreamed of the scientific fame of his pupil than did Trebonius of the approaching celebrity of young Master Martin. Copernicus would there learn to read, to write, to construe Latin, and to commit to memory hymns, prayers, and catechisms. Whether as a lad he studied Greek is uncertain, but, as his parents seem to have been wealthy, he would enjoy greater advantages than his still more illustrious contemporary. Hence, at an early period he was sent to Cracow, where he studied philosophy, mathematics, and medicine. Mathematics formed his favorite pursuit, and by the thorough acquisition of its principles and modes of reasoning, he laid the basis of his subsequent eminence. But he took a degree as Doctor of Medicine, and according to the comprehensive methods of culture which obtained in those days, he paid attention to painting and made some proficiency as an artist. Scholars were at that period accustomed to travel, and Copernicus proceeded from Cracow to Bologna, and in that city of feudal palaces and towers he would find a school of painting to cultivate his artistic taste, as well as a university where he could study astronomy. There he entered upon diverse calculations connected with the position of the earth and the plan of the heavenly bodies. Then, proceeding to Rome, he became there a mathematical professor, and won vast renown. Soon after the commencement of the 16th century, he returned to the banks of the Vistula, and, having been ordained to the priesthood, had a canonry at Frauenburg, on the Frischehef, bestowed upon him by his uncle. The cathedral is described as a handsome building of brick, erected in 1342, in an elevated part of the town, overlooking the flat sandbanks of the Elbing as it flows on its way to the Baltic. In connection with his canonry, Copernicus had some contention about his official rights, the nature of which does not appear. All we know is that he settled down in that quiet, out-of-the-way corner of the world, heedless of worldly ambition and indifferent to ecclesiastical honors and emoluments. He was no skeptic, no freethinker, nor do we find him taking a part in the theological controversies of his age. No mention is made of what he thought and did in relation to the grand quarrel between Luther and Leo, or the Diet of Worms, or the burning of the bull at the gates of Wittenberg, or the other stirring events of the Reformation. Only we know he remained a Catholic, a quiet, self-contained, thoughtful, devout man, childlike in his religion, trustful in his piety, and exemplary in the discharge of clerical duties. We can picture him going through the usual routine of canonical services in Frauenburg Cathedral, full of faith and prayer. With this vocation he coupled medical practice. He turned to good charitable account that proficiency in the healing art which he had acquired at Cracow, and visited the sick and the poor, bringing upon himself the blessing of those who were ready to perish. But the nature of his intellect, sharpened by studies at Bologna and Rome, gave him special advantages in the pursuit of astronomical knowledge, and as he had a decided taste in that direction, what time he could spare from the cathedral and the treatment of the sick he devoted to the study of the heavens. He went very little into the world, he considered all conversation as fruitless except that of a serious and learned cast, so that he formed no intimacies except with grave and learned men. Alone at midnight he would watch the stars, in his study with his books he would inquire of the ancients, and then the profound thoughts passing through his mind he would exchange with the grave and reverend seigneurs of his acquaintance. The Ptolemaic hypothesis of the universe was then in fashion. It was supposed that the earth was the center of celestial motions, that the sun, the moon, and the stars revolved around the world which we inhabit. Not that the Pythagorean hypothesis was totally forgotten. There were those who believed that the sun, not the earth, is the center of the great circle in which the heavenly bodies perform their evolutions, but the Ptolemaic hypothesis had the ascendancy beyond all doubt, and with this hypothesis Copernicus could not rest satisfied. It appeared to him beset with insuperable difficulties. True enough, the rotation of the heavens around the earth seemed to be what the human eye beheld, as anyone watched sunrise and sunset. But what the senses thus presented, reason in its ponderings was led to contradict. For the notion of a huge mechanism like the celestial sphere spinning round the terraqueous globe as its pivot looked unreasonable. To explain it in any way on mathematical principles needed a most complicated array of cycles and epicycles. Symmetry and simplicity were wanting in the theory. A priori objections started up against it. If the senses pointed to the earth as a center, reason pointed to a center elsewhere. Copernicus studied the works of ancient philosophers on the question. He examined mathematical traditions and criticized the opinions of learned professors. He found accounts of those who had asserted the motion of the earth. Though, he says, it appeared an absurd opinion, yet, since I knew that in former times liberty had been permitted to others to figure as they pleased certain circles for the purpose of demonstrating the phenomena of the stars, I considered that to me also it might be easily allowed to try whether, by a supposition of the earth's motion, a better explanation might be found of the revolution of the celestial orbs. Having assumed, he goes on to say, the motions of the earth, by laborious and long observation I at length found that if the motions of the other planets be compared with the revolution of the earth, not only these phenomena follow from the suppositions, but also that the several orbs and the whole system are so connected in order and magnitude that no one part can be transposed without disturbing the rest and introducing confusion into the whole universe. What Copernicus was in search of was some simple and symmetrical theory of the appearances of the heavens, which would relieve him of the complexity and confusion attendant on the Ptolemaic system so popular in the schools. He started from an a priori point of reasoning, the only one thought of in his day, but he came to certain conclusions which a posteriori examination in after times abundantly confirmed. He believed that the earth is spherical, that the earth and the sea constitute a wonderful globe, that the motions of the heavenly bodies are circular and uniform, or compounded of circular and uniform motions, that the earth revolves on its own axis, and also performs a journey along its own orbit round the sun, that the sphere of the fixed stars is immensely distant, and that it is impossible to explain the motion of the planets upon the supposition of the earth being their centre. And he distinctly remarks, "It does not shame us to confess that the whole space in which the moon revolves, together with the earth, moves along a great orbit among the planets, round the sun every year, that the sun remains permanent and immovable, whatever may be its apparent motion." It must be kept in mind throughout any careful study of his theory that it was an hypothesis framed to remove difficulties connected with older systems, that he sought to bring conceptions of the universe into harmony with reason, instead of giving way to impressions made by the senses, or to the authority of world-honored teachers, either in other days or in his own. Nor can we omit adding that, while he found fault with the Ptolemaic cycles and epicycles, he constructed similar devices of his own. As the real motions, both of the earth and the planets, are unequable, it was requisite to have some mode of representing their inequalities, and accordingly the ancient theory of eccentrics and epicycles was retained so far as was requisite for this purpose. In the case of Mercury's orbit he makes suppositions which are extremely complex, although they manifest his apprehension of the difficulties attendant on the common theory of his own time. But he verified many of his views by astronomical observations, and his approximations to modern science, and the light he threw on preceding discoveries, established the fame of Nicholas Copernicus. On a review of the life of Copernicus and the conclusions he reached, the mental and moral qualities of the man come out with conspicuous and extraordinary lustre. He was a mathematician, thus walking in the footsteps of Roger Bacon. This science, since the days of Euclid, had been pursued with untiring ardour, and many who neglected to study, or who, by their own imagination, distorted the actual phenomena of nature, addicted themselves to the investigation of the abstract properties of magnitude and number. Copernicus, in his knowledge of mathematical principles, and in his skilful application of them to astronomical inquiries, probably surpassed all his contemporaries. And, at the same time, he had that inventive genius which is fruitful in suggestions, such as become pioneers in the path of scientific demonstration. His independence of mind, his real originality, and his boldness in the pursuit of truth are quite as remarkable as the qualities just noticed. Indeed, they are involved in, or they led to the latter of these. "I beg you," says one of his admiring disciples, "to have this opinion concerning that learned man, my preceptor, that he was an ardent admirer and follower of Ptolemy, but when he was compelled by phenomena and demonstration, He thought he did well to aim at the same mark at which Ptolemy had aimed, though with a bow and shaft very different from his. We must recollect that Ptolemy says, "He who is to follow philosophy must be a freeman in mind." Copernicus knew very well that there were many prepared to challenge his conclusions, and perhaps to bring theological objections to the principles of science which he had been constrained to adopt. If, perchance, it is said in the preface to his book on astronomy, there be vain babblers who, knowing nothing of mathematics, yet assume the right of judging, on account of some place of Scripture perversely wrested to their purpose, and who blame and attack my undertaking, I heed them not, and look upon their judgments as rash and contemptible. Copernicus had a profound reverence for Scripture. He regarded it as the word of God, able to make us wise unto salvation, and none of his discoveries pertaining to the laws of nature shook for one moment his confidence in the revelation of the gospel. Copernicus delayed for years the publication of his discoveries to the world. That delay had been thought to have proceeded from something like fear, or at least caution, lest views in some respects so novel should rouse ecclesiastical antagonism and expose him to serious persecution. But the words used in the dedication of his astronomical work seem to point in another direction. It is there said that he had kept it 4 times the 9 years recommended by Horace, and published it at last in compliance with the entreaties of his friend, Cardinal Schomberg. Though I know, it is added, that the thoughts of a philosopher do not depend on the judgment of the many, his study being to seek out truth in all things as far as that is permitted by God to human reason, yet when I considered how absurd that doctrine would appear, I long hesitated whether I should publish my book, or whether it were not better to follow the example of the Pythagoreans and others, who delivered their doctrines only by tradition and to friends. From this passage we should infer that he apprehended controversy rather than persecution, that for the former he had no desire, that he was without ambition, and felt no wish to found a new school, but would rather leave truths he had learned quietly to make their way through the world. The fame of Copernicus is now wide as the world. He painted a portrait of himself which fell into the hands of Tycho Brahe, and he wrote an epigram upon the subject, to the effect that the whole earth could not contain the whole of the man who whirled it along the ocean of ether. Less extravagant was the grateful enthusiasm of Rheticus, a disciple of Copernicus, when he wrote, "God has given to my excellent preceptor a reign without end, which may he vouchsafe to guide, govern, and increase, to the restoration of astronomical truth. Amen." The Copernican system is the name now generally given to the almost universal scientific belief that the earth and the planets revolve around the sun, though the system carried out and perfected by Kepler, Newton, Halley, Laplace, and others is by no means perfectly identical with the theory of the German astronomer. But the inextricable interweaving of his name with opinions sanctioned by the entire scientific world is one of the noblest conceivable tributes to the magnitude and lustre of his renown. His death was in harmony with his life. Shortly before he expired, he repeated these words: "Non parem Paulo gratiam requiro, veniam Petri neque postquo, sed quam in crucis ligno dederat latroni sedulus oro." He had lived a life of Christian virtue, imitating his master, who went about doing good, healing the sick and preaching the gospel to the poor, yet, so far from having anything whereof to boast before God, he said himself that he felt his need of infinite mercy, and in seeking the pardon of his sins he would not place himself on a level with Paul or Peter, but rather choose a point of self-humiliation by the side of the penitent thief. His work on the revolution of the celestial bodies was passing through the press at the time of his fatal illness in 1543, when he had completed his 70th year and was brought to him just before he breathed his last, and thus, as has been beautifully expressed, he was made to touch the first printed copy of his book when the sense of touch was gone, seeing it only as a dim object through the deepening dusk. He is buried under a flat stone in one of the side aisles of his own cathedral at Frauenburg. On his monument is painted a half-length portrait, pale, thin, aged, but with an expression of countenance intelligent and pleasant. His hair and eyes are black, he is habited as a priest, his hands are joined in prayer, before him is a crucifix, at his feet a skull, and behind him are a globe and a pair of compasses. His devotion, his deadness to the world, and his love of science are thus aptly symbolized. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Kinge. Surrey, United Kingdom. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546. Martin Luther, the greatest of the Protestant reformers of the 16th century, was born at Eisleben on November 10th, 1483. His father was a miner in humble circumstances. His mother, as Melanchthon records, was a woman of exemplary virtue and particularly esteemed in her walk of life. Shortly after Martin's birth, his parents removed to Mansfield, where their circumstances ere long improved by industry and perseverance. Their son was sent to school, and both at home and in school his training was severe. His father sometimes whipped him, he says, for a mere trifle, till the blood came, and he was subjected to the scholastic rod 15 times in one day. Luther's schooling was completed at Magdeburg and Eisenach, and at the latter place he attracted by his singing the notice of a good lady of the name of Cotta, who welcomed the lad into her family and provided him with a comfortable home during his stay there. Here, under Trebonius, he made good progress in Latin. In 1501, when he had reached his 18th year, he entered the University of Erfurt with the view of qualifying himself for the legal profession. He went through the usual studies in the classics and the schoolmen, and took his degree of Doctor of Philosophy or Master of Arts in 1505, when he was 21 years of age. Previous to this, however, a profound change of feeling had begun in him. The death of a friend and the terror of a thunderstorm deeply impressed him. Chancing one day to examine the Vulgate in the University Library, he saw with astonishment that there were more Gospels and Epistles than in the lectionaries. He was arrested by the contents of his newly found treasure. His heart was deeply touched, and he resolved to devote himself to a spiritual life. He separated himself from his friends and fellow students, and withdrew into the Augustinian convent at Erfurt. Here he spent the next 3 years of his life, years of peculiar interest and significance, for it was during this time that he laid, in the study of the Bible and of Augustine, and with the assistance of his lifelong friend Staupitz, the foundation of those doctrinal convictions which were afterward to rouse and strengthen him in his lifelong struggle. He describes very vividly the spiritual crisis through which he passed, the burden of sin which so long lay upon him, too heavy to be borne, and the relief that he at length found in the clear apprehension of the doctrine of the forgiveness of sins through the grace of Christ. In the year 1507, Luther was ordained a priest, and in the following year he removed to Wittenberg, destined to derive its chief celebrity from his name. He became a teacher in the new university founded there by the Elector Frederick of Saxony. At first he lectured on dialectics and physics, but his heart was already given to theology, and in 1509 he became a Bachelor of Theology and commenced lecturing on the Holy Scriptures. His lectures made a great impression, and the novelty of his views already began to excite attention. "This monk," said the rector of the university, "will puzzle our doctors and bring in a new doctrine." Besides lecturing, he began to preach, and his sermons reached a wider audience and produced a still more powerful influence. They were printed and widely circulated in Germany, France, and England, so that his doctrines were diffused throughout Europe. His words, as Melanchthon says, were born not on his lips, but in his soul, and they moved profoundly the souls of all who heard them. In 1511 he was sent on a mission to Rome, and he has described very vividly what he saw and heard there. His devout and unquestioning reverence, for he was yet in his own subsequent view a most insane papist, appears in strange conflict with his awakened thoughtfulness and the moral indignation at the abuses of the papacy beginning to stir him. On Luther's return from Rome, he was made a doctor of the Holy Scriptures, and his career as a reformer may be said to have commenced. The system of indulgences had reached a scandalous height. The idea that it was in the power of the Church to forgive sin had gradually grown into the notion that the Pope could issue pardons of his own free will, which, being dispensed to the faithful, exonerated them from the consequences of their transgressions. The sale of these pardons had become an organised part of the papal system. Money was largely needed at Rome, and its numerous emissaries sought everywhere to raise funds by the sale of the indulgences. The principal of these was John Tetzel, a Dominican friar who had established himself at Uetterberg in 1517. Luther's indignation at the shameless traffic which this man carried on finally became irrepressible. "God willing," he exclaimed, "I will beat a hole in his drum." He drew out 95 theses on the doctrine of indulgences, which on October the 31st he nailed upon the door of the church at Wittenberg, and which he offered to maintain in the university against all impugners. The general purport of these theses was to deny to the Pope all right to forgive sins. This sudden and bold step of Luther was all that was necessary to awaken a widespread excitement. Tetzel was forced to retreat from the borders of Saxony to Frankfurt on the Oder, where he drew out and published a set of counter-theses, and publicly committed those of Luther to the flames. The students at Wittenberg retaliated by burning Tetzel's thesis. The Elector refused to interfere, and the excitement increased as new combatants, Hochstraten, Prierius, and Eck, entered the field. Eck was an able man and an old friend of Luther's, and the argument between him and the reformer was especially vehement. In 1518 the latter was joined by Melanchthon, who became one of his dearest and most trusted friends. At first the Pope, Leo X, took little heed of the disturbance. He is reported even to have said, when he heard of it, that Friar Martin was a man of genius, and that he did not wish to have him molested. Some of the cardinals, however, saw the real character of the movement, which gradually assumed a seriousness evident even to the Pope, and Luther received a summons to appear at Rome and answer for his thesis, 1518. Once again in Rome, it is unlikely he would ever have been allowed to return. His university and the elector interfered, and a legate was sent to Germany to hear and determine the case. Cardinal Cajetan was the legate, and he was but little fitted to deal with Luther. He would enter into no argument with him, but merely called upon him to retract. Luther refused and fled from Augsburg, whither he had gone to meet the papal representative. The task of negotiation was then undertaken by Miltitz, a German who was the envoy of the Pope to the Saxon court, and by his greater address a temporary peace was obtained. This did not last long. The reformer was too deeply moved to keep silent. "God hurries and drives me," he said. "I am not master of myself. I wish to be quiet, and am hurried into the midst of tumults." Dr. Eck and he held a memorable disputation at Leipzig, 1519, in which the subject of argument was no longer merely the question of indulgences, but the general power of the Pope. The disputation, of course, came to no practical result. Each controversialist claimed the victory, and Luther, in the meantime, made progress in freedom of opinion, and attacked the papal system as a whole more boldly. Erasmus and Hutten joined in the conflict, which waxed more loud and threatening. In 1520, the reformer published his famous address to the Christian nobles of Germany. This was followed in the same year by a treatise on the Babylonish captivity of the Church. In these works, both of which circulated widely and powerfully, influenced many minds, Luther took firmer and broader ground. He attacked not only the abuses of the papacy and its pretensions to supremacy, but also the doctrinal system of the Church of Rome. These works, Rank says, contain the kernel of the whole Reformation. The papal bull, containing 41 theses, was issued against him. The dread document, with other papal books, was burned before an assembled multitude of doctors, students, and citizens at the Elster Gate of Wittenberg. Germany was convulsed with excitement. Eck, who had been the chief agent in obtaining the bull, fled from place to place, glad to escape with his life, and Luther was everywhere the hero of the hour. Charles V had at this time succeeded to the empire, and he convened his first Diet of the sovereigns and states at Worms. The Diet met in the beginning of 1521. An order was issued for the destruction of Luther's books, and he himself was summoned to appear before the Diet. This was above all what he desired, to confess the truth before the assembled powers of Germany. He resolved, having received a safe conduct, to obey the summons come what would. All Germany was moved by his heroism. His journey resembled a triumph. The threats of enemies and the anxieties of friends alike failed to move him. "I am resolved to enter Worms," he said, "although as many devils should set at me as there are tiles on the housetops." His appearance and demeanour before the Diet, and the firmness with which he held his ground and refused to retract, all make a striking picture. He was not allowed to defend his opinions. "Unless I be convinced," he said, "by scripture and reason, I neither can nor dare retract anything, for my conscience is a captive to God's word, and it is neither safe nor right to go against conscience. There I take my stand. I can do no otherwise. So help me God. Amen." On his return from Worms, he was seized at the instigation of his friend, the Elector of Saxony, and safely lodged in the old castle of the Wartburg. The affair was made to assume an aspect of violence, but in reality it was designed to secure him from the destruction which his conduct at Worms would certainly have provoked, he having been placed under the ban of the Empire. He remained in this shelter for about a year, concealed in the guise of a knight. His chief employment was his translation of the Scriptures into his native language. He composed various treatises besides, and injured his health by sedentary habits and hard study. His imagination became morbidly excited, and he thought he saw and heard the evil one mocking him while engaged in his literary tasks. The blot from the inkstand that he hurled at him is still shown on the wall of his chamber. The subject of the personality and presence of Satan was a familiar one with Luther, and he has many things about it in his table talk. The disorders which sprang up in the progress of the Reformation recalled Luther to Wittenberg. He felt that his presence was necessary to restrain Karlstadt and others, and, defying any danger to which he might still be exposed, he returned in 1522 to the old scene of his labours, rebuked the unruly spirits who had acquired power in his absence, and resumed with renewed energy his interrupted work. He strove to arrest the excesses of the Zwickau fanatics, and counselled peace and order to the inflamed peasants, while he warned the princes and nobles of the unchristian cruelty of many of their doings, which had driven the people to exasperation and frenzy. At no period of his life is he greater than now, in the stand which he made against lawlessness on the one hand and tyranny on the other. He vindicated his claim to be a reformer in the highest sense by the wise and manly part which he acted in this great social crisis in the history of Germany. In this year also he published his acrimonious reply to Henry VIII on the 7 Sacraments. Although he had been at first united in a common cause with Erasmus, estrangement had gradually sprung up between the scholar of Rotterdam and the enthusiastic reformer of Wittenberg. This estrangement came to an open breach in the year 1525, when Erasmus published his treatise De Libero Arbitrio. Luther immediately followed with his counter-treatise De Servo Arbitrio. The controversy raged loudly between them, and in the vehemence of his hostility to the doctrine of Erasmus, Luther was led into various assertions of a very questionable kind. Besides indulging in the wild abuse of his opponent's character, the quarrel was an unhappy one on both sides, and it must be confessed there is especially a want of generosity in the manner in which Luther continued to cherish the dislike which sprang out of it. In the course of the same year, Luther married Katharina von Bora, one of 9 nuns who, under the influence of his teaching, had emancipated themselves from their religious vows. The step rejoiced his enemies, and even alarmed some of his friends, like Melanchthon, but it greatly contributed to his happiness, while it served to enrich and strengthen his character. All the most interesting and touching glimpses we get of him henceforth are in connection with his wife and children. 2 years after his marriage, he fell into a dangerous sickness and depression of spirits, from which he was only aroused by the dangers besetting Christendom from the advance of the Turks. 2 years later, in 1529, he engaged in his famous conference at Marburg with Zwingli and other Swiss divines. The following year finds him at Coburg, while the Diet sat at Augsburg. It was deemed prudent to entrust the interests of the Protestant cause to Melanchthon, who attended the Diet, but Luther removed to Coburg to be at hand for consultation. The drawing up of the Augsburg Confession marks the culmination of the German Reformation, 1530, and the life of Luther from henceforth possesses comparatively little interest. He survived 16 years longer, but they are years marked by few incidents of importance. He died at Eisleben on February the 18th, 1546, and was buried at Wittenberg. Luther's character presents an imposing combination of great qualities, endowed with broad human sympathies, massive energy, manly and affectionate simplicity, and rich, if sometimes coarse, humour. He is at the same time a spiritual genius. His intuitions of divine truth were bold, vivid, and penetrating, if not comprehensive, and he possessed the art which God alone gives to the finer and abler spirits that he calls to do special work in this world, of kindling other souls with the fire of his own convictions and awakening them to a higher consciousness of religion and duty. He was a leader of men, therefore, and a reformer in the highest sense. His powers were fitted to his appointed task. It was a task of titanic magnitude, and he was a Titan in intellectual robustness and moral strength and courage. It was only the divine energy which swayed him, and of which he recognized himself the organ, that could have accomplished what he did. View him as a mere theologian, and there are others who take higher rank. There is a lack of patient thoughtfulness and philosophical temper in his doctrinal discussions, but the absence of these very qualities gave vigour to his bold, if sometimes crude, conceptions, and enabled him to triumph in the struggle for life and death in which he was engaged. To initiate the religious movement which was destined to renew the face of Europe required a gigantic will, which, instead of being crushed by opposition or frightened by hatred, should only gather strength from the fierceness of the conflict before it. To clear the air thoroughly, as he himself said, thunder and lightning are necessary. Upon the whole, it may be said that history presents few greater characters few that excite at once more love and admiration, and in which we see tenderness, humour, and a certain picturesque grace and poetic sensibility more happily combined with a lofty and magnanimous, if sometimes rugged, sublimity. Luther's works are very voluminous, partly in Latin and partly in German. Among those of more general interest are his table talk, his letters, and his sermons. His commentaries on Galatians and the Psalms are still read, and he was one of the great leaders of sacred song. His hymns, rugged but intense and expressive, have an enduring power. As an example of his more tender writing, take his letter to his little son, Hans. Grace and peace in Christ, my dear little son. I am glad to hear that thou learnest well and prayest diligently. Do this, my son, and continue it. When I return home, I will bring thee a fine fairing. I know a beautiful, cheerful garden in which many children walk about. They have golden coats on and gather beautiful apples under the trees, and pears and cherries and plums. They sing and jump about and are merry. They have also fine little horses with golden bridles and silver saddles. And I asked the man, whose children are they? He replied, these are the children who like to pray and learn and are pious. Then I said, my good man, I have a son, his name is Hans Luther. May he not also come to this garden to eat such nice apples and pears, and ride such fine little horses, and play with these children? And the man said, if he likes to pray and learn, and is pious, he shall come to this garden with Lepus and Just, and when they all come together, they shall have pipes and cymbals and lutes and other musical instruments, and dance and shoot with little crossbows. He showed me a fine meadow in the garden, prepared for dancing, there being nothing but golden pipes, cymbals, and beautiful silver crossbows. But it was yet early, and the children had not dined. Therefore I could not wait for the dancing, and said to the man, my good master, I will go quickly and write all this to my dear little son Hans, that he may pray diligently, learn well, and be pious, that he also may be admitted into this garden. But he hath an Aunt Lena, whom he must bring with him. The man answered, so be it. Go and write this to him. Therefore, my dear little son Hans, learn and pray with all confidence, and tell this to Lepus and Just, that they also may learn and pray, and ye will all meet in this beautiful garden. Herewith I commend thee to Almighty God. Give greetings to Aunt Lena, and also a kiss from me. Thy loving father, Martin Luther. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Charles V of Germany, 1500 to 1558. Charles V, who ruled over more kingdoms than any other European monarch before or since, who was the most powerful ruler of his century, and who, on the whole, used his great power wisely and well, was born at Ghent, February 24th, 1500. His parents were the Archduke Philip, son of the Emperor Maximilian, and Joanna, daughter of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile. To those united kingdoms Charles succeeded on the death of his grandfather Ferdinand in 1516. The early part of his reign was stormy. A Flemish regency and Flemish ministers became hateful to the Spaniards, and their discontent broke out into civil war. The Castilian rebels assumed the name of the Holy League, and seemed animated by a spirit not unlike that of the English commons under the Stuarts. Spain was harassed by these internal contests until 1522, when they were calmed by the presence of Charles, whose prudence, and we may hope his humanity, put an end to the rebellion. He made some examples, but soon held his hand, with the declaration that too much blood had been spilt. An amnesty was more effectual than severities, and the royal authority was strengthened, as it will seldom fail to be, by clemency. Some of his courtiers informed him of the place where one of the ringleaders was concealed. His answer is worthy of everlasting remembrance. You ought to warn him that I am here, rather than acquaint me where he is. Spain, the two Sicilies, the Low Countries, and Franche-Comté belonged to Charles V by inheritance, and by his grandfather Maximilian's intervention he was elected King of the Romans. Nor had he to wait long before that prince's death in 1519 cleared his path to the empire. But Francis I of France was also a candidate for the imperial crown, with the advantage of being 6 years senior to Charles, and of having already given proof of military talent. The Germans, however, were jealous of their liberties, and, not unreasonably dreading the power of each competitor, rejected both. Their choice fell on Frederick, Elector of Saxony, surnamed the Wise, celebrated as the protector of Luther, but that prince declined the splendid boon, and recommended Charles, on the plea that a powerful emperor was required to stop the rapid progress of the Turkish arms. The political jealousy, embittered by personal emulation, which existed between the emperor and the King of France, broke out into war in 1521. France, Navarre, and the Low Countries were at times the seat of the long contest which ensued, but chiefly Italy. The Duchy of Milan had been conquered by Francis in 1515. It was again wrested from the French by the emperor in 1522. In 1523 a strong confederacy was formed against France by the Pope, the Emperor, the King of England, the Archduke Ferdinand, to whom his brother Charles had ceded the German domains of the House of Austria, the States of Milan, Venice, and Genoa, all united against a single power. And in addition, the celebrated Constable of Bourbon became a traitor to France to gratify his revenge, brought his brilliant military talents to the Emperor's service, and was invested with the command of the imperial troops in Italy. To this formidable enemy Francis opposed his weak and presumptuous favorite, the Admiral Bonnevet, who was driven out of Italy in 1524, the year in which the gallant Bayard lost his life in striving to redeem his commander's errors. The confidence of Francis seemed to increase with his dangers, and his faults with his confidence. He again entered the Milanese in 1525, and retook the capital. But Bonnevet was his only counselor, and under such guidance the siege of Pavia was prosecuted with inconceivable rashness, and the battle of Pavia fought without a chance of gaining it. Francis was taken prisoner, and wrote thus to his mother, the Duchess of Angoulême: "Everything is lost, except our honor." This Spartan spirit has been much admired, but whether justly may be a question. From a Bayard nothing could have been better, but the honor of a king is not confined to fighting a battle, and this specimen, like the conduct of Francis in general, proves him to have been the mirror of knighthood rather than of royalty. Charles, notwithstanding his victory at Pavia, did not invade France, but as the price of freedom he prescribed the harshest conditions to the captive king. At first they were rejected, but his haughty spirit and conscience were at length both reconciled to the casuistry that the fulfillment of forced promises may be eluded. Francis, therefore, consented to the Treaty of Madrid, made in 1526, by which it was stipulated that he should give up his claims in Italy and the Low Countries, surrender the Duchy of Burgundy to Spain, and return into captivity if these conditions were not fulfilled in 6 weeks. When once at large, instead of executing the treaty, he formed a league with the Pope, the King of England, and the Venetians to maintain the liberty of Italy. The Pope absolved him from his oaths, and he refused to return into Spain. The passions of the rival monarchs were now much excited, and challenges and the lie were exchanged between them. No duel was fought, nor probably intended, but the notoriety of the challenge went far to establish a false point of punctilio, we will not call it honor, among gentlemen, and single combats became more frequent than in the ages of barbarism. In 1529, the course of these calamities was suspended by the Treaty of Cambrai, negotiated in person by two women, the Duchess of Angoulême and Margaret of Austria, governess of the Low Countries, met in that city and settled the terms of pacification between the rival monarchs. For Charles's honorable conduct on Luther's appearance before the Diet of Worms, the reader may refer to the life of the reformer in the present volume. The cause of Lutheranism gained ground at the Diet of Nuremberg, and if Charles had declared in favor of the Lutherans, all Germany would probably have changed its religion. As it was, the Reformation made progress during the war between the Emperor and Clement VII. All that Charles acquired from the Diet of Speyer in 1526 was to wait patiently for a general council, without encouraging novelties. In 1530 he assisted in person at the Diet of Augsburg, when the Protestants, a name bestowed on the Reformers in consequence of the protest entered by the Elector of Saxony and others at the Second Diet of Speyer, presented their confession, drawn up by Melanchthon, the most moderate of Luther's disciples. About this time Charles procured the election of his brother Ferdinand as king of the Romans, on the plea that in his absence the empire required a powerful chief to make head against the Turks. This might be only a pretense for family aggrandizement, but the emperor became seriously apprehensive lest the Lutherans, if provoked, should abandon the cause of Christendom, and policy therefore conceded what zeal would have refused. By a treaty concluded with the Protestants at Nuremberg, and ratified at Ratisbon in 1531, Charles granted them liberty of conscience till a council should be held, and annulled all sentences passed against them by the imperial chamber. On this they engaged to give him powerful assistance against the Turks. In 1535, Muley Hassan, the exiled king of Tunis, implored Charles's aid against the pirate Barbarossa, who had usurped his throne. The emperor eagerly seized the opportunity of acquiring fame by the destruction of that pest of Spain and Italy. He carried a large army into Africa, defeated Barbarossa, and marched to Tunis. The city surrendered, being in no condition to resist. And while the conqueror was deliberating what terms to grant, the soldiery sacked it, committed the most atrocious violence, and are said to have massacred more than 30,000 persons. This outrage tarnished the glory of the expedition, which was entirely successful. Muley Hassan was restored to his throne. In 1536, a fresh dispute for the possession of the Milanese broke out between the King of France and the Emperor. It began with negotiation artfully protracted by Charles, who promised the investiture sometimes to the second, sometimes to the youngest, son of his formerly impetuous rival, whom he thus amused, while he took measures to crush him by the weight of his arms. But if misfortune had made the King of France too cautious, prosperity had inspired Charles with a haughty presumption, which gave the semblance of stability to every chimerical vision of pride. In 1536 he attempted the conquest of France by invading Provence, but his designs were frustrated by a conduct so opposite to the national genius of the French that it induced them to murmur against their general. Charles, however, felt by experience the prudence of those measures which sacrificed individual interests to the general good by making a desert of the whole country. Francis marked his impotent hatred by summoning the emperor before Parliament by the simple name of Charles of Austria, as his vassal for the counties of Artois and Flanders. The charge was the infraction of the Treaty of Cambrai. The offense was laid as felony, to abide the judgment of the Court of Peers. On the expiration of the legal term, 2 fiefs were decreed to be confiscated. A fresh source of hostility broke out on the death of the young Dauphin of France, who was said to have been poisoned, and the king accused Charles V of the crime. But there is neither proof nor probability to support the charge, and the accused could have no interest to commit the act imputed to him, since there were 2 surviving sons still left to Francis. But the resources even of Charles were exhausted by his great exertions. Arrears were due to his troops, who mutinied everywhere from his inability to pay them. He therefore assembled the courts, or States General of Castile, at Toledo in 1539, stated his wants, and demanded subsidies. The clergy and nobility pleaded their own exemption and refused to impose new taxes on the other orders. Charles, in anger, dissolved the courts and declared the nobles and prelates forever excluded from that body, on the ground that men who pay no taxes have no right to a voice in the national assemblies. But the people of Ghent made a more serious resistance to authority, on account of a tax which infringed their privileges. They offered to transfer their allegiance to Francis, who did not avail himself of the proposal, not from either conscientiousness or chivalrous scruples, but because his views were all centered in Milan. He therefore betrayed his Flemish clients to the emperor, in hopes of obtaining the investiture of the Italian duchy. By holding out the expectation of this boon, Charles obtained a safe conduct for his passage through France into Flanders, whither he was anxious to repair without loss of time. His presence soon reduced the insurgents. The inhabitants of Ghent opened their gates to him on his 40th birthday in 1540, and he entered his native city, in his own words, as their sovereign and their judge, with the scepter and the sword. He punished 29 of the principal citizens with death, the town with the forfeiture of its privileges, and the people by a heavy fine for the building of a citadel to coerce them. He broke his word with Francis by bestowing the Milanese on his own son, afterward Philip II. Our limits will not allow our detailing the circumstances of the emperor's calamitous expedition against Algiers, but his courage, constancy, and humanity in distress and danger claim a sympathy for his misfortunes, which is withheld from the selfish and wily career of his prosperity. Francis devised new grounds for war and allied himself with Sweden, Denmark, and the Sultan Suleiman. This is the first instance of a confederacy with the North, but he had alienated the Protestants of Germany by his severe measures against the Lutherans and Henry VIII, by crossing the marriage of his son Edward with Mary of Scotland, yet in her cradle. Henry, therefore, leagued with the emperor, who found it convenient to bury the injuries of Catherine of Aragon in her grave. The war was continued during the 2 following years with varying success. The most remarkable events were the capture of Boulogne by the English and the great victory won by the French over the Imperialists at Ceresole, Piedmont, in 1544. In the autumn of that year, a treaty was concluded at Crespy between Charles and Francis, involving the ordinary conditions of marriage and mutual renunciations, with the curious clause that both should make joint war against the Turks. In the same year, the embarrassments created by that war, and the imminent danger of Hungary, increased the boldness of the German Protestants belonging to the League of Smalcald, and the emperor, while presiding at the Diet of Speyer, won them over by consenting to the free exercise of their religion. The Catholics had always demanded a council, which was convened at Trent in 1545. The Protestants refused to acknowledge its authority, and the emperor no longer affected fairness toward them. In 1546 he joined Pope Paul III in a league against them, by a treaty in terms contradictory to his own public protestations. Paul himself was so imprudent as to reveal the secret, and it enabled the Protestants to raise a formidable army in defense of their religion and liberties. But the electors of Cologne and Brandenburg, and the Elector Palatine, resolved to remain neuter. Notwithstanding this succession, the war might have been ended at once, had the Confederates attacked Charles while he lay at Ratisbon with very few troops, instead of wasting time by writing a manifesto, which he answered by putting the Elector of Saxony and the Landgrave of Hesse under the ban of the Empire. He foresaw those divisions which soon came to pass by Maurice of Saxony's seizure of his cousin's electorate. Delivered by the death of Francis in 1547, in which year Henry VIII also died, from the watchful supervision of a jealous and powerful rival, and relieved from the fear of the Turks by a 5 years' truce, Charles was at liberty to bend his whole strength against the revolted princes of Germany. He marched against the Elector Frederick of Saxony, who was defeated at Mulhausen, taken prisoner, and condemned to death by a court-martial composed of Italians and Spaniards, in contempt of the laws of the empire. The sentence was communicated to the prisoner while playing at chess. His firmness was not shaken, and he tranquilly said, "I shall die without reluctance, if my death will save the honor of my family and the inheritance of my children." He then finished his game. But his wife and family could not look at his death so calmly. At their entreaty he surrendered his electorate into the emperor's hands. The other chief of the Protestant League, the Landgrave of Hesse, was also forced to submit, and detained in captivity, contrary to the pledged word of the emperor, who, fearless of any further resistance to his supreme authority, convoked a diet at Augsburg in 1548. At that assembly, Maurice was invested with Saxony, and the emperor, in the vain hope of enforcing a uniformity of religious practice, published by his own authority a body of doctrine called the Interim, to be enforced till a general council should be assembled. This necessarily was unsatisfactory to both parties, but its observance was enforced by a master with whom terror was the engine of obedience. These measures, however, did not preserve tranquillity long in Germany. Maurice of Saxony and the Elector of Brandenburg urged the deliverance of the Landgrave of Hesse as having made themselves sureties against violence to his person. Charles answered by absolving them from their pledges. The Protestants, of course, charged him as arrogating the same spiritual authority with the popes, and Maurice, offended at the slight put upon him, directed his artful policy to the humiliation of Charles. He had compelled his subjects to conform to the Interim by the help of the timid Melanchthon, who was no longer supported by the firmness of Luther. On the other hand, he had silenced the clamors of the more sturdy by a public avowal of his zeal for the Reformation. In the meantime, the Diet of Augsburg, completely at the emperor's devotion, had named him General of the War against Magdeburg, which had been placed under the ban of the empire for opposition to the Interim. He took that Lutheran city, but by private assurances regained the goodwill of the inhabitants. He also engaged in a league with France, but still wore the mask. He even deceived the able Granville, Bishop of Arras, afterward cardinal, who boasted that a drunken German could never impose on him. Yet was he of all others most imposed on. At last, in 1552, Maurice declared himself, and Henry II of France published a manifesto assuming the title of Protector of the Liberties of Germany and its captive princes. He began with the conquest of the 3 bishoprics of Toul, Baden, and Metz. In conjunction with Maurice, he had laid a plan for surprising Charles at Innsbruck, and getting possession of his person, and the daring attempt had almost succeeded. Charles was forced to escape by night during a storm, in a paroxysm of gout, and was carried across the Alps in a litter. These disputes were adjusted in 1555 at the Diet of Augsburg by the solemn grant of fiefdom of worship to the Protestants. The King of France was abandoned by his allies, and scarcely named in the treaty. Henry resolved to defend his acquisition of the 3 bishoprics, and Charles to employ his whole force for the recovery. The Duke of Guise made adequate preparations for the defense of Metz, the siege of which the emperor was compelled to raise after 65 days spent in fruitless efforts, with the loss of 30,000 men by skirmishes and battles, and by diseases incident to the severity of the season. "I perceive," said he, "that fortune, like other females, forsakes old men to lavish her favors on the young." This sentiment probably sunk deeper into his reflections than might be inferred from the sarcastic terms in which it was clothed. For in the year 1556, after various events of war, alternately calamitous to the subjects of both nations, he astonished Europe by his abdication in favor of his son. In an assembly of the states at Brussels, he addressed Philip in a speech which melted the audience into tears. The concluding passage, as given by Robertson, is worth transcribing. "Preserve an inviolable regard for religion. Maintain the Catholic faith in its purity. Let the laws of your country be sacred in your eyes. Encroach not on the rights and privileges of your people. And, if the time should ever come, when you shall wish to enjoy the tranquillity of private life, may you have a son endowed with such qualities that you can resign your scepter to him with as much satisfaction as I give up mine to you." Charles retired into a monastery, where he died after more than 2 years passed in deep melancholy, and in practices of devotion inconsistent with sound health, when only between 58 and 59 years of age. His activity and talents had been the theme of universal admiration. The ardor of his ambitious policy had been extreme, and his knowledge of mankind profound. But he should have followed up the subjects of his high aspirations by a straighter road. His glory would have been truly enviable had he devoted his efforts to the happiness of his subjects, instead of harassing their minds by dissensions and mowing down their lives by hundreds of thousands in war. To the statesman or the politician, the history of this period is an inexhaustible fund of instruction and interest, and to the general reader it is rendered more than usually attractive by the almost dramatic contrast of character among the principal actors in the scene. Francis seems to have been the representative of the expiring school of chivalry. Charles was not the representative, but the founder of the modern system of state policy. Henry was the representative of ostentation, violence, and selfishness to be found in all ages. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. John Calvin, 1509 to 1564. John Calvin was born at Noyaux in Picardy on July 10, 1509. His father, Gerard Calvin, or Calvin, was Procureur Fiscal of the district of Noyaux and Secretary of the diocese. He was one of 6 children, 4 sons and 2 daughters. All the 3 sons who survived were ecclesiastics, and the reformer himself, while still only 12 years of age, was appointed to a chaplaincy in the Cathedral Church of Noyaux. Calvin was educated in circumstances of ease and even affluence. The noble family of de Mortemont in the neighborhood invited him to share in the studies of their children. He was in some measure adopted by them, and when the family went to Paris in his 14th year, he accompanied them. He was entered as a pupil in the Collège de la Marche under the regency of Mathurin Cordier, better remembered, perhaps, by his Latin name of Corderius. It was under this distinguished master that Calvin laid the foundation of his own wonderful mastery of the Latin language. During this early period, he was so distinguished by the great activity of his mental powers and grave severity of his manners that his companions, it is said, surnamed him the Accusative. For a while, his attention was directed to the study of law, and his father sent him to the University of Orleans, then adorned by Pierre de l'Etoile, one of the famous jurists of the day. At Orleans, he continued the same life of rigorous temperance and earnest studiousness for which he was already noted. It was while a law student in Orleans that he became acquainted with the Scriptures and received his first impulse to the theological studies which have made his name so distinguished. A relative of his own, Pierre Robert Olivetan, was there engaged in a translation of the Scriptures, and this had the effect of drawing Calvin's attention and awakening within him the religious instinct which was soon to prove the master principle of his life. The seeds of the new faith were now beyond doubt sown in his heart, and from this time, although he still continued for a while longer to pursue his legal studies, his main interests appear to have been religious and theological. From Orleans he went to Bourges, where he acquired the knowledge of Greek under the tuition of a learned German, Melchior Volmar. he began to preach the Reformed doctrines and passed over into the ranks of Protestantism under the slow but sure growth of his new convictions rather than under the agitation of any violent feeling. Here, as everywhere, his life presents a marked contrast to that of Luther. He proceeded to Paris in 1533, which at this date had become the center of the New Learning, under the teaching of Lefebvre and Farel, and the influence of the Queen of Navarre, sister of Francis I. The Sorbonne itself had not escaped the infection. There was a growing religious excitement in the university, in the court, and even among the bishops. This, however, was not to last. The king was soon stirred up to take active measures to quell this rising spirit, and the result was that Calvin and others were obliged to flee for their lives. After this, he repaired for a short time to his native place, resigned to the preferment he held in the Roman Catholic Church, and for a year or two led a wandering life, sheltered in various places. We find him at Saint-Orge, at Nerac, the residence of the Queen of Navarre, at Angoulême, with his friend Louis de Tillet, then for a brief while at Paris again. Persecutions against the Protestants at this time raged so hotly that Calvin was no longer safe in France, and he betook himself to Basel, whence he issued, in the year 1536, the first edition of Christiani Religionis Institutio, with the famous preface addressed to Francis I. The concentrated vigor and intensity of feeling of this address, rising into indignant remonstrance and at times into pathetic and powerful influence, made it one of the most memorable documents in connection with the Reformation. After completing this great service to the cause of Protestantism, he made a short visit to Italy, to Renée, the Duchess of Ferrara. Finally, he revisited his native town, sold the paternal estate, which had devolved to him on the death of his eldest brother, and bidding Noyau adieu, set out in company with his younger brother and sister on his way to Strasbourg. The direct road being rendered dangerous by the armies of Charles V, which had penetrated into France, he sought a circuitous route through Savoy and Geneva. The result of this journey was memorable for the cause of the Reformation. Arrived in Geneva in the autumn of 1536, he met there his friend Louis du Tillet, who communicated the fact of his arrival to Farel, then in the very midst of his struggle to promote the Reformation. Farel hastened to see him and urge upon him the duty of remaining where he was and undertaking his share of the work of God. Calvin did not at first respond to the call. He was given, he himself says, to his own intense thoughts and private studies. He wished to devote himself to the service of the Reformed churches generally, rather than to the care of any particular church. By some strange insight, however, Farel penetrated to the higher fitness of the young stranger who stood before him, and he ventured to lay the curse of God upon him and his studies if he refused his aid to the Church of Geneva in her time of need. It was, Calvin said, as if God had seized me by his awful hand from heaven. He abandoned his intention of pursuing his journey and joined eagerly with Farel in the work of reformation. Having entered upon his task, he soon infused an energy into it which crowned the struggling efforts of Farel with success. The hierarchical authority was already overturned before his arrival. The citizens had asserted their independence against the Duke of Savoy. The magistrates and people eagerly joined with the reformers in the first heat of their freedom and their zeal. A Protestant confession of faith was drawn out, approved of by the Council of 200, and then proclaimed in the Cathedral Church of St. Peter. Great and marvelous changes were wrought in a short time upon the manners of the people. Where license and frivolity had reigned, a strict moral severity began to characterize the whole aspect of society. The strain, however, was too sudden and too extreme. A spirit of rebellion against the rule of Calvin and Farel broke forth. But they refused to yield to the wishes of a party animated by a more easy and liberal spirit than themselves, and known in the history of Geneva under the nickname of libertines. And the consequence was that they were both expelled from the city after less than 2 years' residence. Calvin retreated to Strasbourg and devoted himself to theological study, especially to his critical labors on the New Testament. Here, in October 1539, he married the widow of a converted Anabaptist. The Genevans found, after a short time, that they could not well get on without Calvin. His rule might be rigid, but an authority even such as his was better than no settled authority at all, and the Libertine party seemed to have been unable to construct any efficient and beneficent form of government. Accordingly, they invited Calvin to return, and, after some delay on his part, in order to test the spirit in which they were acting, he acceded to their invitation, and in the autumn of 1541, after 3 years' absence, once more made his entry into Geneva. Now at length he succeeded in establishing his plan of church government. By his college of pastors and doctors and his consistorial court of discipline, he founded a theocracy which aimed virtually to direct all the affairs of the city and to control and modify both the social and individual life of the citizens. The Libertines still remained a strong party, which was even augmented after Calvin's return by men such as Aimé Perrin, who had strongly concurred in the invitation to Calvin, but who were afterward alienated from him by the high hand with which he pursued his designs, as well as by their own schemes of ambition. The struggle with the party lasted, with varying fortune, for no less a period than 15 years, and was only terminated in 1555, after a somewhat ridiculous émeute in the streets. Perrin and others, driven from the city, were executed in effigy, and the reformers' authority from this date was confirmed into an absolute supremacy. During the long struggle with the Libertines occurred also Calvin's controversies with Sebastian Castillo, Jerome Bolzec, and above all, Michael Servetus. After the execution of Servetus and the expulsion of the Libertines 2 years later, Calvin's power in Geneva was firmly established, and he used it vigorously and beneficently for the defense of Protestantism throughout Europe. By the mediation of Beza, he made his influence felt in France in the great struggle that was there going on between the hierarchical party, with the Guises at its head, and the Protestants led by Conde and Coligny. In 1561, his energies began to fail. He had been long suffering from bad health, though his strength of will and buoyancy of intellect sustained him. But his health grew very much worse, and although he survived for more than 2 years, he never regained any vigor. He died on May 27, 1564. Very different estimates have been formed of Calvin's character. None, however, can dispute his intellectual greatness or the powerful services which he rendered to the cause of Protestantism. Stern in spirit and unyielding in will, he is never selfish or petty in his motives. Nowhere amiable, he is everywhere strong. Arbitrary and cruel when it suits him, he is yet heroic in his aims and beneficent in the scope of his ambition. His moral purpose is always clear and definite: to live a life of duty, to shape circumstances to such divine ends as he apprehended, and in whatever sphere he might be placed, to work out the glory of God. He rendered a double service to Protestantism, which, apart from anything else, would have made his name illustrious. He systematized its doctrine, and he organized its ecclesiastical discipline. He was at once the great theologian of the Reformation and the founder of a new church polity, which did more than all other influences together to consolidate the scattered forces of the Reformation and give them an enduring strength. As a religious teacher, as a social legislator, and as a writer, especially of the French language, whose modern prose style was then in the process of formation, His fame is second to none in his age and must always conspicuously adorn the history of civilization. His famous Institutio entitles Calvin to the foremost place among the dogmatic theologians of the Reformed Church. This masterpiece of luminous argument presents a complete system of Christian faith based on the Protestant principle that the Scriptures are the source of Christian truth. Two things there are, says Hooker in the preface to the Ecclesiastical Polity, which have deservedly procured him honor throughout the world. The one, his exceeding pains in composing the institutions of the Christian religion, and the other, his no less industrious travails for exposition of Holy Scripture. His commentaries embrace the greater part of the Old Testament and the whole of the New, except the Revelation, and place him in the front rank of expositors of Scripture. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. John Knox, by P. Hume Brown, 1505 to 1572. John Knox, the great Scottish reformer, was born at Giffordgate, a suburb of the town of Haddington, in 1505, the year preceding the birth of his famous countryman, George Buchanan. Knox has himself told us in a single sentence all that is definitely known of his family connections. My lord, he represents himself as saying to the notorious Earl of Bothwell, my grandfather, grandsire, maternal grandfather, and father have served under your lordship's predecessors, and some of them have died under their standards. He received the elements of his education in the grammar school of his native town, and in 1522 was sent to the University of Glasgow. St. Andrews was nearer his home and possessed the more famous university, but he was probably drawn to Glasgow by the fame of the most distinguished literary Scotchman of his generation, John Major, the schoolman. For this reason, at least, Buchanan was sent to St. Andrews, though Glasgow was nearer his native place when Major had migrated to the former university. At Glasgow, under Major, Knox could have been subjected to none of the influences of the great intellectual revolution, which substituted for the studies and methods of medievalism the ideas of the revival of letters. Like all his educated contemporaries, he learned to speak and write Latin with perfect fluency, but it was always with an idiom that showed he had none of the humanists' scruples regarding purity of language. What he learned from Major was the art for which that scholar was renowned throughout Europe, the art of logical exercitation, and Knox's writings everywhere show that all through life he had a natural delight in the play of dialectic. He left the university without taking the degree of Master of Arts, thus by the conditions of all the medieval universities precluding himself from the career of an academic teacher. During the 18 years that follow his leaving the university, Knox passes completely out of sight. All that is known of him during this period is that from 1540 to 1543 he acted as notary in his native town of Haddington. As in the documents that establish this fact, his name appears with the addition of Sir, the title of priests who were not masters of arts. Knox must have been in orders in the Church of Rome till as late as 1543. In 1544, we find him acting as tutor to the sons of Douglas of Longniddry and Cockburn of Ormiston, families, it is to be noted, both favorably disposed to the new opinions in religion now making their way in Scotland. Through these families, he was brought into contact with George Wishart, who had lately returned from traveling in Germany and England with the burning zeal to gain his country to the Lutheran Reformation. From this period, the future direction of Knox's life was decided, and thenceforward, with an intensity and self-devotion never surpassed, he is the apostle of the cause with which his name is forever identified. The establishment in Scotland of what he deemed the only true conception of the primitive church as based on the teaching of Christ and the apostles. We have reason to believe that, even before this date, his sympathies were on the side of reform in religion, but the teaching and example of Wishart seem first to have brought to him the clear consciousness of his mission. Knox identified himself with Wishart with all the impetuosity of his character, and was in the habit, he tells us, of carrying a two-handed sword before the preacher. When Wishart was seized by the emissaries of Cardinal Beaton, Knox would willingly have attended him to the last, but Wishart, who knew the fate in store for him, rejected the offer. "Return to your bairns," meaning Knox's pupils, he said, "and God bless you. One is sufficient for one sacrifice." Wishart was burned in St. Andrews in March 1546, and in May of the same year Cardinal Beaton was murdered. The cardinal's murderers held possession of the castle of St. Andrews, and as Knox was known to be the enemy of Beaton, though he had no share in his assassination, he was forced, 1547, for his own safety to join them with his pupils. Here his zeal and theological attainments made him so conspicuous that, at the instance of the leaders of the reforming party, Sir David Lindsay among the rest, he was formally called to the ministry and preached, with much acceptance, in the castle and parish church of St. Andrews. A few months later, the castle surrendered to the French, and in the teeth of the express terms of capitulation, the more prominent of the besieged party were sent as prisoners on board the French galleys. For 18 months, Knox remained a captive, his first winter being spent in a galley on the Loire, the second in prison in Rouen. His constitution was not naturally robust, and his hard experience during these 2 years seriously impaired his health for the rest of his life. The breach of faith on the part of the French and the ignominy to which he was subjected were never forgotten by Knox, and must in part explain and justify his lifelong conviction that no good thing could come of French policy or French religion. In February 1549, on the express intercession of Edward VI, Knox regained his liberty. As it was still unsafe for him to return to Scotland for the next 4 years, till the death of Edward VI, he made his home in England. From all that is known of him during these years, it is clear that he made himself a person to be reckoned with by those at the centre of authority in the country. By his preaching at Berwick, he gave such offence to the Bishop of Durham that he was removed to Newcastle, where it was supposed his influence would be less mischievous. In 1551, he was appointed one of 6 chaplains to Edward VI, and in 1552, at the suggestion of the Duke of Northumberland, he was offered the bishopric of Rochester. As the Duke's object in suggesting the appointment was simply to check, as far as he could, what he deemed the dangerous activity of Knox, the offer was unhesitatingly rejected. Knox's importance in England is still further proved by the fact that, along with 5 others, he was consulted by Archbishop Cranmer regarding his 45, afterward 42, articles of religion. On Mary's accession, Knox, like the majority of the Reformed ministers, had to seek refuge on the continent. That he might be within call, should circumstances permit his return either to Scotland or England, he took up his abode at Dieppe, till the beginning of the following year, 1554, when he proceeded to Geneva. In July of this year, he was again in Dieppe to learn the estate of England, but with Mary of Lorraine as regent in Scotland and Mary Tudor as Queen of England, he was convinced that for the present both these countries were closed against him. He accordingly accepted a call from the English congregation of Frankfurt on the Main, where, however, on account of a dispute regarding the use of the Book of Common Prayer, he remained only a few months. At Geneva, he found a congregation of his own way of thinking, but eager to be an apostle in his own country, he once more returned to Dieppe, August 1555, whence he ventured into Scotland in September. He remained in Scotland till July of the next year, residing chiefly in Edinburgh, but making preaching journeys into various parts of the country. The new doctrines were steadily spreading in Scotland, but as yet their supporters were not strong enough to present a confident front against the government. It was at his own risk, therefore, that Knox remained in the country, and at the prayer of the congregation in Geneva, he returned to that town in July 1556. It was probably during this visit to Scotland that he married his first wife, Marjorie Bowes, to whom he seems to have been engaged during his sojourn in Newcastle. For the next 2 years he remained in Geneva, ministering to his congregation and seeing much of Calvin, whose influence on Knox regarding all the great questions of the time was afterward to bear fruit in the ordering of affairs in Scotland. To this period also belong several of his minor writings, and notably his first blast of the trumpet against the monstrous regiment of women, the publication of which he must afterward have regretted in the interest of the cause he had most at heart. Meanwhile, in Scotland, the ground was being prepared for the great work in store for Knox. Under Mary of Lorraine as regent, the French influence had come to be regarded as a danger to the independence of the country, and a sense of this danger threw many into the party of reform. The unworthy lives of the old clergy and the cupidity of many of the nobles worked in the same direction. In 1557, the advocates of reform bound themselves by what is known as the First Covenant to do all in their power to effect a religious revolution, and by 1558 they felt themselves strong enough to summon Knox to their aid in the work he deemed the mission of his life. In May 1559, Knox found himself again in Scotland, which he never again left for a prolonged period. He at once became the life and soul of his party. At the moment of his arrival, the lords of the congregation, as the Protestant nobility termed themselves, were in open revolt against the regent. By his preaching at Perth and St. Andrews, Knox gained these important towns to his cause, and by his labors in Edinburgh, of which he was appointed minister, he also won a strong party against the government. But the reformers, of their own resources, could not hold their ground against the regent, subsidized by France with money and soldiers. Mainly, therefore, through the efforts of Knox, who all through his public career was deep in the politics of the time, the assistance of England was obtained against what was now deemed the French invasion. The help of England proved effective, and by the Treaty of Leith, 1560, and the death of the regent the same year, the insurgent party became masters of the country. The Estates of Parliament having met on August 1st, the ministers were ordered to draw up a confession of faith, which should embody the new teaching, and on August 17th, Protestantism was formally established as the religion of the country. Having gained thus much, the ministers, desirous of practical results from their victory, drew up the first book of discipline, a document ever memorable in the history of Scotland, and admirable in itself for its wise and liberal suggestions for the religious and educational organization of the country. These suggestions, however, were little to the mind of the majority of the Protestant nobles who, perceiving their carnal liberty and worldly commodity to be impaired thereby, sneeringly spoke of them as devout imaginationes. In the revolution that had been accomplished, Knox had been the leading spirit, but he saw that the victory was as yet only half gained, and that the deadliest struggle had still to be decided. The return of the young queen to Scotland, August 1561, revived all the old dissensions and introduced new elements into the strife of parties. By every opinion she held on religion, on the relations of prince and subject, on the fundamental principles of life, Mary was separated as by an abyss from the party represented by Knox. If we may judge from the language which each used of the other, Knox and she failed to find one point on which genial intercourse was possible. As the minister of St. Giles, then the only Reformed church in Edinburgh, Knox believed that Mary was his special charge. Her personal conduct, therefore, no less than her public policy, were made the subject of his most stringent criticism, and during the 6 years of her reign, his attitude toward her was that of uncompromising insistence. The celebration of Mass in Holyrood Chapel, in defiance of the late religious settlement, first roused his wrath, and a sermon delivered by him in St. Giles led to the first of those famous interviews with Mary, the record of which makes such a remarkable portion of his History of the Reformation. The division of ecclesiastical property, by which those in actual possession received 2/3, the Reformed ministers 1/3, was a further ground of quarrel with the new government. The delay of Mary to confirm the late religious settlement also gave rise to the greatest anxiety on the part of Knox and his brother ministers. In view of the precarious interests of the great cause, Knox spoke out with such frankness as to alienate the most powerful noble in the country and the one whom he respected most, Lord James Stuart, afterward the Regent Moray. The marriage of Mary with Darnley, 1565, again, however, led them to common councils, as both saw in this marriage the most serious menace against the new religion. In the subsequent revolt, headed by Moray and the other Protestant nobles, Knox nevertheless took no part, and remained at his charge in Edinburgh. But after the murder of Rizzio, he deemed it wise, considering Mary's disposition toward him, to withdraw to Kyle in Ayrshire, where he appears to have written the greater part of his history. The events of the next 2 years, the murder of Darnley, Mary's marriage with Bothwell, and her subsequent flight into England, again threw the management of affairs into the hands of the Protestant party, and under Moray as regent the Acts of 1560 in favor of the Reformed religion were duly ratified by the estates of the realm. As in the former revolution, Knox was still the same formidable force the nobles had to reckon with, and at Stirling, at the coronation of James VI, 1567, he preached in that strain which gave his sermons the character and importance of public manifestos. The assassination of Moray in 1570 and the consequent formation of a strong party in favor of Mary once more endangered the cause to which he had devoted his life, and the possession of the castle of Edinburgh by the Queen's supporters forced him to remove to St. Andrews for safety. He had already had a stroke of apoplexy, and he was now but the wreck of his former self, but his spirit was as indomitable as ever. The description of him at this period by James Melville can never be omitted in any account of Knox. Being in St. Andrews, he was very weak. I saw him every day of his doctrine go huly and fear with a furring of martrix about his neck, a staff in the one hand, and good, godly Richard Ballenden, his servant, holding up the other, oxter from the abbey to the parish church, and be the said Richard, and another servant lifted up to the pulpit, where he behoved to lone at his first entry, but, or he had done with his sermon, he was so active and vigorous that he was like to ding that pulpit in blads and fly out of it. It was the desire of his congregation of St. Giles to hear him once more before he died. Accordingly, by short stages, he made his way to Edinburgh, and on November 9th, 1572, at the induction of his successor in office, he made his last public appearance. He died the same month, at the age of 67, and was buried in the churchyard then attached to St. Giles, behind which church a small square stone in the pavement of Parliament Square, marked J.K. 1572, now indicates the spot where he is supposed to lie. The saying of Regent Morton at his grave, "Here lieth a man who in his life never feared the face of man," Calderwood, was the most memorable panegyric that could have been pronounced to his memory. Knox was twice married. His first wife, Marjorie Bowes, died in 1560, leaving him 2 sons. By his second wife, Margaret Stuart, daughter of Lord Ochiltree, whom, little more than a girl, he married in 1564, he had 3 daughters. His widow and all his family survived him. In their broader features, the character of Knox and of the work he achieved cannot be misread. In himself, he stands as the preeminent type of the religious reformer, dominated by his one transcendent idea, indifferent or hostile to every interest of life that did not subserve its realization. He is sometimes spoken of as a fanatic, but the term is hardly applicable to one who combined in such a degree as Knox the shrewdest worldly sense with an ever-ready wit and a native humor that declares itself in his most serious moments and in the treatment of the loftiest subjects. To blame him for intolerance or harshness is but to pass judgment on his age and on the type to which he belongs. It is his unquestionable tribute that the work he accomplished was the fashioning anew of his country's destinies. It has to be added that by his History of the Reformation in Scotland, Knox holds a place of his own in the history of literature. His narrative, as was to be expected, is that of one who saw only a single aspect of the events he chronicles, but the impress of the writer's individuality, stamped on every page, renders his work possibly unique in English literature. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. Section 29, Elizabeth, Queen of England, by Samuel L. Knapp, 1533 to 1603. If the question respecting the equality of the sexes was to be determined by an appeal to the characters of sovereign princes, the comparison is in proportion manifestly in favor of woman, and that without having recourse to the trite and flippant observation proved to have been ill-founded of male and female influence. Elizabeth of England affords a glorious example in truth of this position. Daughter of Henry VIII, a capricious tyrant, and of the imprudent and unfortunate Anne Boleyn, Elizabeth was born at Greenwich on the banks of the Thames, September 7, 1533. Her infancy was unfortunate through the unhappy fate of her mother, but she was nevertheless educated with care and attention. In her yet infant faculties, her father had the discernment to perceive uncommon strength and promise. Lady Champernowne, an accomplished and excellent woman, was appointed by Henry governess to the young princess. It appears to have been the custom of the times to instruct young women in the learned languages, an admirable substitute for fashionable and frivolous acquisitions. Habits of real study and application have a tendency to strengthen the faculties and discipline the imagination. Mr. William Grindal was Elizabeth's first classical tutor. With him she made a rapid progress. From other masters she received the rudiments of modern languages. At 11 years of age she translated out of French verse into English prose The Mirror of the Sinful Soul, which she dedicated to Catherine Parr, sixth wife of Henry VIII. At 12 years of age, she translated from the English into Latin, French, and Italian prayers and meditations, etc., collected from different authors by Catherine, Queen of England. These she dedicated to her father, December 30, 1545 MS, in the Royal Library at Westminster. She also, about the same period, translated from French the Meditations of Margaret, Queen of Navarre, etc., published by Bale, 1548. Mr. Ascham thus speaks of Elizabeth in a letter to Sir John Cheke. It can scarcely be credited to what degree of skill in the Latin and Greek she might arrive, if she should proceed in that course of study wherein she hath begun by the guidance of Grindal. In 1548 she had the misfortune to lose her tutor, who died of the plague. At this time it is observed by Camden that she was versed in Latin, French, Spanish, and Italian tongues, had some knowledge of the Greek, was well skilled in music, and both sung and played with art and sweetness. After the death of her father, her brother, King Edward, who tenderly loved her, encouraged her in her studies and literary pursuits, while without imposition or restraint he left her to choose her own principles and preceptors. To supply the loss of her tutor, she addressed herself to the celebrated Roger Ascham, who, at her solicitation, left Cambridge and consented to become her instructor. Under him she read the orations of Aeschines, the Demosthenes on the Crown in Greek, and understood at first sight not only the force and propriety of the language and the meaning of the orator, but the whole scheme of the laws, customs, and manners of the Athenians. By Dr. Grindal, professor of theology, she was initiated into the subtleties of polemic divinity, to which she gave assiduous application. Such, during the short reign of her brother, was the laudable and tranquil time of her life, and by these occupations and pursuits she was prepared for the great part she was to act on the theatre of Europe. In July 1553, Mary, after the death of Edward, succeeded to the throne, and having received from her sister many favors and testimonies of esteem, she treated her at first with a form of regard. But Elizabeth was afterward imprisoned and harshly treated, even to the hazard of her life. Her sufferings were, however, mitigated by the interposition of Philip, the husband of Mary, for which she was ever grateful. The reign, the bigotry, and the butchery of Mary, who, to do God's service, amused herself by burning and torturing her people, lasted 5 years and 4 months. She died, fortunately for the nation, November 17, 1558. A parliament had been assembled a few days previous to her death, to which the Chancellor notified the event. God save Queen Elizabeth resounded in joyful acclamations through both houses, while by the people a transport still more general and fervent was expressed. The commencement of her reign was not less auspicious than its duration was prosperous to the country and glorious to herself. It is observed by Bale that to say only that no woman reigned with more glory would be saying little. It must be added that there have been but few great kings whose reign are comparable to hers, it being the most beautiful period of English history. Elizabeth, when informed of the death of her sister, was at Hatfield, whence, after a few days, she proceeded to London, through crowds of people who contended with each other in testimonies of joy and attachment. On entering the Tower, she was affected with the comparison of her past and present situation. Once a captive, exposed to the bigotry and malignity of her enemies, now a sovereign, triumphant over her adversaries and the hope and joy of the nation. Falling on her knees, she expressed her gratitude to heaven for the deliverance she had experienced from her persecutors, a deliverance, she declared, not less miraculous than that of Daniel from the den of lions. With a magnanimity that did her honor and a prudence that evinced her judgment, she threw a veil over every offense that had been committed against her, and received graciously and with affability the most virulent of her enemies. On the death of her sister, Elizabeth had, by her ambassador, signified her accession to the Pope, whose precipitate temper, insolent reflections, and extravagant demands determined her to persevere in the plan she had already secretly embraced. While, to conciliate the Catholics, she retained in her cabinet 11 of her sister's counselors, she took care to balance their power by adding to their number 8 partisans of the Protestant faith, among whom were Sir Nicholas Bacon, whom she created Lord Keeper, and Sir William Cecil, made Secretary of State. Cecil assured her that the greater part of the nation, since the reign of her father, inclined to the Reformation, though constrained to conceal their principles by the cruelties practiced under the late reign. These arguments, to which other considerations and reasonings were added, founded on policy and on knowledge of mankind, had their just weight with Elizabeth, and determined her to adopt the party which education and political wisdom equally inclined to her favor. Yet she wisely resolved to proceed gradually by safe and progressive steps. As symptoms of her future intentions, and with the view of encouraging the Protestants, whom persecution had discouraged and depressed, she recalled all the exiles and gave liberty to those who had, on account of their religion, been confined in prison. She also altered the religious service and gave orders that the Lord's Prayer, the Litany, the Creed, and the Gospels should be read in the churches in the vulgar tongue, and she forbade the elevation of the host in her presence. The bishops, foreseeing in these measures the impending change, refused to officiate at her coronation, and it was not without difficulty that the Bishop of Carlisle was at length prevailed upon to perform the ceremony. Amid the joyful acclamations of her subjects, as she was conducted through London, a boy, personating truth, let down from a triumphal arch, presented to her a copy of the Bible. She received the present graciously, placed it near her heart, and declared that of all the costly testimonies of attachment given to her that day by the city, this was the most precious and acceptable. Elizabeth insinuated herself into the affections of the people by the most laudable art, frank in her address, and on all public occasions affable, conciliating, and easy of access. She appeared delighted with the concourse that crowded around her, entered, without forgetting her dignity, into the pleasures and amusements of her subjects, and acquired a popularity unknown to her predecessors. Her youth, her graces, her prudence, her fortitude, and her talents attracted the admiration of one sex and afforded the other a subject of pride and triumph. Individuals were captivated by her complacency, the public won by her services, while her authority, chastened by religion and law, appeared to be derived from its legitimate source, the choice and affections of the people. The Commons entreated her with all humility that she would make choice of a husband to share with her the weight of government, a request which they hoped, from her sex and age, would not be displeasing or offensive. To this Elizabeth replied that as their application was expressed in general terms, merely recommending marriage without pretending to direct her choice, she could not be offended or regard their wishes otherwise than as a new instance of their attachment toward her, but that any farther interposition respecting this subject on their part, it would ill become them as subjects to make, or her as an independent princess to endure. England was the husband which she had betrothed to her. English men were her children. While employed in rearing and governing such a family, she could not deem herself sterile or her life useless. She desired, for her own part, no higher character, nor fairer remembrance of her to be transmitted to posterity, than to have this inscription, when she should pay the debt of nature, engraved on her tomb: "Here lies Queen Elizabeth, who lived and died a maiden queen." Misfortune threw the Queen of Scots into the power of Elizabeth, and she was denied those services to which the unfortunate are entitled. Driven beyond endurance, she openly and bitterly defied her more fortunate rival, who viewed her with jealousy as heir to the crown, and was fearful that her beauty and influence might supplant her own popularity. Mary was kept in prison 18 years, and then executed on the scaffold. This transaction will ever remain a foul blot on the character of Elizabeth. Neither the cares of government nor the infirmities of approaching age weaned her from the love of letters, which at every interval of leisure were her great delight. When nearly 60 years of age, in 1592, she made a second visit to Oxford, where, having been entertained with orations, disputations, etc., she pronounced on her departure a Latin oration to the vice-chancellors and doctors, when she took her last farewell of the university. In the ensuing year, she translated from Latin into English Boethius's De Consolatione Philosophiae. In 1598, when the disturbances in Ireland occupied a considerable share of her attention, she translated Sallust's De Bello Jugurthino, also the greater part of Horace's De Arte Poetica, and Plutarch's book De Curiositate, all of which were written in her own hand. But Elizabeth no longer took an interest in public concerns. Her sun was setting, overshadowed by a dark cloud. Prosperity and glory palled upon her sense. An incurable melancholy had fixed itself on her heart. The anxiety of her mind made swift ravages upon her feeble frame. The period of her life visibly approached. The Archbishop of Canterbury advised her to fix her thoughts on God. She did so, she replied, nor did her mind in the least wander from him. Her voice and her senses soon after failing, she fell into a lethargic slumber, which, having continued some hours, she expired gently, without a struggle, March 24, 1603, in the 70th year of her age and the 45th of her reign. The character of Elizabeth appears to have been exalted by her friends and depreciated by her enemies in nearly equal proportions. As a monarch, her activity and force of mind, her magnanimity, sagacity, prudence, vigilance, and address have scarcely been surpassed in royal annals and are worthy of the highest admiration. Pope Sixtus V spoke of her on all occasions as a woman with a strong head, and gave her a place among the 3 persons who only, in his opinion, deserved to reign: The remaining two were himself and Henry IV of France. "Your queen," he said once to an Englishman, "is born fortunate. She governs her kingdom with great happiness. She wants only to be married to me to give the world a second Alexander." Her temper and her talents equally fitted her for government. Capable of self-command and controlling her own passions, she acquired an unlimited ascendancy over those of her people. She possessed courage without temerity, spirit, resource, and activity in war with the love of peace and tranquillity. Her frugality was exempt from avarice. It was the result, rather, of her love of independence than a passion for accumulation. She never amassed any treasures. Her friendships were uniform and steady, yet she was never governed by her favorites, a criterion of a strong mind. Her choice in her ministers gave proof of her sagacity, as her constancy in supporting them did of her firmness. If a conduct less rigorous, less imperious, and more indulgent would have thrown greater luster over her character, let it be remembered that some good qualities appear to be incompatible with others, nor let the seductive and corrupting nature of power be left out in the account. Her insincerity was perhaps the greatest blot in her character, and the fruitful source of all the vexatious incidents of her reign. Though unacquainted with philosophical toleration, the only method of disarming the turbulence of religious factions, she yet preserved her people, by her prudence and good sense, from those theological disputes which desolated the neighboring nations. Beset with enemies both at home and abroad, among the most powerful princes in Europe, the most enterprising and the least scrupulous, the vigor of her administration enabled her to defeat all their purposes, to annoy and plunder them in their own dominions, and to preserve her own dignity untouched and unimpaired. Few monarchs have succeeded to a throne in more difficult circumstances, nor have any ever reigned with more uniform success and prosperity. If, as a woman, cut off by the peculiarities of her situation from the sympathies of nature and the charm of equal affections, Elizabeth at times suffered under those privations, which even gave to her sensibility additional force and acuteness. The strength of her reason still triumphed over her passions, and the struggle which her victories cost her served but to display the firmness of her resolution and the loftiness of her mind. The praises which may have by some been bestowed upon Elizabeth for her regard for the Constitution and tender concern for the liberty of the people are wholly without foundation. Few princes have exerted with more arbitrary power the regal prerogatives which had been transmitted to her by her immediate predecessors, yet no censure belongs to her for this conduct, in the principles of which she had been trained and of the justice of which she was persuaded. What potentate, what man has voluntarily resigned the power in which those beneath him quietly acquiesced? Compared with the reigns of her father and sister, that of Elizabeth might be termed a golden age. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2022. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Francis Bacon, by the Honourable Ignatius Donelly, 1561 to 1626. Francis Bacon was born in York House, London, on January 22, 1561. Of this building, only the ancient water gate fronting the Thames survives the waste of time. His father, Sir Nicholas Bacon, was for 20 years Lord Keeper of the Great Seal under Elizabeth, a famous statesman, orator, and wit. His mother, Lady Anne Bacon, was the second daughter of the celebrated Sir Anthony Cook, formerly tutor of King Edward VI, Henry VIII's short-lived son. She was a woman of great learning and many accomplishments, and of a strong, earnest, passionate, affectionate, and religious nature. Francis was the youngest of 8 children, 6 of whom were by the first wife of Sir Nicholas. He belonged to the aristocracy of England, but not to that ancient warlike race of battle-crowned warriors whose pedigree dated back beyond the Crusades. His father was a lawyer. Both his father's family and his mother's seem to have risen from the ranks on the great wave of the Reformation. They belonged to the intellectual New Age then dawning, rather than to the rude fighting age which was about to pass away. Francis was no accident. We can see in him the true natures of his father and his mother, the commingling of the powerful, practical, sagacious politician and man of affairs with the studious, contemplative, imaginative, affectionate, religious enthusiast. His birthplace was a palace. The country seat of Gorhamsbury, near St. Albans village, is in the midst of the most charming rural scenery in England, or in the world. There a great part of his youth and early manhood was passed. He came into this breathing world when the human race were upon the threshold of the tremendous development which now surrounds us. He was born 69 years after Columbus had reopened the long-closed pathway from the eastern to the western shores of the Atlantic Ocean, 27 years after the French took possession of Canada, 12 years after the Portuguese settled in Brazil, and 46 years before the first English colonists landed at Jamestown, Virginia. The degree of advancement of the mind of the age will be understood when it is remembered that it was only 125 years, at the date of Bacon's birth, since Gutenberg had invented movable types in Germany, and but 87 years since Caxton set up his printing press at Westminster. No man has ever lived who did more than Bacon to change the opinions and conditions of those who came after him. It was a day of little things. England contained less than 5 million inhabitants, and of these, probably not 1/10 spoke a language which could be understood today by the English-using people of the world. The mass of the populace were steeped to the lips in brutality and ignorance. The houses of the peasants were built of sticks and dirt, many of them without chimneys or glazed windows. The habits of the people were inconceivably filthy, scurvy and leprosy were endemic. The schools did not, as a rule, teach English. The amusements of the populace were bear-baitings and dancing naked in barns. The people of one county could not understand the speech of the inhabitants of the next county. The disputes about tithes and boundaries were usually settled by bands of armed men, and the records of the Star Chamber swarm with such cases. Education was at a low ebb. In 1 year, 1570, Bacon was then 9 years of age, the scholars of Trinity College, Cambridge, consumed 2,250 barrels of beer. Many of the graduates became beggars, and so extensive was this evil that Parliament, by an Act of 14th Elizabeth, declared that all scholars of the universities of Oxford or Cambridge that go about begging, not being authorized under the seal of the said universities, are declared vagabonds and punished as such. But even this was an improvement on Henry VIII's time, when 300 men were hanged in London for soliciting alms. The only illuminated spot in all this darkness was the court in London. Here they talked something which we would today call English. Here they caught, through France and Italy, a reflected light from the dying glories of the ancient Roman civilization. Here the travelled wealthy, the picked men of countries, brought home some of the culture of more refined races. Bacon says, Courts are but only superficial schools to dandle fools. The rural parts are turned into a den of savage men. And where's the city, from foul vice so free, but may be termed the worst of all the three? In this curious, primitive, rude, ensmalled age grew up the great man who was to do so much to change it all. From his early years he manifested that vastly active intellect which knew no rest save in motion. He studied, as a child, the nature of echoes in a tunnel. At 15 years of age, so his chaplain Raleigh and his biographer Spedding assure us, he had realized the shallowness of the Aristotelian philosophy, and had thought out those principles which have since revolutionized human society. There are reasons to believe that he was the child of 15, referred to by the Rosicrucians, who planned the foundation of their society, and, at that early age, wrote the Chemical Marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz, first published in 1616. At about 12 years of age he went to Cambridge, to Trinity College, rooming with his brother Anthony, who was 2 years his senior. In June 1576 he left the university and became an ancient of the Gray's Inn Law Society. On September 25, 1576, he accompanied Sir Amias Paulet, the English ambassador, to France. Here he witnessed the 6th civil war of the French people. He followed the court through several of the French provinces. He resided for 3 months at Poitiers. About February 17, 1579, he dreamed that his father's house in the country was all covered over with black mortar. At the same time his father was taken sick, and died in 3 days thereafter. He returned home on March 20, 1579, to find himself poor. As he said, he could not live to study, but he had to study to live. He became a practicing lawyer, but he did not like the profession. He feared the bar would be his buyer. It absorbed time which he thought should be dedicated to better ends. We think we find the expression of his heart in the lines of the so-called Shakespeare sonnet, "Oh, for my sake, do thou with fortune chide the guilty goddess of my harmful deeds, that did not better for my life provide than public means, which public manners breeds." His pecuniary embarrassments were numerous and continuous. Falstaff doubtless expresses a thought which often recurred to him: "I can get no remedy against this consumption of the purse. Borrowing only lingers and lingers it out, but the disease is incurable." More than once he was thrown into a sponging house for debt. His brother Anthony loaned him money repeatedly. In 1592 a hard Jew or Lombard put him in confinement for a debt on a bond. Anthony mortgaged his property to pay his debts. In 1594 Malone believes the play of The Merchant of Venice was in existence, in which Bassiano, being in debt to a hard Jew, his friend Antonius mortgages his own flesh to help him out of his troubles, and the Jew moneylender is sent down through all the ages the terrible type and exemplar of the merciless usurer. Bacon continues a briefless barrister with much time at his disposal. He helps in the composition of the play called The Misfortunes of Arthur. He writes a sonnet to the Queen. About this time, 1592, the Shakespeare plays begin to appear. Bacon assists in the preparation of several masques and revels gotten up by Gray's Inn. The Comedy of Errors first appears in the hall of that society, which still stands in London. The Venus and Adonis and Lucrece appear, dedicated to Bacon's intimate friend Lord Southampton, and that nobleman, in 1594, contributes a large sum to the construction of the Globe Playhouse, Bacon having observed that the stage is a powerful instrumentality to play on the minds of the people, and on this stage a series of historical plays are put forth, every one of which represents kings as monsters or imbeciles. The Shakespeare plays continue to be poured forth, and Bacon suffers from a siege of Jews and duns. He describes himself as poor and sick, working for bread. I am purposed, he says, not to follow the practice of the law. It is easier, says Mr. Spedding, Bacon's biographer, to understand why Bacon was resolved not to devote his life to the ordinary practice of a lawyer than what plan he had to clear himself of the difficulties which were now accumulating upon him, and to obtain the means of living and working. What course he betook himself to, at the crisis at which we have now arrived, I cannot possibly say. We have here the time, the opportunity, the incentive, and the necessity for the composition of the Shakespeare plays, part of the fruits of the representation of which made Shakespeare very wealthy. In January 1597, the first acknowledged work of Bacon, his Essays, was published. They were 10 in number. Bacon said of them he hoped they would be like the late new halfpence, which, though the pieces are small, the silver is good. Until he was 44 years of age, Bacon was kept poor and out of office by his uncle Burleigh and his cousin Cecil. During the lifetime of Queen Elizabeth, he was steadily passed over and suppressed, and even during the first years of the reign of King James I, the influence of Cecil, then the Earl of Salisbury, was sufficient to keep him out of office. In 1605, Bacon published his first great philosophical work, The Advancement of Learning. In 1607, he became Solicitor General, and in 1612 Attorney General, and member of the Privy Council. He was then 51 years of age, and Shakespeare 48. After the appointment of Bacon as Attorney General, no more of the Shakespeare plays appeared. The Tempest, which is evidently the last of the series, for in it Prospero declares, "I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drop my book," is set down by the commentators as written between 1609 and 1611. At that time Shakespeare was 45 or 47 years of age, and lived for 5 or 7 years thereafter in utter intellectual idleness in Stratford. In 1609 Bacon published The Wisdom of the Ancients, a prose work of great poetical beauty. His professional practice was large and his income princely. In 1617 he succeeded Ellesmere, the Lord Chancellor, with the title of Lord Keeper. In January 1618 he was created Lord High Chancellor, and the same year was raised to the peerage as Baron of Verulam, and in 1621 he was made Viscount St. Albans. The Novum Organum, his great life work, was printed in October 1620. His extraordinary industry is revealed in the fact that it had been copied and revised 12 times before it took its present shape. The new philosophy meant the study of nature and the acquisition of the knowledge of things. In this search, the most common, base, illiberal, and filthy matters are not to be overlooked. We find in the plays the same novel philosophy. Some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone, and most poor matters point to rich ends. Tempest 3:1. Bacon's leading thought was the good of humanity. He held that study, instead of employing itself in wearisome and sterile speculations, should be engaged in mastering the secrets of nature and life, and in applying them to human use. His method, in the attainment of this end, was rigid and pure observation, aided by experiment and fructified by induction. He clearly invented a thermometer. He instituted ingenious experiments on the compressibility of bodies and on the density and weight of air. He suggested chemical processes. He suggested the law of universal gravitation, afterward demonstrated by Newton. He foresaw the true explication of the tides and the cause of colors. American Cyclopedia, Volume 2, page 204. This great work, the Novum Organum, as often happens, was received by the majority of readers of his time with laughter and ridicule. Coke wrote on the title page of a presentation copy, "It deserveth not to be read in schools, but to be freighted in the ship of fools." The ill fortune which had so shrouded Bacon's struggling youth, and which had given way to such a magnificent sunburst of splendid prosperity, was again massing its clouds, and determined to cover his old age with shame, gloom, and sorrow. He had been Lord Chancellor but 3 years, when, on March 15, 1621, a committee of the House of Commons reported 2 cases of bribery or corruption against him. 22 other cases were also soon after presented. The House of Lords proceeded to investigate these charges, and Bacon defended himself. It was shown that 14 of the 24 cases were presents given long after the suits were terminated. 3 more were sums of money loaned in the ordinary course of business. Another case was an arbitration where compensation was due him. In another case, the gift was sent back. Another present, a piece of furniture, had never been accepted. Another case was a New Year's gift, and in other cases the money was openly paid to the officers of his court. Thus, says Hepworth Dixon, after the most rigid scrutiny into his official acts, and into the official acts of his servants, not a single fee or remembrance traced to the Chancellor can, by any fair construction, be called a bribe. Not one appears to have been given on a promise, not one appears to have been given in secret, not one is alleged to have corrupted justice. It must be remembered that the salaries of all the high officers of the government were at that time paid in gifts and fees. Thus, the king gave the Lord Chancellor but £81 6 shillings 8 pence a year, while the place was worth £10,000 to £15,000, worth in our money today $125,000. The judges had enough to buy their gloves and robes, not more. The Lord Chancellor had to maintain a huge retinue. His court, his household, and his followers, gentlemen of quality, sons of peers and prelates, magistrates, deputy lieutenants of counties, knights of the shire, all have to live on fees and presents. It is still true that in England the law will not help a barrister or a physician to recover a fee. Their compensation is, in theory at least, supposed to be a gratuity for those they serve. But it may be urged that Bacon pled guilty to corruption and bribery. He did nothing of the kind. He acknowledged that he partook of the abuses of the times, and that the existing customs should be reformed, but he solemnly declared to Buckingham, May 31st, 1621, "I have been a trusty and honest and Christ-loving friend to your lordship, and the justest chancellor that hath been in the 5 charges since my father's time." Again he said, "I had no bribe or reward in my eye or thought when I pronounced any sentence or order. I take myself to be as innocent as any babe born on St. Innocent's Day in my heart." All attempts to subsequently reverse his decrees failed, although his enemies were in possession of power. But King James urged him to make no defence, to trust his honour and his safety to the crown. He pleads guilty to carelessness, not to crime. He desired to live to finish up his philosophical works. To resist the king's wishes was to leave himself at the mercy of his lifelong enemy, Coke. He yielded. The king remitted his fine of £40,000 and released him from the Tower. Bacon goes back to his books and writes in cipher, "I was the justest judge that was in England these 50 years, but it was the justest censure that was in Parliament these 200 years." He meant thereby that while personally innocent of corruption, the sentence would end gift-giving to judges. His formal confession to Parliament is a justification of every act complained of, for he relieves it, while acknowledging it, of those details which imply bribery. He devoted the last 5 years of his life to putting forth the greatest works ever published by man, including the first complete edition of the so-called Shakespeare plays. Fortunate it is for the world that he was driven from the task of settling petty squabbles about the trash of the time, listening to weary lawyers with endless tongues, adjudicating questions of pounds, shillings, and pence between litigants whose very names have disappeared, and was shipwrecked by the stress of the great storm that struck him, like Prospero, on an island of solicitude, with books that he prized above his dukedom, to perform labours in which all mankind will be interested even to the consummation of civilization on earth. His patience, his gentleness, his forbearance were saint-like. Still in his right hand he carried gentle peace to silence envious tongues. His appearance, we are told, struck all men who beheld him with a great sense of awe. Those who were most closely associated with him loved him most dearly. His purposes were godlike. They were the glory of the Creator and the relief of man's estate. Macaulay says of Bacon's experimental philosophy, "It has lengthened life, it has mitigated pain, it has extinguished diseases, it has increased the fertility of the soil, it has given new securities to the mariner, it has furnished new arms to the warrior, it has spanned great rivers and estuaries with bridges of form unknown to our fathers. It has guided the thunderbolt innocuously from heaven to earth. It has lighted up the night with the splendor of the day. It has extended the range of the human vision. It has multiplied the power of human muscle. It has accelerated motion. It has annihilated distance. It has facilitated intercourse, correspondence, all friendly offices, all dispatch of business. It has enabled men to descend to the depths of the sea, to soar into the air, to penetrate securely into the noxious recesses of the earth, to traverse the land with cars which whirl along without horses, and the ocean with ships which sail against the wind." In other words, the brain of this tremendous, this incomprehensible, this complex man lies at the base of all our literature and of all our modern progress and civilization. The world is hardly big enough for his fame, and the praises of mankind cannot fill the measure of his greatness. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Galileo-Galilei, 1564 to 1642. The great Tuscan astronomer is best known as the first telescopic observer, the fortunate discoverer of the Medicean stars, so Jupiter's satellites were first named. And what discovery more fitted to immortalize its author than one which revealed new worlds and thus gave additional force to the lesson that the universe, of which we form so small a part, was not created only for our use or pleasure? Those, however, who consider Galileo only as a fortunate observer form a very inadequate estimate of one of the most meritorious and successful of those great men who have bestowed their time for the advantage of mankind in tracing out the hidden things of nature. Galileo-Galilei was born at Pisa, February 15, 1564. In childhood, he displayed considerable mechanical ingenuity, with a decided taste for the accomplishments of music and painting. His father formed a just estimate of his talents and at some inconvenience entered him, when 19 years old, at the university of his native town, intending that he should pursue the medical profession. Galileo was then entirely ignorant of mathematics, and he was led to the study of geometry by a desire thoroughly to understand the principles of his favorite arts. This new pursuit proved so congenial to his taste that from thenceforward his medical books were entirely neglected. The elder Galilei, a man of liberal acquirements and enlarged mind, did not require the devotion of his son's life to a distasteful pursuit. Fortunately, the young man's talents attracted notice, and in 1589 he was appointed mathematical lecturer in the University of Pisa. There's reason to believe that at an early period of his studentship he embraced, upon inquiry and conviction, the doctrines of Copernicus, of which through life he was an ardent supporter. Galileo and his colleagues did not long remain on good terms. The latter were content with the superstructure which a priori reasoners had raised upon Aristotle, and were by no means desirous of the trouble of learning more. Galileo chose to investigate physical truths for himself. He engaged in experiments to determine the truth of some of Aristotle's positions, and when he found him in the wrong, he said so, and so taught his pupils. This made the, quote, paper philosophers, unquote, as he calls them, very angry. He repeated his experiments in their presence, but they set aside the evidence of their senses and quoted Aristotle as much as before. The enmity arising from these disputes rendered his situation so unpleasant that in 1592, at the invitation of the Venetian Commonwealth, he gladly accepted the professorship of mathematics at Padua. The period of his appointment being only 6 years, he was re-elected in 1598 and again in 1606, each time with an increase of salary, a strong proof of the esteem in which he was held even before those astronomical discoveries which have immortalized his name. His lectures at this period were so fully attended that he was sometimes obliged to adjourn them to the open air. In 1609, he received an invitation to return to his original situation at Pisa. This produced a letter, still extant, from which we quote a catalogue of the undertakings on which he was already employed. Quote, "The works which I have to finish are principally 2 books on the system or structure of the universe, an immense work full of philosophy, astronomy, and geometry, 3 books on local motion, a science entirely new, no one either ancient or modern having discovered any of the very many admirable accidents which I demonstrate in natural and violent motions, so that I may with very great reason call it a new science, and invented by me from its very first principles. 3 books of mechanics, 2 on the demonstration of principles and 1 of problems, and although others have treated this same matter, yet all that has been hitherto written, neither in quantity nor otherwise, is the quarter of what I am writing on it. I have also different treatises on natural subjects, on sound and speech, on light and colours, on the tides, on the composition of continuous quantity, on the motions of animals, and others besides. I have also an idea of writing some books relating to the military art, giving not only a model of a soldier, but teaching with very exact rules everything which it is in his duty to know that depends on mathematics, as the knowledge of castrametation, drawing up of battalions, fortification, assaults, planning, surveying, the knowledge of artillery, the use of instruments, etc." Unquote. Out of this comprehensive list, the treatises on the universe, on motion and mechanics, on tides, on fortification, or other works on the same subjects, have been made known to the world. Many, however, of Galileo's manuscripts, through fear of the Inquisition, were destroyed or concealed and lost after the author's death. In the same year, 1609, Galileo heard the report that a spectacle maker of Middelburg in Holland had made an instrument by which distant objects appeared nearer. He tasked his ingenuity to discover the construction and soon succeeded in manufacturing a telescope. His telescope, however, seems to have been made on a different construction from that of the Dutch optician. It consisted of a convex and concave glass, distant from each other by the difference of their focal lengths, like a modern opera glass, while there is reason to believe that the other was made up of 2 convex lenses, distant by the sum of their focal lengths, the common construction of the astronomical telescope. Galileo's attention naturally was first turned to the moon. He discovered that her surface, instead of being smooth and perfectly spherical, was rough with mountains and apparently varied like the earth by land and water. He next applied to Jupiter, and was struck by the appearance of 3 small stars, almost in a straight line and close to him. At first, he did not suspect the nature of these bodies, but careful observation soon convinced him that these three, together with a fourth, which was at first invisible, were in reality 4 moons revolving round their primary planet. These he named the Medicean stars. They have long ceased to be known by that name, but so highly prized was the distinction thus conferred upon the ducal house of Florence that Galileo received an intimation that he would, quote, do a thing just and proper in itself, and at the same time render himself and his family rich and powerful forever, unquote, if he, quote, named the next star which he should discover after the name of the great star of France, as well as the most brilliant of all the earth, unquote. Henry IV. These discoveries were made known in 1610 in a work entitled Nuncius Sidereus, the Newsman of the Stars, in which Galileo further announced that he had seen many stars invisible to the naked eye, and ascertained that the nebulae scattered through the heavens consist of assemblages of innumerable small stars. The ignorant and unprejudiced were struck with admiration. Indeed, curiosity had been raised so high before the publication of this book as materially to interfere with the convenience of those who possessed telescopes. Galileo was employed a month in exhibiting his own to the principal persons in Venice, and our unfortunate astronomer was surrounded by a crowd who kept him in durance for several hours while they passed his glass from one to another. He left Venice the next morning to pursue his inquiries in some less inquisitive place. But the great bulk of the philosophers of the day were far from joining in the general feeling. They raised an outcry against the impudent fictions of Galileo, and one, a professor of Padua, refused repeatedly to look through the telescope, lest he should be compelled to admit that which he had predetermined to deny. It was not long before Galileo had new and equally important matter to announce. He observed a remarkable appearance in Saturn, as if it were composed of 3 stars touching each other. His telescope was not sufficiently powerful to resolve them into Saturn and his ring. Within a month, he ascertained that Venus exhibits phases, like those of the moon, a discovery of great importance in confirming the Copernican system. The same phenomenon he afterward detected in Mars. We close the list with the discovery of the revolution of the sun round his axis in the space of about a lunar month, derived from careful observation of the spots on his surface. About this time, 1610 to 1611, Galileo took up his abode in Tuscany upon the invitation of the Grand Duke, who offered him his original situation at Pisa, with a liberal salary, exemption from the necessity of residence, and complete leisure to pursue his studies. In 1612, he published a discourse on floating bodies, in which he investigates the theory of buoyancy, and refutes, by a series of beautiful and conclusive experiments, the opinion that the floating or sinking of bodies depends on their shape. Neither Copernicus nor his immediate followers suffered inconvenience or restraint on account of their astronomical doctrines, nor had Galileo until this period of his life incurred ecclesiastical censure for anything which he had said or written. But the Inquisition now took up the matter as heretical and contrary to the express words of Scripture. And in 1616, Copernicus's work, De Revolutionibus, Kepler's Epitome, and some of Galileo's own letters were placed on the list of prohibited books, and he himself, being then in Rome, received formal notice not to teach that the earth revolves round the sun. He returned to Florence full of indignation, and considering his hasty temper, love of truth, and full belief of the condemned theory, it is rather wonderful that he kept his silence so long than that he incurred at last the censures of the hierarchy. He did, however, restrain himself from any open advocacy of the heretical doctrines, even in composing his great work, the Dialogue on the Ptolemaic and Copernican Systems. This was completed in 1630, but not printed till 1632, under license from officers of the Church, both at Rome and Florence. It is a dialogue between Simplicio, an Aristotelian, Salviati, who represents the author, and Sagredo, a half-convert to Salviati's opinions. It professes, quote, indeterminately to propose the philosophical arguments as well on one side as on the other, unquote. but the neutrality is but ill kept up, and was probably assumed not with any hope that the court of Rome would be blinded as to the real tendency of the book, but merely that it would accept this nominal submission as a sufficient homage to its authority. If this were so, the author was disappointed. The Inquisition took cognizance of the matter and summoned him to Rome to undergo a personal examination. Age and infirmity were in vain pleaded as excuses. Still, through the urgent and indignant remonstrances of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, he was treated with a consideration rarely shown by that stern tribunal. He was allowed to remain at the Florentine ambassador's palace, with the exception of a short period, from his arrival in February until the passing of sentence June 21, 1633. He was then condemned in the presence of the inquisitors to curse and abjure the, quote, false doctrines, unquote, which his life had been spent in proving, to be confined in the prison of the Holy Office during pleasure, and to recite the 7 penitential psalms once a week during 3 years. The sentence and the abjuration are given at full length in the Life of Galileo in the Library of Useful Knowledge. Quote, "It is said," unquote, continues the biographer, quote, "that Galileo, as he rose from his knees, stamped on the ground and whispered to one of his friends, 'Eppur si muove,' it does move through." Galileo's imprisonment was not long or rigorous, for after 4 days he was reconducted to the Florentine ambassador's palace, but he was still kept under strict surveillance. In July he was sent to Siena, where he remained 5 months in strict seclusion. He obtained permission in December to return to his villa at Arcetri, near Florence, but there, as at Siena, he was confined to his own premises and strictly forbidden to receive his friends. It is painful to contemplate the variety of evils which overcast the evening of this great man's life. In addition to a distressing chronic complaint contracted in youth, he was now suffering under a painful infirmity which by some is said to have been produced by torture, applied in the prisons of the Inquisition to extort a recantation. But the arguments brought forward to show that the inquisitors did resort to this extremity do not amount to anything like direct proof. In April 1634, Galileo's afflictions were increased by the death of a favorite, intelligent, and attached daughter. He consoled his solitude and lightened the hours of sickness by continuing the observations which he was now forbidden to publish to the world. And the last of his long train of discoveries was the phenomenon known by the name of the moon's libration. In the course of 1636 to 37, he lost successively the sight of both his eyes. He mentions this calamity in a tone of pious submission, mingled with a not unpleasing pride. Quote, "Alas, your dear friend and servant Galileo has become totally and irreparably blind, so that this heaven, this earth, this universe, which with wonderful observations I had enlarged 100,000 times beyond the belief of bygone ages, henceforward for me is shrunk into the narrow space which I myself fill in it. So it pleases God, it shall therefore please me also." Unquote. In 1638, he obtained leave to visit Florence, still under the same restrictions as to society, but at the end of a few months he was remanded to Arcetri, which he never again quitted. From that time, however, the strictness of his confinement was relaxed, and he was allowed to receive the friends who crowded round him, as well as the many distinguished foreigners who eagerly visited him. Among these we must not forget Milton, whose poems contain several allusions to the celestial wonders observed and published by the Tuscan astronomer. Though blind and nearly deaf, Galileo retained to the last his intellectual powers, and his friend and pupil, the celebrated Torricelli, was employed in arranging his thoughts on the nature of percussion when he was attacked by his last illness. He died January 8, 1642, aged 78. It was disputed whether, as a prisoner of the Inquisition, Galileo had a right to burial in consecrated ground. The point was conceded, but Pope Urban VIII himself interfered to prevent the erection of a monument to him in the Church of Santa Croce in Florence, for which a large sum had been subscribed. A splendid monument now covers the spot in which his remains repose with those of his friend and pupil, the eminent mathematician Viviani. For an account of Galileo's application of the pendulum to the mensuration of time, his invention of the thermometer, though in an inaccurate and inconvenient form, his methods of discovering the longitude, and a variety of other points well worth attention, we must refer to the life of Galileo already quoted. The numerous extracts from Galileo's works convey a lively notion of the author's character, and are distinguished by a peculiar tone of quaint humour. In conclusion, we quote the estimate of Galileo's character from the same masterly memoir. Quote, "The numberless inventions of his acute industry, the use of the telescope, and the brilliant discoveries to which it led, the patient investigation of the laws of weight and motion, must all be looked upon as forming but a part of his real merits, as merely particular demonstrations of the spirit in which he everywhere withstood the despotism of ignorance, and appealed boldly from traditional opinions to the judgment of reason and common sense. He claimed and bequeathed to us the right of exercising our faculties in examining the beautiful creation which surrounds us. Idolized by his friends, he deserved their affection by numberless acts of kindness, by his good humor, his affability, and by the benevolent generosity with which he devoted himself and a great part of his limited income to advance their talents and fortunes. If an intense desire of being useful is everywhere worthy of honor, if its value is immeasurably increased when united to genius of the highest order, if we feel for one who, notwithstanding such titles to regard, is harassed by cruel persecution, then none deserve our sympathy, our admiration, and our gratitude more than Galileo." End of section 31, read by Sonia Sherman.
Section 32 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Madcap. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. Section 32, Cardinal Richelieu, 1585 to 1642. Armand Jean du Plessis, Duke of Richelieu, the future cardinal, was the third son of François du Plessis, Grand Provost of the French court, and was born on September 5, 1585 at Paris, say his biographers Aubry and Leclerc, while tradition claims this honor for the family chateau in Poitou. He received the elements of education at home from the prior of Saint-Florent, but soon quitted the paternal mansion, first for the College of Navarre, subsequently for that of Lisieux. From thence he removed to a military academy, being intended for the profession of arms. But on his brother, who was Bishop of Luçon, resolving to quit the world for the cloister, young Armand was advised to abandon the sword for the gown in order that he might succeed his brother's bishopric. He adopted the advice, entered with zeal into the study of theology, and soon qualified himself to pass creditably through the exercises necessary to obtain the degree of doctor in theology. He already wore the insignia of his bishopric, but the Pope's sanction was still wanting, and was withheld on account of the extreme youth of the expectant. Resolved to overcome this difficulty, he set off to Rome, addressed the pontiff in a Latin oration, and gave such proofs of talent and acquirements above his age that he was consecrated at Rome on the Easter of 1607, being as yet but 22 years of age. This position attained, Richelieu endeavored to make the utmost advantage of it. He acquired the goodwill of his diocese by rigid attention to the affairs that fell under his jurisdiction. While in frequent visits to the capital, he sought to acquire reputation by preaching. In the Estates General of 1614, he was chosen deputy by his diocese, and was afterward selected by the clergy of the states to present their cahier, or vote of grievances, to the monarch. It was an opportunity not to be thrown away by the ambition of Richelieu, who instantly put himself forward as the champion of the Queen Mother against the cabal of high noblesse. He at the same time pointed out where she might find auxiliaries, by complaining that ecclesiastics had no longer a place in the public administration, and were thus degraded from their ancient and legitimate share of influence. Richelieu was rewarded with the place of almoner to the queen, and he was soon admitted to her confidence, as well as to that of her favourite, the Maréchal d'Ancre. In 1616 he was appointed Secretary of State, but aware by what slender tenure the office was held, he refused to give up his bishopric. This excited not only the animadversions of the public, but the anger of the favourite. Richelieu offered to give up his secretaryship, but the queen could not dispense with his talents. The assassination of the favourite, however, soon overthrew the influence of the queen herself. Still, Richelieu remained attached to her and followed her to Blois. But the triumphant party, dreading his talents for intrigue, ordered him to quit the queen and repair to one of his priories in Anjou. He was subsequently commanded to retire to his bishopric and at last exiled to Avignon. Here he sought to avert suspicion by affecting to devote himself once more to theological pursuits. During this period he published 1 or 2 polemical tracts, the mediocrity of which proves either that his genius lay not in this path, or, as is probable, that his interest and thoughts were elsewhere. The escape of the Queen Mother from her place of confinement excited the fears of her enemies and the hopes of Richelieu. He wrote instantly to court to proffer his services toward bringing about an accommodation. In the difficulty of the moment, the king and his favourite accepted the offer. Richelieu was released from exile and allowed to join the queen at Angoulême, where he certainly laboured to bring about a reconciliation. There were long and bitter struggles, but an agreement was finally concluded, and it was found that Richelieu, the negotiator, had himself reaped all the benefits. He received the cardinal's hat from the king's hand at Lyons toward the close of the year 1622. Not content with this advancement of her counsellor, Mary de' Medici continued to press the king to admit Richelieu to his cabinet. Louis long resisted her solicitations. Such was his instinctive dread of the man destined to rule him. Nor was it until 1624, after the lapse of 16 months, and when embarrassed with difficult state questions, which no one then in office was capable of managing, that the royal will was declared admitting Richelieu to the council. Even this grace was accompanied by the drawback that the cardinal was allowed to give merely his opinion, not his vote. Once, however, seated at the council table, the colleagues of the cardinal shrunk before him into ciphers. He boldly avowed his determination to adopt the policy and resume the scheme of Henry IV for the humiliation of the House of Austria. His anchor of safety was in the confidence reposed in him by Louis XIII. This prince, although of most feeble will, was not without the just pride of a monarch. He could not but perceive that his former ministers or favourites were but the instruments or slaves of the noblesse who consulted but their own interests and provided but for the difficulties of the moment. Richelieu, on the contrary, though eager for power, sought it as an instrument to great ends, to the consolidation of the monarchy and to its ascendancy in Europe. He was in the habit of unfolding these high views to Louis, who, though himself incapable of putting them into effect, nevertheless had the spirit to admire and approve them. Richelieu proposed to render his reign illustrious abroad, and at home to convert the chief of a turbulent aristocracy into a real monarch. It forms indeed the noblest part of this great statesman's character that he won upon the royal mind, not by vulgar flattery, but by exciting within it a love of glory and of greatness, to which at the same time he pointed the way. Accordingly, though all the plots formed against him, Louis XIII remained firmly attached to Richelieu, sacrificing to this minister's preeminence his nobility, his brother Gaston, Duke of Orleans, his queen, and finally the Queen Mother herself, when she too became jealous of the man whom she had raised. If Richelieu thus imprudently indulged his passion or his pique, he redeemed the error by activity and exertion unusual to the age. He at once formed the project of attacking the Huguenots in their chief stronghold of La Rochelle. Buckingham, the English minister, could not fail to attempt the relief of this seaport, and the cardinal anticipated the triumph of personally defeating a rival. he accordingly himself proceeded to preside over the operations of the siege. To render the blockade effectual, it was requisite to stop up the port. The military officers whom he employed could suggest no means of doing this. Richelieu took counsel of his classic reading, and having learned from Quintus Curtius how Alexander the Great reduced Tyre by carrying out a mole against it through the sea, he was encouraged to undertake a similar work. The great mound was accordingly commenced and well nigh finished when a storm arose and destroyed it in a single night. But Richelieu was only rendered more obstinate. He recommenced the mole and was seen with the volume of Alexander's history in his hand, encouraging the workmen and overruling the objections of the tacticians of the army. The second attempt succeeded. The harbour was blocked up and the promised aid of England rendered fruitless. The cardinal triumphed, for La Rochelle surrendered. In his treatment of the vanquished, Richelieu showed a moderation seldom observable in his conduct. He was lenient and even tolerant toward the Huguenots, content with having humbled the pride of his rival, Buckingham. La Rochelle was no sooner taken, and Richelieu awarded the title of Prime Minister, than he resumed those projects of humbling the House of Austria in which he had been previously interrupted. A quarrel about the succession to Mantua offered him a pretext to interfere, and he did so after his fashion, not by mere negotiations, but by an army. This expedition proved a source of quarrel between him and the Queen Mother Mary de' Medici, who hitherto had been his firm and efficient friend. The voice of the conqueror of La Rochelle triumphed in council and his project in the field. The French were victorious in Italy, and the minister equally so over the mind of the monarch. But Mary de' Medici could not forgive, and she now openly showed her hatred of Richelieu and exerted herself to the utmost to injure him with the king. Though daily defeating her intrigues, the cardinal dreaded her perseverance and resolved to drag the king with him to another Italian campaign. Louis obeyed, and the court set out for the south, the Queen Mother herself accompanying it. Richelieu, however, did not tarry for the slow motions of the monarch. He flew to the army, took upon him the command, and displayed all the abilities of a great general in outmanoeuvring and worsting the generals and armies of Savoy. In the meantime, Louis fell dangerously ill at Lyons. His mother, an affectionate attendant on his sick couch, resumed her former empire over him. At one moment his imminent death seemed to threaten the cardinal with ruin. Louis recovered, however, and his first act was to compel a reconciliation, in form at least, between the cardinal and the Queen Mother. The king's illness, although not so immediately fatal to Richelieu as his enemies had hoped, was still attended with serious consequences to him. The French army met with ill success through the treachery of the General Marillac, who was secretly attached to the Queen's party, and the failure was attributed to Richelieu. Mary de' Medici renewed her solicitations to her son that he would dismiss his minister. Louis, it appears, made a promise to that effect, a reluctant promise given to get rid of her importunity. Mary calculated too securely upon his keeping it. She broke forth in bitter contumely against Richelieu, deprived him of his superintendence over her household, and treated Madame de Combalet, the cardinal's niece, who had sunk on her knees to entreat her to moderate her anger, almost with insult. The king was present and seemed to sanction her violence, so that Richelieu withdrew to make his preparations for exile. Louis, dissatisfied and irresolute, retired to Versailles, while Mary remained triumphant at the Luxembourg, receiving the congratulations of her party. Richelieu, in the meantime, ere taking his departure, repaired to Versailles, and once there, resumed the ascendant over the monarch. The tidings of this was a thunderstroke to Mary and her party, who became instantly the victims of the cardinal's revenge. Marillac was beheaded, and Mary de' Medici herself, at length completely vanquished by her rival, was driven out of France to spend the rest of her days in exile. The trial of Marillac had roused the spirit and indignation even of those nobles who had previously respected and bowed to the minister of the royal choice. Richelieu not only threatened their order with the scaffold, but his measures of administration were directed to deprive them of their ancient privileges and means of wealth and domination. One of these was the right of governors of provinces to raise the revenue within their jurisdiction, and to employ or divert no small portion of it to their use. Richelieu, to remedy this, transferred the office of collecting the revenue to new officers called the elect. He tried this in Languedoc, then governed by the Duc de Montmorency, a noble of the first rank, whose example consequently would have weight, and who had always proved himself obedient and loyal. Moved, however, by his private wrongs as well as that of his order, he now joined the party of the nobles and the king's brother Gaston, Duke of Orleans. That weak prince, after forming an alliance with the Duke of Lorraine, had raised an army. Richelieu lost not a moment in dispatching a force which reduced Lorraine and humbled its hitherto independent duke almost to the rank of a subject. Gaston then marched his army to Languedoc and joined Montmorency. The Maréchal de Brezé, Richelieu's brother-in-law, led the loyal troops against them, defeated Gaston at Castelnaudary, and took Montmorency prisoner. This noble had been the friend and supporter of Richelieu, who even called him his son. Yet the cardinal's cruel policy determined that he should die. There was difficulty in proving before the judges that he had actually borne arms against the king. The smoke and the dust, said Saint-Rui the witness, rendered it impossible to recognize any combatant distinctly. But when I saw one advance alone and cut his way through 5 ranks of gendarmes, I knew that it must be Montmorency. This gallant descendant of 5 constables of France perished on the scaffold at Toulouse. Richelieu deemed an example necessary to strike terror into the nobility, and he immediately took advantage of that terror by removing all the governors of provinces and replacing them throughout with officers personally attached to his interest. Having thus made, as it were, a clear stage for the fulfillment of his great political schemes, Richelieu turned his exertions to his original plan of humbling the House of Austria and extending the territories of France at its expense. He formed an alliance with the great Gustavus Adolphus, who then victoriously supported the cause of religious liberty in Germany. Richelieu drew more advantage from the death than from the victories of his ally, since, as the price of his renewing his alliance with the Swedes, he acquired the possession of Philipsburg, and opened the way toward completing that darling project of France and every French statesman, the acquisition of the Rhine as a frontier. The French having manifested their design to get possession of Trèves, the Spaniards anticipated them, and open war ensued betwixt the two monarchies. Richelieu, in his wars, was one of those scientific combatants who seek to weary out an enemy, and who husband their strength in order not to crush at once, but to ruin in the end. Such, at least, were the tactics by which he came triumphant out of the struggle with Spain. He made no conquests at first, gained no striking victories, but he compensated for his apparent want of success by perseverance, by taking advantage of defeat to improve the army, and by laboring to transfer to the crown the financial and other resources which had been previously absorbed by the aristocracy. Thus the war, though little brilliant at first, produced at last these very important results. Arras in the north, Turin in the south, Alsace in the east fell into the hands of the French. Roussillon was annexed to the monarchy, and Catalonia revolted from Spain. Richelieu might boast that he had achieved the great purposes of Henry IV, not so gloriously indeed as that heroic prince might have done, but no less effectually. This was effected not so much by arms as by administration. The foundation was laid for that martial preeminence which Louis XIV long enjoyed, and which he might have retained had the virtue of moderation been known to him. It was not without incurring great personal perils, with proportionate address and good fortune, that Cardinal Richelieu arrived at such great results. Constant plots were formed against him, the most remarkable of which was that of Cinq-Mars, a young nobleman selected to be the king's favourite on account of his presumed frivolity. But he was capable of deep thoughts and passions, and wearied by the solitude in which the monarch lived and to which he was reduced by the minister's monopoly of all power, he dared to plot the cardinal's overthrow. This bold attempt was sanctioned by the king himself, who at intervals complained of the yoke put upon him. Great interests were at stake, for Richelieu, reckoning upon the monarch's weak health, meditated procuring the regency for himself. The Queen, Anne of Austria, aware of this intention, approved of the project of Cinq-Mars, which of course implied the assassination of the cardinal. No other mode of defying his power and talent could have been contemplated. But Richelieu was on the watch. The court was then in the south of France, engaged in the conquest of Roussillon, a situation favorable for the relation of the conspirators with Spain. The minister surprised one of the emissaries, had the fortune to seize a treaty concluded between them and the enemies of France, and with this flagrant proof of their treason, he repaired to Louis and forced from him an order for their arrest. It was tantamount to their condemnation. Cinq-Mars and his friends perished on the scaffold. Anne of Austria was again humbled, and every enemy of the cardinal shrunk in awe and submission before his ascendancy. Among them was the king himself, whom Richelieu looked upon as an equal in dignity and inferior in mind and power. The guards of the cardinal were as numerous as the monarchs and independent of any authority save of their immediate master. A treaty was even drawn up between king and minister, as between two potentates. But the power and the pride of Richelieu reached at once their height and their termination. A mortal illness seized him in the latter days of 1642, a few months after the execution of Cinq-Mars. No abatement of his pride marked his last moments. He summoned the monarch like a servant to his couch, instructed him what policy to follow, and appointed the minister who was to be his own successor. Such was the career of this supereminent statesman, who, although in the position of Damocles all his life, with the sword of the assassin suspended over his head, surrounded with enemies, and with insecure and treacherous support even from the monarch whom he served, still not only maintained his own station, but possessed time and zeal to frame and execute gigantic projects for the advancement of his country and of his age. It makes no small part of Henry IV's glory that he conceived a plan for diminishing the power of the House of Austria. Richelieu, without either the security or the advantages of the king and the warrior, achieved it. Not only this, but he dared to enter upon the war at the very same time when he was humbling that aristocracy which had hitherto composed the martial force of the country. The effects of his domestic policy were indeed more durable than those of what he most prided himself upon, his foreign policy. He it was, in fact, who founded the French monarchy, such as it existed, until near the end of the 18th century. A grand, indeed, rather than a happy result. He was a man of penetrating and commanding intellect who visibly influenced the fortunes of Europe to an extent which few princes or ministers have equalled. Unscrupulous in his purposes, he was no less so in the means by which he effected them. But so long as men are honored not for their moral excellences, but for the great things which they have done for themselves or their country, the name of Richelieu will be recollected with respect as that of one of the most successful statesmen that ever lived. As patron of letters and of the arts, Richelieu has acquired a reputation almost rivaling that of his statesmanship. His first and earliest successes in life had been as a scholar supporting his theses, and as it is continually observed that great men form very erroneous judgments of their own excellences, he ever prided himself especially in his powers as a penman. End of section number 32.
Section 33 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. William Bradford, by Elbridge S. Brooks, 1589 to 1657. Greatness is not allied to rank alone, nor is heroism to blood. The noblest of the pilgrims of Plymouth was sprung from the people. For generations the little farming village of Austerfield, a royal manor of the West Riding of Yorkshire, close to the Nottingham line, had known the family of Bradford, or Bradford, as a race of tenant yeomen who, besides tilling the lands of the Mortons, possessed also a freehold of their own. but no man or woman of the Bradford name had given it prominence or worth until, on March the 19th, 1589, William Bradford was born in that low-roofed farmhouse on the great plain of York. Puritan writers speak of Austerfield as a profane and irreligious village in which was to be found no Bible and a careless priest. Whatever the facts, the environments, undoubtedly, were not such as would suggest the making of a leader or the development of a religious nature. But we are assured that before the age of 12, the boy William Bradford, brought up in that Austerfield farmhouse, in the innocent trade of husbandry, displayed alike a thoughtful temperament and a pious mind. At 16 he fell, in some unknown way, under the influence of one of the much maligned Puritan preachers of Scrooby, a Nottinghamshire village but a few miles from Austerfield. As a result, he gave up his farming life, left his Austerfield home, and in the face of bitter opposition, distrust, censure and persecution, joined the Puritan church and settlement at Scrooby, established there by William Brewster, the postmaster of Scrooby, and a prominent leader in the new sect of dissenters from the English church, known first as separatists and later, because of their frequent changes and wanderings, as pilgrims. From his earliest association with this feeble and despised communion, William Bradford was zealous in his readiness to stand boldly for his faith, whatever the risk involved. He was one of the first to appreciate the real meaning of the struggle. He saw that dissent implied not alone a religious opposition, but a political defiance as well, and that its followers, braving the will of England's royal bigot, James Stuart, and denying his assumption of the divine right of kings, would ere long do open battle in the cause of the people against despotism, and stand for that deeper question of liberty which the pilgrims of Scrooby and Leyden first fully grasped. Bradford was one of that venturesome company which in 1607, embarking at Boston in Lincolnshire, sought to flee from English tyranny and find a home in Holland. They were betrayed, turned back, and imprisoned. The next year this young 18-year-old enthusiast escaped from his jailers and made his way to Amsterdam. Here he apprenticed himself to a silk weaver and became an efficient member of the Association of English Exiles in Holland. Upon his coming of age in 1610, he sold off the Austerfield lands that had descended to him upon the death of his father, and entered upon an unsuccessful business investment in Amsterdam. This failing, he joined himself to the pilgrim colony that Brewster and Robinson, the pilgrim preachers, had established at Leyden. When those far-seeing reformers awoke to the fact that an English-speaking community in Holland must, in time, become Dutch in manners, speech and life, and looked across the Western Ocean with the dream of founding a religious republic of English-speaking folk in the New World, Bradford was one of the most earnest in adopting and carrying out their views, and was one of that famous company which, on September the 16th, 1620, sailed from Plymouth in England to cast anchor 3 months later in the harbour of the New Plymouth in New England. It has been said that if William Brewster was the Aaron of the Plymouth enterprise, William Bradford was its Moses. Certainly he was, almost from its inception, its leader and deliverer. It was his brain that conceived and his hands that executed that memorable compact which the 41 earnest men signed in the cabin of the Mayflower as she rode at anchor in Provincetown harbour, the first instrument of civil government ever subscribed as the act of the whole people. It was into his hands, when Carver, the first governor, died of sunstroke in the spring of 1621, that the colonists gave the guidance of their affairs, electing him governor of the Plymouth colony on April the 21st, 1621, the first American citizen of English race who bore rule by the free choice of his brethren. More than this, we may look upon William Bradford, so says Mr. Doyle, the English historian of the Puritan colonies, as heading that bead roll of worthies that, from his day, America has never wanted, men who, with no early training in political life, and lacking much that the old world has deemed needful in her rulers, have yet, by inborn strength of mind and lofty public spirit, shown themselves in all things worthy of high office. Certainly William Bradford showed himself worthy the trust and confidence of his fellows. For nearly 40 years he filled the office of governor of the Plymouth colony. His hand guided it through the perils of its early years. His brain planned that systematic development of its slender resources that made it the one successful episode in America's beginnings. His treatment of the Indians was always firm but friendly. His dealings with the grasping London adventurers, whose greed would have seriously crippled the colony had it not been for his restraining hand, were courteous but convincing. It was Bradford who led the colony from the unsatisfactory communism of its first years to the system of individual property that, from 1623, held sway, and turned an uncertain venture into a career of industrial prosperity. Always tolerant, never injudicious, and alike pure-minded, liberty-loving, courageous, and wise, no hand could have better guided than did his, or have more systematically shaped the destinies of the infant state. The testimony of contemporaries and the judgment of historians unite in crediting to William Bradford that rare combination of intelligence and industry, of judicial and executive ability, by which a small and obscure band of persecuted fugitives laid in an unexplored wilderness the foundations of a great and prosperous commonwealth. His methods were as simple as was his own noble nature. Each advance was the outgrowth of his own observation and the colony's necessities, and while the cornerstone of the community was religion, he stood himself for religious liberty and never permitted the zeal of his associates to degenerate into intolerance and persecution, while other of the early American colonies were narrow, bigoted, and vindictive. It is to the credit of the Pilgrim colony of Plymouth that the cargo of the Mayflower contained no seeds of persecution, and throughout the long administration of Governor William Bradford, the colony he guided had, in his time at least, a clear comprehension of the meaning of religious and political freedom, and did not descend into the harrying of so-called heretics, the scourging of Quakers, nor the burning of witches. Whatever intolerance of this sort may, at a later date, have stained the records of the colony, was of foreign growth and contrary to the heritage of charity left by William Bradford. This willingness to serve, to spend and be spent, is apparent throughout the whole story of Bradford's life. It displayed itself in the boyish spirit of renunciation that led him to join the Scrooby Society, and held him loyal to his association even through imprisonment and persecution, through exile, flight, and emigration. Again and again through his long service as governor of the Plymouth colony, he wished to lay aside the burden, but always yielded to the wishes of his comrades. Elected by the suffrages of his associates, he himself restricted his own authority by the formation in 1624 of the Governor's Council of 5 members, increased in 1633 to 7, in which the only privilege held by the governor was a double vote. In 1674, he, with 7 of his associates, assumed, what was for that day, and the uncertainties involved, a great risk, and bought out the London adventurers who had so feebly backed the colonists. In 1629 he obtained a patent that conferred upon himself, his associates, and assigns the title to the whole Plymouth tract, and in 1640 he conveyed this valuable title to the colony, reserving only his personal proportion as a settler. It was this unselfishness of disposition, this loyalty to duty, accepting honours as trusts and burdens as obligations, this union of justice and faith that made William Bradford great and kept him noble. With malice toward none, with charity for all, even as had that great American of 2 centuries later, Bradford could keep the even tenor of his way in the midst of obstacles and discouragements. Unmoved by the ingratitude of Weston, the insolence of Morton, the treachery of Oldham and Lyford, and the selfishness of Allerton, calm amid the controversies brought about by the arrogance of the greater colony of Massachusetts Bay, the encroachments of the French in Maine, and of the Dutch on the Connecticut, he could yet, when occasion demanded, display that stern justice that meted out the extreme penalty of the law to offenders, and condemned to death Billington, the first murderer in the colony, and Peach, the assassin of a defenceless Indian. William Bradford is one of the most interesting figures in the history of New England. He is the noblest of the Puritans, a type of their best element, an exponent of their highest effort, a pioneer in their struggle for liberty, for justice, and for law. The boy who could brave opposition and contumely for conscience's sake could also be of gentlest manners and serenest mood when called to lead and govern those who put their trust in him. The same native courage and independence that held him loyal to his convictions in his early years made him, when responsibilities multiplied and burdens were laid upon him, the very staff and hope of the Pilgrim colony of Plymouth. He combined with executive ability other notable gifts. Though bred to the soil in an age when the farmer was a drudge and had no ambition beyond his crops, he yet, when opportunity offered, applied himself to study with such good results that he was learned in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and conversed in French and Dutch. He was acquainted with the history and philosophy of his day, was deeply versed in theology, and even attempted poetry. He wrote much and well. His most important production was his History of the Plymouth Plantations, a detailed chronicle of the history of the Pilgrims from 1608 to 1646, carried away from the Old South Church by British soldiers. It was completely lost until almost providentially discovered, though partially destroyed, in the shop of a Halifax grocer, and today it tells us almost all that we know of the Plymouth settlers, from the day when they left Lincolnshire till they became a prosperous commonwealth in America. Of this important contribution to American history, Mr. Doyle, the English historian, says, "Gratitude is quickened when we compare the simple, vigorous, and picturesque chronicle set before us by Bradford with the tedious and pedantic writings from which so much of the later history of New England has to be extracted. His work is in the true sense scholarly. The language is like the language of Bunyan, that of a man who trained himself not merely to speak, but to think in the words of Scripture. Every expression is simple and effective, never far-fetched, never mean nor common. The substance is worthy of the style. Faults, no doubt, there are, yet with all its defects, Bradford's writings still remain the worthy first fruits of Puritan literature in its new home. They are the work of a wise and good man who tells with a right understanding the great things that he and his brethren have done." The wise governor was loyal to his colony to the last. He resisted the ambition to take larger holdings of land and become great estate owners that influenced Standish and Brewster, Alden and Winslow, and other of his Mayflower companions, drawing them away from Plymouth to the broader acres at Duxbury and Scituate and Marshfield. The governor deplored this withdrawal as a desertion on the part of his old friends and a menace to the welfare of the colony. He lived on in Plymouth, where his home on Leyden Street, still standing, gradually outgrew its early primitive dimensions as became the house of the governor of Plymouth. Here he died on May the 9th, 1657, lamented by all the colonists of New England as a common blessing and father to them all. And the only special memorial that tangibly recalls his fame is the unpretentious obelisk on Burial Hill. As Miles Standish and John Alden had a romance in their lives that has made them historic, so this Puritan governor of Plymouth had his. His first wife, gentle Dorothy May, was drowned in Cape Cod harbour while her husband was away exploring the new-found coast. He had married her in Leyden in 1613, and less than 3 years after her death, on August the 14th, 1623, he married Mistress Alice Carpenter Southworth, who in earlier years, it is alleged, had been young William Bradford's dearest love. She came across the sea, at his call, a widow, to marry the widowed governor of Plymouth, and thus complete the unwritten romance begun in his earlier years. A self-made man, a scholar of repute, a writer of renown, an upright and fearless magistrate, a model citizen, a courageous leader, gentle, just, and generous, practical and wise, William Bradford stands in history as the essence and exponent of what was best in the Puritanism of his day, the architect and builder of a God-fearing, independent, and progressive community that, throughout the ages, remains the most notable because the most typical of the foundation stones that underlie the mighty structure of the Republic of the United States of America. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Charles I of England, by F. Hines Groome, 1600 to 1649. Charles I was born at Dunfermline, November 19, 1600, was a sickly child, unable to speak till his 5th year, and so weak in the ankles that till his 7th he had to crawl upon his hands and knees. Except for a stammer, he outgrew both defects and became a skilled tilter and marksman, as well as an accomplished scholar and a diligent student of theology. He was created Duke of Albany at his baptism, Duke of York in 1605, and Prince of Wales in 1616, 4 years after the death of his dear brother Prince Henry had left him heir to the crown of 3 kingdoms. A Spanish match had been mooted as early as 1614, but it was not till February 17, 1623, that, with Buckingham, his inseparable friend, Charles started on the romantic incognito journey to Madrid, its objects to win the hand of the Infanta, and to procure the restitution of the Palatinate to his brother-in-law, Frederick. Both he and his father swore to all possible concessions to the Catholics, but nothing short of his own conversion would have satisfied the Spanish and papal courts. And on October 5th he landed again in England, eager for rupture with Spain. The nation's joy was speedily dashed by his betrothal to the French princess Henrietta Maria, 1609 to 69, for the marriage articles pledged him. in violation of solemn engagements to Parliament to permit her and all her domestics the free exercise of the Catholic religion, and to give her the upbringing of their children till the age of 13. On March 27, 1625, Charles succeeded his father, James I. On June 13th, he welcomed his little bright-eyed queen at Dover, having married her by proxy 6 weeks earlier. Barely a 12-month was over when he packed off her troublesome retinue to France, a bishop and 29 priests, with 410 more male and female attendants. Thenceforth, their domestic life was a happy one, and during the 12 years following the murder of Buckingham, 1592 to 1628, in whose hands he had been a mere tool, Charles gradually came to yield himself up to her unwise influence, not wholly indeed, but more than to that of Stafford even, or Laud. Little meddlesome Laud, made archbishop in 1633, proceeded to war against the dominant Puritanism, to preach passive obedience, and uphold the divine right of kings, while great Stafford, from championing the Petition of Right, 1628, passed over to the king's service and entered on that policy of thorough, whose aim was to make his master absolute. 3 parliaments were summoned and dissolved in the first 4 years of the reign. Then for 11 years Charles ruled with but one in its stead, with subservient judges, and the courts of Star Chamber and High Commission. In 1627 he had blundered into an inglorious French war, but with France he concluded peace in 1629, with Spain in 1630. Peace, economy, and arbitrary taxation were to solve the great problem of his policy, how to get money, yet not account for it. Not that Charles cared for money in itself, or had far-reaching projects of tyranny. He failed to enter into Stafford's scheme, but he had inherited a boundless egoism, and, content with his own petty self, had little sympathy with the dead heroism of the Tudor age, none at all with the nascent ardor of democracy. The extension of the ship tax to the inland counties was met by Hampden's passive resistance, 1637. Laud's attempt to anglicize the Scottish Church by the active resistance of the whole northern nation. Once more Charles had to call a parliament. 2 met in 1640, the short parliament, which lasted but 3 weeks, and the long, which outlasted Charles. It met to pronounce Stafford's doom, and his plot with the army detected, Charles basely sacrificed his loyal servitor, his own kingly word, to fears for the Queen's safety. No act weighed heavier on him afterward. The same signature that sent Stafford to the block gave assent to a second bill, by which the existing Parliament might not be dissolved without its own consent. That pledge, as extorted by force, Charles proposed to disregard, and during his visit to Edinburgh in the autumn of 1641, he trusted by lavish concessions to bring over the Scots to his side. Instead, he got entangled in dark suspicions of plotting the murder of the Covenanting lords, of connivance even in the Ulster massacre. Still, his return to London was welcomed with some enthusiasm, and a party was forming in the Commons itself of men who revolted from the sweeping changes that menaced both church and state. Pym's grand remonstrance justified their fears, and Charles seemed to justify the grand remonstrance by his attempt to arrest the 5 members, January 4, 1642. But that ill-stricken blow was dictated by the knowledge of an impending impeachment of the Queen herself. On August 22nd, he raised the royal standard at Nottingham, and the 4 years' civil war commenced, in which, as at Naseby, he showed no lack of physical courage, and which resulted at Naseby in the utter annihilation of his cause, June 14, 1645. No need here to track him through plot and counterplot with Catholics, Presbyterians, and sectaries, with the Scots and the Irish, with the Parliament and the army. Enough that, quitting his last refuge, Oxford, he surrendered himself on May 5, 1646, to the Scots at Newark, and by them, in the following January, was handed over to the Parliament. His 4 months' captivity at Holmby House, near Northampton, his seizure on June 3rd by Cornet Joyce, the 3 months at Hampton Court, the fight on November 11th, the fresh captivity at Carisbrooke Castle in the Isle of Wight. These led up to the trial at Westminster of the tyrant, traitor, and murderer Charles Stuart. He had drawn the sword, and by the sword he perished, for it was the army, not Parliament, that stood at the back of the judges. Charles faced them bravely and with dignity. Thrice he refused to plead, denying the competence of such a court, and his refusal being treated as a confession, on the 3rd day 55 out of 71 judges, 64 more never were present, affixed their names and seals to his death warrant. 4 days later, sentence was pronounced. No need here to tell the well-known story of his meekness toward his persecutors, of the pathetic parting from 2 of his younger children, of his preparation for a holy death, or how, on the morning of January 30, 1649, he passed to that death on the scaffold in front of Whitehall with a courage worthy of a very martyr. On the snowy 7th of February, they bore the White King to his grave at Windsor in Henry VIII's vault. In 1813, the Prince Regent had his leaden coffin opened. 6 children survived him: Charles and James, his successors, Mary, Princess of Orange, 1631 to 60, Elizabeth, 1635 to 50, Henry, Duke of Gloucester, 1639 to 60, and Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, 1644 to 70, the last born 10 weeks after Charles's final parting from his queen. At the Restoration, Charles II appointed, on his sole authority, a form of prayer with fasting for the day of the martyrdom of the blessed King Charles I, to be annexed to the common prayer book. With the other state services, it kept its place there till 1859. A far stronger man than Charles might scarcely have extricated himself from the difficulties that beset him. True, those difficulties were largely of his own creating. But was he right in abandoning Stafford? Should he also have sacrificed wife, faith, and crown? If yes, then was he wholly in the wrong? If no, he was partly, for once at least, in the right. Vices other than duplicity he had none, as we use the word. He was vague, vacillating, obstinate, unable to lead or to be led, superstitious, heedful of omens, unsympathetic and reserved where he did not love, intolerant of opposition to his will. But he was a good husband, a good father, a good churchman. No man so good was ever so bad a king. No man so fallible believed so honestly in his infallibility. For Charles was honest to his own convictions. His very duplicity was due sometimes to schooling in kingcraft, but oftener to inability to see two sides of a question. Now he saw one and now the other, but never both sides at once. And just as he saw, so he spoke. Milton's charges against him of all manner of lewdness rank with Milton's charge that he poisoned his father. Indeed, as a pattern of culture and purity, few princes are worthy to be named beside him. His children all loved and respected him. His little daughter Elizabeth, held as a prisoner by his foes, wrote of him with such womanly sympathy and admiration as even now brings tears to our eyes. His last letter of advice to his son Charles is a model hardly to be improved on. Parts of it read as follows: I had rather you should be Charles le Bon than le Grand, good than great. I hope God hath designed you to be both, having so early put you into that exercise of his graces and gifts bestowed upon you, which may best weed out all vicious inclinations, and dispose you to those princely endowments and employments which will most gain the love and intend the welfare of those over whom God shall place you. With God I would have you begin and end, who is King of kings, the sovereign disposer of the kingdoms of the world, who pulleth down one and setteth up another. The best government and highest sovereignty you can attain to is to be subject to him, that the scepter of his word and spirit may rule in your heart. The true glory of princes consists in advancing God's glory, in the maintenance of true religion and the church's good, also in the dispensation of civil power with justice and honor to the public peace. Piety will make you prosperous, at least it will keep you from becoming miserable. Nor is he much a loser that loseth all, yet saveth his own soul at last. To which center of true happiness God, I trust, hath and will graciously direct all these black lines of affliction which he hath been pleased to draw on me, and by which he hath, I hope, drawn me nearer to himself. You have already tasted of that cup whereof I have liberally drunk, which I look upon as God's physic, having that in healthfulness which it wants in pleasure. Take heed that outward circumstances and formalities of religion devour not at all, or the best encouragements of learning, industry, and piety, but with an equal eye and impartial hand distribute favors and rewards to all men, as you find them for their real goodness, both in abilities and fidelity, worthy and capable of them. And if neither I nor you be ever restored to our right, but God, in his severest justice, will punish my subjects with continuance in their sin, and suffer them to be deluded with the prosperity of their wickedness, I hope God will give me and you that grace which will teach and enable us to want as well as to wear a crown, which is not worth taking up or enjoying upon sordid, dishonorable, and irreligious terms. Keep you to true principles of piety, virtue, and honor. You shall never want a kingdom. A principal point of your honor will consist in your deferring all respect, love, and protection to your mother, my wife, who hath many ways deserved well of me, and chiefly in this, that having been a means to bless me with so many hopeful children, all which, with their mother, I recommend to your love and care, she hath been content with incomparable magnanimity and patience, to suffer both for and with me and you. Farewell till we meet, if not on earth, yet in heaven. But Charles was predestined to sorrow. A tragic face said the sculptor Bernini, as he looked on the triple portrait by Van Dyck. Already the shadow of a violent death overclouded those fine, weak features. End of section 34. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 7th of January, 2022.
Section 35 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Oliver Cromwell. Extracts from The History of England, by Thomas B. Macaulay. 1599 to 1658. And now a new and alarming class of symptoms began to appear in the distempered body politic. There had been, from the first, in the parliamentary party, some men whose minds were set on objects from which the majority of that party would have shrunk with horror. These men were, in religion, independents. They conceived that every Christian congregation had, under Christ, supreme jurisdiction in things spiritual, that appeals to provincial and national synods were scarcely less unscriptural than appeals to the Court of Arches or to the Vatican, and that popery, prelacy, and Presbyterianism were merely three forms of one great apostasy. In politics, they were, to use the phrase of their time, root and branch men, or, to use the kindred phrase of our own time, radicals. Not content with limiting the power of the monarch, they were desirous to erect a commonwealth on the ruins of the old English polity. At first they had been inconsiderable in both numbers and in weight, but before the war had lasted 2 years, they became not indeed the largest, but the most powerful faction in the country. Some of the old parliamentary leaders had been removed by death, and others had forfeited the public confidence. Pym had been borne, with princely honors, to a grave among the Plantagenets. Hampden had fallen, as became him, while vainly endeavoring, by his heroic example, to inspire his followers with courage to face the fiery cavalry of Rupert. Bedford had been untrue to the cause. Northumberland was known to be lukewarm. Essex and his lieutenants had shown little vigor and ability in the conduct of military operations. At such a conjuncture, it was that the independent party, ardent, resolute, and uncompromising, began to raise its head both in the camp and in the Parliament. The soul of that party was Oliver Cromwell. Bred to peaceful occupations, he had, at more than 40 years of age, accepted a commission in the parliamentary army. No sooner had he become a soldier than he discerned, with the keen glance of genius, what Essex and men like Essex, with all their experience, were unable to perceive. He saw precisely where the strength of the Royalists lay, and by what means alone that strength could be overpowered. He saw that it was necessary to reconstruct the army of the Parliament. He saw also that there were abundant and excellent materials for the purpose, materials less showy indeed, but more solid than those of which the gallant squadrons of the king were composed. It was necessary to look for recruits who were not mere mercenaries, for recruits of decent station and grave character, fearing God and zealous for public liberty. With such men he filled his own regiment, and, while he subjected them to a discipline more rigid than had ever before been known in England, he administered to their intellectual and moral nature stimulants of fearful potency. The events of the year 1644 fully proved the superiority of his abilities. In the south, where Essex held the command, the parliamentary forces underwent a succession of shameful disasters. But in the north, the victory of Marston Moor fully compensated for all that had been lost elsewhere. That victory was not a more serious blow to the Royalists than to the party which had hitherto been dominant at Westminster. For it was notorious that the day, disgracefully lost by the Presbyterians, had been retrieved by the energy of Cromwell and by the steady valor of the warriors whom he had trained. These events produced the self-denying ordinance and the new model of the army. Under decorous pretexts, and with every mark of respect, Essex and most of those who had held high posts under him were removed, and the conduct of the war was entrusted to very different hands. Fairfax, a brave soldier, but of mean understanding and irresolute temper, was the nominal Lord General of the forces, but Cromwell was their real head. Cromwell made haste to organize the whole army on the same principles on which he had organized his own regiment. As soon as this process was complete, the event of the war was decided. The Cavaliers had now to encounter natural courage equal to their own, enthusiasm stronger than their own, and discipline such as was utterly wanting to them. It soon became a proverb that the soldiers of Fairfax and Cromwell were men of a different breed from the soldiers of Essex. At Naseby took place the first great encounter between the Royalists and the remodeled army of the Houses. The victory of the Roundheads was complete and decisive. It was followed by other triumphs in rapid succession. In a few months, the authority of the Parliament was fully established over the whole kingdom. Charles fled to the Scots, and was by them in a manner which did not much exalt their national character delivered up to his English subjects. But while the Houses were employing their authority thus, it suddenly passed out of their hands. It had been obtained by calling into existence a power which could not be controlled. In the summer of 1647, about 12 months after the last fortress of the Cavaliers had submitted to the Parliament was compelled to submit to its own soldiers. 13 years followed, during which England was, under various names and forms, really governed by the sword. Never before that time, or since that time, was the civil power in our country subjected to military dictation. To keep down the English people was no light task, even for that army. No sooner was the first pressure of military tyranny felt than the nation, unbroken to such servitude, began to struggle fiercely. Insurrections broke out even in those counties which, during the recent war, had been the most submissive to the Parliament. Indeed, the Parliament itself abhorred its old defenders more than its old enemies, and was desirous to come to terms of accommodation with Charles at the expense of the troops. In Scotland, at the same time, a coalition was formed between the Royalists and a large body of Presbyterians, who regarded the doctrines of the Independents with detestation. At length the storm burst. There were risings in Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, Kent, Wales. The fleet in the Thames suddenly hoisted the royal colours, stood out to sea, and menaced the southern coast. A great Scottish force crossed the frontier and advanced into Lancashire. It might well be suspected that these movements were contemplated with secret complacency by a majority both of the Lords and of the Commons. But the yoke of the army was not to be so shaken off. While Fairfax suppressed the risings in the neighborhood of the capital, Oliver routed the Welsh insurgents and, leaving their castles in ruins, marched against the Scots. His troops were few when compared with the invaders, but he was little in the habit of counting his enemies. The Scottish army was utterly destroyed. A change in the Scottish government followed. An administration hostile to the king was formed at Edinburgh, and Cromwell, more than ever the darling of his soldiers, returned in triumph to London. England had already ceased to struggle, but the two other kingdoms which had been governed by the Stuarts were hostile to the new republic. The independent party was equally odious to the Roman Catholics of Ireland and to the Presbyterians of Scotland. Both these countries, lately in rebellion against Charles I, now acknowledged the authority of Charles II. But everything yielded to the vigor and ability of Cromwell. In a few months, he subjugated Ireland as Ireland had never been subjugated during the 5 centuries of slaughter which had elapsed since the landing of the first Norman settlers. He resolved to put an end to that conflict of races and religions which had so long distracted the island by making the English and Protestant population decidedly predominant. For this end, he gave the rein to the fierce enthusiasm of his followers, waged war resembling that which Israel waged on the Canaanites, smote the idolaters with the edge of the sword, so that great cities were left without inhabitants, drove many thousands to the continent, shipped off many thousands to the West Indies, and supplied the void thus made by pouring in numerous colonists of the Anglo-Saxon blood and of the Calvinistic faith. Strange to say, under that iron rule, the conquered country began to wear an outward face of prosperity. Districts which had recently been as wild as those where the first white settlers of Connecticut were contending with the red men were in a few years transformed into the likeness of Kent and Norfolk. New buildings, roads, and plantations were everywhere seen. The rent of estates rose fast, and soon the English landowners began to complain that they were met in every market by the products of Ireland and to clamor for protecting laws. From Ireland, the victorious chief, who was now in name, as he had long been in reality, Lord General of the armies of the Commonwealth, turned to Scotland. The young king was there. He had consented to profess himself a Presbyterian and to subscribe the covenant. And in return for these concessions, the austere Puritans who bore sway at Edinburgh had permitted him to hold, under their inspection and control, a solemn and melancholy court in the long-deserted halls of Holyrood. This mock royalty was of short duration. In 2 great battles, Cromwell annihilated the military force of Scotland. Charles fled for his life and, with extreme difficulty, escaped the fate of his father. The ancient kingdom of the Stuarts was reduced, for the first time, to profound submission. Of that independence so manfully defended against the mightiest and ablest of the Plantagenets, no vestige was left. The English Parliament made laws for Scotland. The English judges held assizes in Scotland. Even that stubborn church, which has held its own against so many governments, scarce dared to utter an audible murmur. Thus far, there had been at least the semblance of harmony between the warriors who subjugated Ireland and Scotland and the politicians who sat at Westminster, but the alliance which had been cemented by danger was dissolved by victory. The Parliament forgot that it was but the creature of the army. The army was less disposed than ever to submit to the dictation of the Parliament. Indeed, the few members who made up what was contemptuously called the rump of the House of Commons had no more claim than the military chiefs to be esteemed the representatives of the nation. The dispute was soon brought to a decisive issue. Cromwell filled the House with armed men. The Speaker was pulled out of his chair, the mace taken from the table, the room cleared, and the door locked. The nation, which loved neither of the contending parties, but which was forced in its own despite to respect the capacity and resolution of the general, looked on with patience, if not with complacency. King, Lords, and Commons had now, in turn, been vanquished and destroyed, and Cromwell seemed to be left the sole heir of powers of all three. Yet were certain limitations still imposed on him by the very army to which he owed his immense authority. That singular body of men was, for the most part, composed of zealous Republicans. In the act of enslaving their country, they had deceived themselves into the belief that they were emancipating her. The book which they most venerated furnished them with a precedent which was frequently in their mouths. It was true that the ignorant and ungrateful nation murmured against its deliverers. Even so had another chosen nation murmured against the leader who brought it, by painful and dreary paths, from the house of bondage to the land flowing with milk and honey. Yet had that leader rescued his brethren in spite of themselves, nor had he shrunk from making terrible examples of those who contemned the proffered freedom, and pined for the flesh-pots, the taskmasters, and the idolatries of Egypt. The object of the warlike saints who surrounded Cromwell was the settlement of a free and pious commonwealth. For that end they were ready to employ, without scruple, any means, however violent and lawless. It was not impossible, therefore, to establish by their aid a monarchy absolute in effect. But it was probable that their aid would be at once withdrawn from a ruler who, even under strict constitutional restraints, should venture to assume the regal name and dignity. The sentiments of Cromwell were widely different. He was not what he had been, nor would it be just to consider the change which his views had undergone as the effect merely of selfish ambition. When he came up to the Long Parliament, he brought with him from his rural retreat little knowledge of books, no experience of great affairs, and a temper galled by the long tyranny of the government and of the hierarchy. He had, during the 13 years which followed, gone through a political education of no common kind. He had been a chief actor in a succession of revolutions. He had been long the soul, and at last the head, of a party. He had commanded armies, won battles, negotiated treaties, subdued, pacified, and regulated kingdoms. It would have been strange indeed if his notions had been still the same as in the days when his mind was principally occupied by his fields and his religion, and when the greatest events which diversified the course of his life were a cattle fair or a prayer meeting at Huntingdon. He saw that some schemes of innovation for which he had once been zealous, whether good or bad in themselves, were opposed to the general feeling of the country, and that, if he persevered in those schemes, he had nothing before him but constant troubles, which must be suppressed by the constant use of the sword. He therefore wished to restore, in all essentials, that ancient constitution which the majority of the people had always loved. The course afterward taken by Monk was not taken by Cromwell. The memory of one terrible day separated the great regicide forever from the house of Stuart. What remained was that he should mount the ancient English throne and reign according to the ancient English polity. If he could effect this, he might hope that the wounds of the lacerated state would heal fast. Great numbers of honest and quiet men would speedily rally round him. Those royalists whose attachment was rather to institutions than to persons, to the kingly office than to Charles I or Charles II, would soon kiss the hand of King Oliver. The peers, who now remained sullenly at their country houses and refused to take any part in public affairs, would, when summoned to their house by the writ of a king in possession, gladly resume their ancient functions. Northumberland and Bedford, Manchester and Pembroke would be proud to bear the crown and the spurs, the scepter and the globe, before the restorer of aristocracy. A sentiment of loyalty would gradually bind the people to the new dynasty. The royal dignity might descend with general acquiescence to his prosperity. The ablest royalists were of opinion that these views were correct, and that, if Cromwell had been permitted to follow his own judgment, the exiled line would never have been restored. but his plan was directly opposed to the feelings of the only class which he dared not offend. The name of king was hateful to the soldiers. Some of them were, indeed, unwilling to see the administration in the hands of any single person. The great majority, however, were disposed to support their general as elective first magistrate of a commonwealth against all factions which might resist his authority. But they would not consent that he should assume the regal title, or that the dignity, which was the just reward of his personal merit, should be declared hereditary in his family. All that was left to him was to give to the new republic a constitution as like the constitution of the old monarchy as the army would bear. That his elevation to power might not seem to be his own mere act, he convoked a council composed partly of persons on whose support he could depend, and partly of persons whose opposition he might safely defy. This assembly, which he called a parliament, and which the populace nicknamed, from one of the most conspicuous members, Barebones Parliament, after exposing itself during a short time to the public contempt, surrendered back to the general the powers which it had received from him, and left him at liberty to frame a plan of government. How Oliver's parliaments were constituted, however, was practically of little moment, for he possessed the means of conducting the administration without their support, and in defiance of their opposition. His wish seems to have been to govern constitutionally and to substitute the empire of the laws for that of the sword. But he soon found that, hated as he was by both the Royalists and Presbyterians, he could be safe only by being absolute. The first House of Commons, which the people elected by his command, questioned his authority and was dissolved without having passed a single act. His second House of Commons, though it recognized him as protector and would gladly have made him king, obstinately refused to acknowledge his new lords. He had no course left but to dissolve the Parliament. God, he exclaimed at parting, be judge between you and me. Yet was the energy of the Protector's administration in no wise relaxed by these dissensions. Those soldiers who would not suffer him to assume the kingly title stood by him when he ventured on acts of power as high as any English king has ever attempted. The government, therefore, though in form a republic, was in truth a despotism, moderated only by the wisdom, the sober-mindedness, and the magnanimity of the despot. The country was divided into military districts. These districts were placed under the command of major generals. Every insurrectionary movement was promptly put down and punished. The fear inspired by the power of the sword in so strong, steady, and expert a hand quelled the spirit both of cavaliers and levelers. The local gentry declared that they were still as ready as ever to risk their lives for the old government and the old dynasty if there were the slightest hope of success, but to rush at the head of their serving men and tenants on the pikes of brigades victorious in 100 battles and sieges would be a frantic waste of innocent and honorable blood. Both Royalists and Republicans, having no hope in open resistance, began to resolve dark schemes of assassination. But the Protector's intelligence was good, his vigilance was unremitting, and whenever he moved beyond the walls of his palace, the drawn swords and cuirasses of his trusty bodyguards encompassed him thick on every side. Had he been a cruel, licentious, and rapacious prince, the nation might have found courage in despair, and might have made a convulsive effort to free itself from military domination. But the grievances which the country suffered, though such as excited serious discontent, were by no means such as impel great masses of men to stake their lives, their fortunes, and the welfare of their families against fearful odds. The taxation, though heavier than it had been under the Stuarts, was not heavy when compared with that of the neighboring states and with the resources of England. Property was secure. Even the Cavalier, who refrained from giving disturbance to the new settlement, enjoyed in peace whatever the civil troubles had left him. The laws were violated only in cases where the safety of the protector's person and government were concerned. Justice was administered between man and man with an exactness and purity not before known. Under no English government since the Reformation had there been so little religious persecution. The unfortunate Roman Catholics, indeed, were held to be scarcely within the pale of Christian charity, but the clergy of the fallen Anglican Church were suffered to celebrate their worship on condition that they would abstain from preaching about politics. Even the Jews, whose public worship had, ever since the 13th century, been interdicted, were, in spite of the strong opposition of jealous traitors and fanatical theologians, permitted to build a synagogue in London. The Protector's foreign policy, at the same time, extorted the ungracious approbation of those who most detested him. The Cavaliers could scarcely refrain from wishing that one who had done so much to raise the fame of the nation had been a legitimate king, and the Republicans were forced to own that the tyrant suffered none but himself to wrong his country, and that, if he had robbed her of liberty, he had at least given her glory in exchange. After half a century, during which England had been of scarcely more weight in European politics than Venice or Saxony, she at once became the most formidable power in the world, dictated terms of peace to the United Provinces, avenged the common injuries of Christendom on the pirates of Barbary, vanquished the Spaniards by land and sea, seized one of the finest West India islands, and acquired on the Flemish coast a fortress which consoled the national pride for the loss of Calais. She was supreme on the ocean. She was the head of the Protestant interest. All the Reformed churches scattered over Roman Catholic kingdoms acknowledged Cromwell as their guardian. The Huguenots of Languedoc, the shepherds who, in the hamlets of the Alps, professed a Protestantism older than that of Augsburg, were secured from oppression by the mere terror of that great name. The Pope himself was forced to preach humanity and moderation to popish princes, for a voice which seldom threatened in vain had declared that, unless favor were shown to the people of God, the English guns should be heard in the castle of St. Angelo. In truth, there was nothing which Cromwell had, for his own sake and that of his family, so much reason to desire as a general religious war in Europe. In such a war, he must have been the captain of the Protestant armies. The heart of England would have been with him. His victories would have been hailed with a unanimous enthusiasm unknown in the country since the rout of the Armada, and would have effaced the stain which one act, condemned by the general voice of the nation, has left on his splendid fame. Unhappily for him, he had no opportunity of displaying his admirable military talents except against the inhabitants of the British Isles. While he lived, his power stood firm, an object of mingled aversion, admiration, and dread to his subjects. Few indeed loved his government, but those who hated it most hated it less than they feared it. Had it been a worse government, it might perhaps have been overthrown in spite of all its strength. Had it been a weaker government, it would certainly have been overthrown in spite of all its merits. But it had moderation enough to abstain from those oppressions which drive men mad, and it had a force and energy which none but men driven mad by oppression would venture to encounter. It has often been affirmed, but apparently with little reason, that Oliver died at a time fortunate for his own renown, and that, if his life had been prolonged, it would probably have closed amid disgraces and disasters. It is certain that he was, to the last, honored by his soldiers, obeyed by the whole population of the British Islands, and dreaded by all foreign powers, that he was laid among the ancient sovereigns of England with funeral pomp such as London had never before seen, and that he was succeeded by his son Richard as quietly as any king had ever been succeeded by any Prince of Wales. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne. Frederick, the Great Elector, 1620 to 1688. Frederick William, Elector of Brandenburg, surnamed the Great Elector, was the son of the Elector George William, in the distracted state of Germany during the 30 Years' War, and the necessary absence of his father with the army. The young prince saw but little of the splendor and indulgences of a court, passing the first years of his life in retirement with his tutors, who were men of learning and experience, and with his mother, first at the castle of Linslingen in the forests of the Altmark, and afterward at Kustrin. The adventures and the singular fortunes of the family of his mother, who was sister of Frederick, King of Bohemia, husband of the Princess Elizabeth, daughter of James I of England, the cruel and barbarous manner in which the war was carried on, and the dangers to which he and his family were exposed, necessarily made a deep impression on his mind. At the age of 15 he was sent to the university at Leyden, where he especially devoted himself to the classics and to history. Of modern languages he was a proficient in French, Dutch, and Polish. He was afterward in the camp of Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, during the siege of Breda, and was much noted by the prince for his amiable manners and exemplary conduct, as well as for his sound understanding. About this time a widely known society of young persons of both sexes, called Media Nocte, endeavored to draw the prince into its circle at The Hague. But his friend and tutor, the Baron Schulenberg, making him aware of the immoral nature of the society, the prince abruptly left one of their convivial meetings, and resolved immediately to quit The Hague. The Prince of Orange was much surprised at this self-command, and when the prince arrived in the camp before Breda, said to him, "Cousin, your flight is a greater proof of heroism than if I took Breda. He who so early knows how to command himself will always succeed in great deeds." These words, as he himself owned, made a deep impression on him. His father dying in 1640, the young prince found his dominions reduced to a most deplorable condition by war and bad government. The exactions of Wallenstein in Altmark alone were estimated at 20 millions of gold florins, and in a memorial of the magistrate of Prenzlau, it is stated that the inhabitants are reduced to such dreadful extremities that they not only eat dogs, cats, and even carrion, but that both in the town and country they attack and kill each other for food. He commenced his government with a decree of prudence and wisdom rarely found in so young a sovereign. His first care was to correct many crying abuses and to restore order in the finances. His attention was then directed to foreign affairs. In 1642 he received the investiture of Prussia from the King of Poland. In 1643 he concluded a peace with the Swedes, on condition of their evacuating the greater part of his dominions. At the Peace of Münster he was not able to enforce his claims to Pomerania and Silesia, but obtained Magdeburg, Wallenstadt, Minden, and part of Pomerania. It is highly to his credit that it was chiefly owing to him that the principle of equal rights and privileges for the two great divisions of the Protestant Church was admitted in that famous treaty. Charles Gustavus, King of Sweden, appearing emulous of rivaling Gustavus Adolphus, the Elector concluded an alliance with Holland, and sought the friendship of Cromwell and Louis XIV. He was, however, obliged to make in 1655 a treaty with the Swedes, in consequence of which he joined in the invasion of Poland and greatly contributed to the victory at Warsaw. Austria, Holland, and Poland vehemently protested against this alliance with Sweden. Cromwell, however, who believed the Protestant cause to be in danger from the King of Poland, sent William Jepson as his ambassador to the Elector, whom in letters he compliments in the highest terms for his service to the Protestant religion. But Russia and Austria declaring in favor of Poland, he, by the mediation of Austria, concluded a convention with Poland at Wehlau, by one of the stipulations of which he obtained the entire sovereignty of Prussia, and in 1678 completed the conquest of all Pomerania by the taking of Greifswald and Stralsund. The death of Charles Gustavus freed him from an adversary who would probably have endeavored to prevent the execution of this treaty, which was confirmed by the Treaty of Oliva. Frederick, now at peace with his neighbors, directed all his attention to promote the welfare of his subjects by favoring all internal improvements. The ruined towns and villages were rebuilt, new roads made, wastelands cultivated, commerce encouraged, and many useful establishments founded. In 1672, however, Holland being threatened by Louis XIV, he concluded a treaty with the Republic, engaging to furnish 20,000 men for its defense. He also contributed to induce the Emperor, Denmark, Hesse-Kassel, and several German princes to join him against France. But though his advance into Westphalia induced the French to quit Holland, the campaign was rendered unsuccessful by the slowness of the Austrian general, and he was forced to abandon Westphalia to the enemy. The Austrians leaving him and the Dutch neglecting to send him subsidies, he was obliged to make a convention with France in 1673. The French were to evacuate Westphalia and pay him 800,000 livres, he promising to withdraw from his alliance with Holland and not to support the enemies of France. Yet he reserved to himself the right of assisting the German emperor in case of attack. This happened in 1674, when he invaded Alsace with 16,000 men and joined the imperial army. But the Austrian general Bournonville avoided a battle, contrary to the advice of Frederick, and Turenne, receiving reinforcements, obliged the Germans to quit Alsace. In order to free themselves from Frederick, the French instigated the Swedes to invade Pomerania and Altmark, which they attacked in December 1674 with 16,000 men. Frederick hastened to his dominions, and proceeding with great rapidity and secrecy at the head of only 5,000 men, he totally defeated 11,000 Swedes at Fehrbellin in 1675, and freed his dominions from the enemy. Following up his successes, he took Stettin. In January 1679, he crossed the Frischhof and the Gulf of Courland with his army on sledges over the ice, and surprising the Swedes in their winter quarters, compelled them to quit Prussia. He did not reap any real advantage from his success, for Louis XIV insisted that he should make peace with Sweden and give up all his conquests, and on his refusal sent an army of 30,000 men to lay waste to the Duchy of Cleves and city of Minden, so that he was forced to conclude the Treaty of Saint-Germain, by which he restored all his conquests to Sweden. The French withdrew from his Westphalian dominions and paid him 300,000 crowns. After this, we do not find Frederick again in the field. He was indeed engaged in various negotiations, was involved in disputes with France on account of its seizure of Strasbourg and Luxembourg, and in consequence of his reception of 20,000 French Protestants, who left their country on the repeal of the Edict of Nantes. Frederick, who had previously obtained from his ambassador von Spanheim notice of the intended measure, had made preparations to receive the fugitives, and sent funds to his agents at Frankfurt, Amsterdam, and Hamburg for their assistance. In like manner he protected the proscribed Waldenses, having in vain interceded for them in a very affecting letter to the Duke of Savoy. he offered to receive 2,000 of them into his dominions. He sent 8,000 men in 1686 to assist the emperor against the Turks, having in the year preceding renewed his alliance with Holland, when Prince William of Orange was preparing for his expedition to England. Frederick assisted him with several regiments and Marshal von Schomberg, who became so great a favorite with William and was eventually killed at the Battle of the Boyne. As another proof of Frederick's enterprising spirit, it deserves to be noticed that Spain, neglecting to pay him the arrears of a subsidy promised him for his cooperation against France, he resolved to commence a war by sea against that power. He fitted out 8 frigates which had been employed against Sweden and sent them in 1680 to capture Spanish ships, and they actually took some rich merchantmen. We have not space, nor is it necessary, to detail the proceedings of this great prince in consolidating the prosperity of his dominions and the welfare of his subjects. He died in April 1688, leaving to his son a much enlarged and highly cultivated territory, a well-filled treasury, and an army of 30,000 excellent troops. He was twice married, first in 1647 to Louisa Henrietta, Princess of Orange, an amiable and accomplished person, author of the celebrated German hymn, Jesus meine Zuversicht. She died in 1667. In the following year, Frederick married Dorothea, Duchess Dowager of Brunswick-Leuenberg. But though an excellent and virtuous princess, she was not liked by the people, chiefly because she was on ill terms with her stepchildren, especially the crown prince. The character of Frederick, both in public and private life, has always been highly esteemed. He was kind, generous, fond of society, and, though rather quick in his temper, extremely placable. He was the real founder of the Prussian monarchy, and as a sovereign he appears to have justly merited the surname of the Great Elector. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3 by Charles F. Horne. Louis XIV by Oliver Optic, 1638-1715. On September 16, 1638, Paris was in a state of intense excitement and rejoicing. The booming of cannon resounded through the city. The people gave thanks in their churches. All the palaces of the nobility were illuminated, and so brilliant were the bonfires and torches in the evening that one could see to read on both sides of the Seine. The poor were feasted as never before, and there was no limit to the enthusiasm. The occasion of this unbounded rejoicing was the birth of an heir to the throne of France. Louis XIII, the son of Henry IV, the first of the Bourbons, was king. He had married the daughter of Philip III of Spain, who was called Anne of Austria after her mother. She was one of the most beautiful women of her time, but for 22 years she had lived nearly in a state of separation from her husband, and no living heir to the throne had been born. The king and the queen were not harmonious, and after the lapse of this long period, the birth of his son was regarded as an extraordinary, if not a miraculous event, especially by devout people of the nation who called the child the God-given. Louis XIII was personally a brave man and had some good qualities, but as a ruler he was weak and incapable of governing his kingdom. He admitted Cardinal Richelieu to his cabinet, and the astute politician became his prime minister and was the actual ruler of France. The king fully appreciated the vast abilities of his great minister, even while he feared, if he did not hate him, and became but a violent tool in the hands of the greatest statesman of his time. It is said that Richelieu was fascinated by the beauty and grace of Anne of Austria, and that she made a bitter enemy of the minister by repelling his courtesies. Be this as it may, they were never friends, except so far as their relations of state compelled them to be such. He died in 1642, naming Cardinal Mazarin as his successor. Before his death he had built up the power of France, and won for her an influential position among the governments of Europe, but he had repressed constitutional liberty, and severely burdened the people with taxation to carry on the wars he advocated. 2 years after the birth of the Dauphin, as the heir to the throne was then called, another son was born to the king, the Duke of Anjou, who afterward became the Duke of Orleans. The brother of the king is called Monsieur in France, by courtesy, and he is so designated in various works of the time. Louis XIII died when his 2 sons were respectively 5 and 3 years old, naming the queen as regent during the minority of the young king. Richelieu had died the year before, and Mazarin had been installed in his place. The Palais Royal, which claims the attention of every visitor in Paris at the present time, was built by Richelieu for his own residence, and was called the Palais Cardinal. At his death he bequeathed it to the king, and it became the residence of Anne of Austria and her 2 children. The official in charge of the palaces represented that it was not proper for the king to live in the mansion of a subject, and the inscription bearing the former name was removed, and that of the present day was substituted for it, was seemed to many to be an act of ingratitude to the statesman who had presented it to the crown. The chamber which had been occupied by Richelieu was given to Louis, then only 5 years old. It was a small apartment, for the cardinal built more for effect upon the world than for his own personal comfort, but it was conveniently located for the proper care of the young king, for whose sake alone the name of the palace had been changed. The Palais Royal, as enlarged and beautified from time to time by its first occupant, who was ambitious to be more magnificently lodged than the nominal sovereign at the Louvre, was the most splendid royal residence of the time. Corneille, the greatest tragic poet of France, said of it in one of his poems that the entire universe cannot present the equal of the magnificent exterior of the Palais Cardinal, though as the stranger looks upon it today, the praise of the French Shakespeare seems to be extravagant. The apartments of the Queen Regent were vastly more extensive and elegant than those of its little Majesty, and she caused a great deal of money and good taste to be expended in their further ornamentation. Cardinal Mazarin also went to reside with the royal family in this luxurious palace, and his rooms looked out upon the Rue des Bons Enfants, the streets of the good children, though the name was hardly applicable to those who dwelt in the place. Louis was provided with the surroundings of royalty on a small scale, such as valets and young nobles as children of honour, even while the young king was pinched in his personal comforts and luxuries. Until he was 7 years old, Louis was mostly in the hands of the feminine portion of the household, like other children. At this stage the governor appointed to take charge of him, the sub-governor, the preceptor, and the valets entered upon their special functions. The king was practically emancipated from the nursery. Laporte, a valet who had long been on duty in the royal family, and had served a term in the Bastille for his fidelity, desired to read to the king, when he went to bed, something besides fairy tales. If his juvenile majesty went to sleep, the reading would be lost. If not, something instructive would be retained in his memory. He read the history of France, and his charge was interested in it. Permission had been obtained of the preceptor, but Mazarin did not approve of the reading. One evening, to escape from the crowd, the cardinal passed through the room during the reading. Louis closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. He had already taken a strong aversion to the minister, like the greater portion of the people in general. On one occasion he called the Cardinal the Grand Turk, and the remark was reported to his mother, who sent for him and scolded him severely for it. The Queen Regent did not share the general dislike of the minister, for they were on the most intimate terms of friendship. It was not a matter of record, but it was believed by many that Mazarin had been privately married to Anne of Austria. The minister had brought his relatives to Paris, where he was in a situation to advance their fortunes. One of his youngest nephews had been appointed an enfant d'honneur of the king, who did not confine his dislike to the minister, but extended it to his family. 2 of these were designated to remain with His Majesty when he went to bed, and Laporte had been instructed by the Queen to give each of them a stand with 2 candles in it as an emblem of office and a token of honour. The King had the selection, and he forbade Laporte to give it to the young Mazarin. The minister was one of the most adroit and cunning diplomats of his time, or any time. He was an Italian by birth, and had been in the military and diplomatic service of the Pope, in which capacity he had been recognized as a man of transcendent abilities by Richelieu, who had retained him in France, where he became a naturalized Frenchman. He was the most conspicuous of his courtiers, and he made himself indispensable to the Queen, who nominally wielded the executive power of the government. He filled one of the most difficult political positions imaginable, and did it with consummate skill, though he very nearly sacrificed himself to the indignation of the people, and the nobility and the accomplishment of his purpose. Richelieu had deprived the representatives of the people of many of their powers and liberties, and the Parliament had attempted to recover them under Mazarin. He caused their leaders to be arrested, which initiated the War of the Fronde, consisting more of a series of riots than of organized warfare. The disturbance compelled the court to retire to Saint-Germain, where Louis was born. The young king was conveyed there under the protection of the royal guard, which forms an exciting scene in the series of Dumas, Paris, Les Trois Mousquetaires. Though humiliated and banished, Mazarin triumphed in the end. He had the hardihood to arrest the great Condé, who had made the rebellion a success at one time. The minister was driven from the seat of his power into exile, but diplomacy accomplished what soldiers could not, and after an absence of a year he returned, and established himself so securely that he held his office to the day of his death. Under Mazarin's direction and skilful intriguing at home and abroad, the influence of France was largely increased beyond her own borders, and the way was paved for triumphs to be achieved after he had himself passed away. In the family, as it were, of such a statesman and such an intriguer, were passed the earliest years of the life of Louis XIV. As the skilful diplomat had overcome the people and the nobility, changing them from the bitterest foes to at least a semblance of friends, so the hatred of the young king was buried under his respect for the vast ability of the minister. Louis was brought up in the mindset of political storms and in the turmoil of civil war. Mazarin was avaricious, and carried his economical notions in household matters to a ridiculous extent, limiting the young king's wardrobe, furniture, garments for underwear and bed use, so that some of the latter did not half cover the limbs of the growing boy, and he was compelled to sleep on a bed covered with rag sheets. He was a bright boy, and being a king he realized that he was not supported in the style that became his exalted condition. He was inclined to military recreations and to athletic exercises. He came very early to an understanding of what was necessary to support his character as the ruler of a great nation, and as a boy he cultivated the graces of social life, and was always a gentleman. He was a good horseman, and delighted in this exercise. The Civil War hunted him from pillar to post, and it was not until he was 12 years old that he was permanently settled down in Paris. All these events of his early life had left a powerful impression upon his mind. It was the custom for the children of honour and the king to exchange little presents among themselves. One of these gifts to the juvenile monarch was a golden cannon drawn by a flea, which seemed to indicate a knowledge of his tastes. Another present was a case of surgical instruments, containing all the implements but weighing only a few grains, and doubtless it suggested the horrors of the battlefield. Another present was a miniature sword of agate, ornamented with gold and rubies. These were all given to him by the same young noble. In return for them Louis was willing to lend the giver the crossbow of which he made use himself. "Kings give what they lend, sire," interposed a governess, and then Louis presented it to him, wishing it was something more valuable, for his pocket money evidently did not permit him to indulge in such expensive gifts as those he had received, but such as they were, he gave them with his whole heart. The recipient of the gift kept it, and regarded it as vastly more valuable than if it had been covered with gold and diamonds from another. September 7, 1651, was a memorable day in the annals of France, and if it was not marked by the popular rejoicings which had greeted the birth of the king, it was because the people were worn out by the War of the Frondeurs. The Grand Master of Ceremonies had notified the Parliament that Louis XIV would take the seat of justice, the place of the monarch in this body on solemn and important occasions, on that day for the purpose of declaring his majority and assuming the government. There was a great deal of simple fiction in the formalities, for His Majesty was only a boy of 14, with far less education than is usually obtained by one of that age at the present time, and was incapable of ruling over a great nation. There was even some fiction in regard to his age, for though he had entered his 14th year, he was hardly 13 years old. If a boy of that age were transferred from his place in school to the presidency of the United States today, the cases would be parallel. The education of the juvenile king had been neglected, perhaps intentionally, by Mazarin for his cunning purposes, and though he had been instructed in all the forms and ceremonials of the court, he was deficient in his knowledge of the solid branches of learning, even for one in his sphere at that age. But the government, so far as he was concerned, was all a fiction. It was to be carried on in his name in the future, as it had been in the name of his mother, the Queen Regent before, though neither of them was the actual ruler. Mazarin was more than the power behind the throne. He was practically the throne itself. At 7 o'clock in the morning, 6 heralds clothed in crimson velvet, covered with fleurs de lis, the royal emblem of France, mounted on elegantly capronized horses, led the court to the palace where the Parliament assembled. The king's trumpeters came next to the heralds, and they were followed by the governors of provinces, 200 of the nobility, and the officers of the royal household, escorted and flanked by several companies of light horsemen. Pages and valets had been dressed in new liveries, and the spectacle was as magnificent as the occasion required. Then came the boy king, as a chronicler of the period describes him, with his august countenance beaming with a gentle dignity truly royal, and with his natural politeness calling forth from the assembled multitude that lined the streets rebounded good wishes for his health and prosperity. The youth who played the principal part in this great ceremonial was dressed in elegant garments so covered with gold embroideries that the colour and material could hardly be discerned. He was mounted on a beautiful and high-spirited horse, which pranced and curvetted as if aware that he bore a king, and Louis managed him so skillfully and gracefully that he won the admiration of the spectators. The king was received at the entrance of the palace chapel, where the court attended divine service, by the Bishop of Bayeux, who made an address to him, to which he listened apparently in a thoughtful mood, and then ushered him into the chapel, where he heard low mass. Then he took his place in the hall of Parliament. The minutest particulars of the scene that surrounded him when he took his seat are given in the memoirs of some who were present. Seated and with his head covered, which was alone his privilege, the young king addressed the assembled representatives of the people. Gentlemen, I have come before my Parliament to inform you that, in obedience to the law of my kingdom, I desire to take upon myself the government of my country, and with the blessings of God, I trust it will be conducted with justice and piety. My Chancellor will state to you more particularly my intentions. The official indicated returned to his place and eloquently enlarged upon the address of His Majesty in a long discourse. The Queen Mother then spoke to him, telling him that she had taken charge of his education and that of the government in accordance with the expressed wish of the late king, her honoured lord, and in obedience to the law she passed over to him the government of the kingdom, and hoped that the grace of God, with his own power and prudence, would render his reign a happy one. The king thanked her for the care she had given to his education and the government of the kingdom, and begged her to continue to give him her good counsels, saying that she should be his chief adviser. His brother, the Duke of Anjou, then approached him, kneeled, kissed his hand, and protested his fidelity. The Duke of Orleans then followed the example of his nephew, as did a multitude of princes, dukes, marshals, ecclesiastics, and all the officers of state. The royal party returned to the Palais Royal amidst the unanimous acclamations of the multitude, and the cries of "Vive le Roi" continued all night, with bonfires and illuminations. The boy of 14 was now actually the king, so far as forms could make him so, though he was to remain not much more than a chipper for several years to come. The War of the Fronde lasted about 8 years, and was carried on in the interest of the people against the court, which had overburdened them with taxes. The word Fronde means a sling, and was applied to those who criticized the government then and in later years. The Parliament refused to impose the taxes required by the regent, which meant Mazarin, and some of its members were arrested and imprisoned. Some of the most distinguished nobles in France were implicated with the opposition, including the great Condé, the king's uncle. Mazarin's politic yielding, which alone saved him from destruction, assisted in restoring peace. Condé was in arms against the government, but he was defeated by Turenne. The people and the nobles were tired of the strife, and a general amnesty was proclaimed in 1653. Although Louis was well instructed in his religious duties, was entirely familiar with court etiquette, and knew enough about military affairs to enable him to review his troops, he knew little or nothing about the politics of his kingdom, for he had been purposely kept in ignorance of affairs of state. But he manifested a sound judgment and considerable discernment even at this early age. He accompanied Turenne in a campaign against Condé, and was present at the siege of Arras, which put an end to the Fronde contests. Some of the Frondeurs had injudiciously called in the aid of Spain to their cause, and that brought on war between the two nations. Peace was made in 1659, and one of the articles of the treaty stipulated the marriage of Louis XIV and Marie Therese, daughter of Philip IV of Spain, and they were married a year later. This princess was good-natured and beautiful, but this was about all that could be said of her, for she was rather weak in intellect, and was not such a queen as Louis the Great needed. His Majesty was not attached to her, though he invariably treated her with the most ceremonious respect, and extended to her the utmost kindness and consideration. Though the king had a certain respect for the properties of his position, he lived in a period of greatest immorality and license. While he attended strictly to his formal religious duties, judged by any standard of the morals of modern times, the verdict of average citizens would be against him. He was surrounded by dissolute men, and some who ought to have protected him from the assaults of vice placed him in its way. He was no worse in this respect than even Richelieu and Mazarin, not to mention his mother and many of the most noted men of his time. This is not the place to detail the king's gallantries, for they would fill a volume. When Louis was 23 years of age, Cardinal Mazarin died, having ruled the nation for 18 years, but 10 of them were after the king had come to his majority, and the minister had discovered that he had a will of his own. Incompetent as he then was to hold the reins of the government, Louis went to see him in his final hours, and asked him for his last counsels. "Sire," replied the dying cardinal, "see that you respect yourself, and others will respect you. Never have another first minister. Employ Colbert in all things in which you need the services of an intelligent and devoted man." And the king followed this advice, and perhaps Mazarin gave it because he understood so well the inclination of Louis. Mazarin died possessed of an immense fortune, which was not generally believed to have been honestly acquired. He was a usurer, though he could be very liberal when his policy demanded. On his deathbed his confessor warned him that he was eternally lost if he did not restore whatever wealth he had fraudulently accumulated, but the dying cardinal declared that he had nothing which had not been bestowed upon him by the bounty of the king. His fortune was estimated at 50 millions of francs, or about 10 millions of dollars, a vast sum for that time. He gave the bulk of it to his nieces and nephews, with presents to members of the royal family, and 18 large diamonds to the crown, called the Mazarins. Like Richelieu, he had built a palace on the Seine, which he gave to the state, and the Palais Mazarin is now occupied by the French Academy. This act and the creation of a dukedom were to perpetuate his name. He was the owner of one of the original 25 Bibles printed by Gutenberg, which is called by Mazarin's name, and was once sold for about $20,000. After the death of the great minister, officials of the government desired to know to whom they were to apply for instructions, and the king promptly replied that they were to address themselves to him. Louis had hitherto devoted himself almost wholly to the pleasures of his dissolute age, and he astonished his people and the nations of Europe by assuming in reality the entire control of the affairs of state, which he retained to the end of his life. He proceeded at once to examine into the finances of the nation, and appointed Colbert, as Mazarin had advised, minister of this department. He succeeded Fourcault, a brilliant man who had amassed enormous wealth by robbing the treasury. Louis was firm and resolute in carrying out his will, and he caused the arrest of the peculating minister immediately after a magnificent fête he had given in honor of his sovereign. He was convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for life. Colbert did not disappoint the king, and the measures recommended by him at once improved the finances, stimulated the commerce of the country, established extensive manufactures, and filled the treasury. France was in the highest degree of prosperous as a nation. Louis was arbitrary and absolute. His most notable saying, "L'État siest moi, I am the state," was fully realized in his administration. He made war and made peace at his own pleasure, and, as monarchs are measured, he was entitled to the appellation of Louis le Grand, chiseled on the triumphal arch of Paris to perpetuate his glory. In the later years of his reign, his wars made serious inroads upon the treasury, and they were not always successful. The building of the immense and extravagant Palace of Versailles, with its surroundings costing 1,000,000,000 francs, was an act of folly often condemned, and was one of the burdens which broke down the treasury of the nation. Colbert was dead, and the king, with Louvois, his over-liberal minister, dissipated the resources he had collected. Marie-Therese, the queen, had died in 1683. He afterward married Madame de Maintenon, then the widow of the lame and deformed poet Saccharine, who had rescued her from poverty. He had a powerful influence over the king, which was unfortunate for him, for she was a bigot, though a better woman than most of those who had been his intimates. Throughout his reign Louis maintained the most severe system of court etiquette. He regarded himself as the absolute owner of his realm, and the arbiter of the existence of all of his subjects. His habits were methodical. He rose at 8, and was dressed by his valets in the presence of many courtiers. After he had performed his devotions, he breakfasted at 10, and dined alone at 1, waited upon by the highest officers of the court. His presence awed those who came before him. He patronized and encouraged poets, authors, and artists. A Molière, both author and actor, was a great favorite with him, and appears to have been the only man of his profession who was ever admitted to the honor of dining with the king. Though Louis was not known to make a joke himself, he greatly enjoyed the witty conversation of Molière, who was commemorated in Paris by a fountain and street named after him. The last years of the reign of Louis XIV are in strong contrast with the glorious period of the zenith of his prosperity. Several bloody defeats of his armies darkened the military splendor of his reign. The treasury was well nigh bankrupt, and his court, for the speedy trial and punishment of offenders, political or otherwise, had restrained the people, but he remained arbitrary and absolute to the end. At the age of 77 he died, after intense suffering, in 1715. He died a great king, but not a great man. End of section 37, read by Shauna.
Section 38 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne, Section 38, Willam Penn, 1644 to 1718. Willam Penn was born in London, October 14, 1644. He was the son of a naval officer of the same name who served with distinction both in the Protectorate and after the Restoration, and who was much esteemed by Charles II and the Duke of York. At the age of 15, he was entered as a gentleman commoner at Christ Church, Oxford. He had not been long in residence when he received, from the preaching of Thomas Lowe, his first bias toward the doctrines of the Quakers, and in conjunction with some fellow students, he began to withdraw from attendance on the established church and to hold private prayer meetings. For this conduct, Penn and his friends were fined by the college for nonconformity, and the former was soon involved in more serious censure by his ill-governed zeal, in consequence of an order from the king that the ancient custom of wearing surplices should be revived. This seemed to Penn an infringement of the simplicity of Christian worship, whereupon he, with some friends, tore the surplices from the backs of those students who appeared in them. For this act of violence, totally inconsistent it is to be observed with the principles of toleration which regulated his conduct in after life, he and they were very justly expelled. Admiral Penn, who, like most sailors, possessed a quick temper and high notions of discipline and obedience, was little pleased with this event, and still less satisfied with his son's grave demeanor and avoidance of the manners and ceremonies of polite life. Arguments failing, he had recourse to blows, and at last resource he turned his son out of doors, but soon relented so far as to equip him in 1662 for a journey to France, in hope that the gaiety of that country would expel his new-fashioned, and, as he regarded them, fanatical notions. Paris, however, soon became wearisome to Willam Penn, and he spent considerable time at Saumur for the sake of instruction and company of Moses Emmerau, an eminent Protestant divine. Here he confirmed and improved his religious impressions, and at the same time acquired from the insensible influence of those who surrounded him an increased polish and courtliness of demeanor which greatly gratified the admiral on his return home in 1664. Admiral Penn went to sea in 1664 and remained 2 years on service. During this time, the external effects of his son's residence in France had worn away, and he had returned to those grave habits and that rule of associating only with religious people, which had before given his father so much displeasure. To try the effect of absence and change of associates, Admiral Penn sent William to manage his estates in Ireland, a duty which the latter performed with satisfaction both to himself and his employer. But it chanced that, on a visit to Cork, he again attended the preaching of Thomas Lowe, by whose exhortations he was deeply impressed. From this time he began to frequent the Quakers' meetings, and in September 1667 he was imprisoned with others under the persecuting laws which then disgraced the statute book. Upon application to the higher authorities, he was soon released. Soon after, the admiral again turned him out of doors. In 1668 he began to preach, and in the same year he published his first work, Truth Exalted, etc. We cannot here notice his very numerous works, of which the titles run for the most part to an extraordinary length, but the Soundy Foundation Shaken, published in the same year, claims notice as having led to his first public persecution. He was detained in prison for 7 months and treated with much severity. In 1669, he had the satisfaction of being reconciled to his father. He was one of the first sufferers by the passing of the Conventicle Act in 1670. He was imprisoned in Newgate and tried for preaching to a seditious and riotous assembly in Gracechurch Street, and this trial was remarkable and celebrated in criminal jurisprudence for the firmness with which he defended himself, and still more for the admirable courage and constancy with which the jury maintained the verdict of acquittal which they pronounced. In the same year died Sir Willam Penn in perfect harmony with his son, toward whom he in the end felt the most cordial regard and esteem, and to whom he bequeathed an estate computed at £1,500 a year, a large sum in that age. Toward the end of the year, he was again imprisoned in Newgate for 6 months, the statutable penalty for refusing to take the oath of allegiance, which was maliciously tendered to him by a magistrate. This appears to have been the last absolute persecution for religion's sake which he endured. Though his poor brethren continued to suffer imprisonment in the stocks, fines, and whipping as the penalty of their peaceable meetings for divine worship, the wealthy proprietor, though he traveled largely, both in England and abroad, and labored both in writing and in preaching, as the missionary of his sect, both escaped injury and acquired reputation and esteem by his self-devotion. To the favor of the king and the Duke of York he had a hereditary claim, which appears always to have been cheerfully acknowledged, and an instance of the rising consideration in which he was held appears in his being admitted to plead before a committee of the House of Commons the request of the Quakers that their solemn affirmation should be admitted in the place of an oath. Penn married in 1672 and took up his abode at Rickmansworth in Hertfordshire. In 1677 we find him removed to Worminghurst in Sussex, which long continued to be his place of residence. His first engagement in the plantation of America was in 1676, a consequence of being chosen arbitrator in a dispute between two Quakers who had become jointly concerned in the colony of New Jersey. In these transactions he had the opportunity of contemplating the glorious results which might be hoped for from a colony founded with no interested views, but on the principles of universal peace, toleration, and liberty, and he felt an earnest desire to be the instrument in so great a work, more especially as it held out a prospect of deliverance to his persecuted Quaker brethren in England, by giving them a free and happy asylum in a foreign land. Circumstances favored his wish. The Crown was indebted to him £16,000 for money advanced by the late Admiral for the naval service. Accordingly, Penn received in 1681 a grant by charter of that extensive province named Pennsylvania by Charles himself in honor of the Admiral. He immediately drew up and published some account of Pennsylvania, etc., and then certain conditions or concessions, etc., to be agreed upon between himself and those who wished to purchase land in the province. These having been accepted by many persons, he proceeded to frame the rough sketch of a constitution, on which he proposed to base the charter of the province. The price fixed on land was 40 shillings, with the annual quit rent of 1 shilling for 100 acres, and it was provided that no one should, in word or deed, affront or wrong any Indian without incurring the same penalty as if the offense had been committed against a fellow planter. That strict precautions should be taken against fraud in the quality of goods sold to them, and that all differences between the two nations should be adjudged by 12 men, 6 of each. And he declares his intention to leave myself and my successors no power of doing mischief, that the will of one man may not hinder the good of a whole country. It was this constitution substantially which Burke, in his account of the European settlements in America, describes as that noble charter of privileges, by which he made them as free as any people in the world, and which he has since drawn such vast numbers of so many different persuasions and such various countries to put themselves under the protection of his laws. He made the most perfect freedom, both religious and civil, the basis of his establishment, and this has done more toward the settling of the province and toward the settling of it in a strong and permanent manner than the wisest regulations could have done on any other plan. In 1682, a number of settlers, principally Quakers, having been already sent out, Penn himself embarked for Pennsylvania, leaving his wife and children in England. On occasion of this parting, he addressed to them a long and affectionate letter, which presents a very beautiful picture of his domestic character and affords a curious insight into the minute regularity of his daily habits. He landed on the banks of the Delaware in October, and forthwith summoned an assembly of the freemen of the province, by whom the frame of government, as it had been promulgated in England, was accepted. Penn's principles did not suffer him to consider his title to the land as valid without the consent of the natural owners of the soil. He had instructed persons to negotiate a treaty of sale with the Indian nations before his own departure from England, and one of his first acts was to hold that memorable assembly, to which the history of the world offers none alike, at which this bargain was ratified, and a strict league of amity established. We do not find specified the exact date of this meeting, which took place under an enormous elm tree near the site of Philadelphia, and of which a few particulars only have been preserved by the uncertain record of tradition. Well and faithfully was that treaty of friendship kept by the wild denizens of the woods. A friendship, says Proud, the historian of Pennsylvania, which for the space of more than 70 years was never interrupted, or so long as the Quakers retained power in the government. Penn remained in America until the middle of 1684. During this time, much was done toward bringing the colony into prosperity and order. 20 townships were established, containing upward of 7,000 Europeans. Magistrates were appointed, representatives, as prescribed by the Constitution, were chosen, and the necessary public business transacted. In 1683, Penn undertook a journey of discovery into the interior, and he has given an interesting account of the country in its wild state in a letter written home to the Society of Free Traders to Pennsylvania. He held frequent conferences with the Indians and contracted treaties of friendship with 19 distinct tribes. His reasons for returning to England appear to have been twofold. Partly the desire to settle a dispute between himself and Lord Baltimore concerning the boundary of their provinces, but chiefly the hope of being able, by his personal influence, to lighten the sufferings and ameliorate the treatment of the Quakers in England. He reached England in October 1684. Charles II died in February 1685. But this was rather favorable to Penn's credit at court, for beside that, James appeared to have felt a certain regard for him. He required for his own church that toleration which Penn wished to see extended to all alike. The same credit and the natural and laudable affection and gratitude toward the Stuart family, which he never dissembled, caused much trouble to him after the Revolution. He was continually suspected of plotting to restore the exiled dynasty, was 4 times arrested, and as often discharged in the total absence of all evidence against him. During the years 1691, 1692, and part of 1693, he remained in London, living to avoid offense in great seclusion. In the latter year he was heard in his own defense before the king and council, and informed that he need apprehend no molestation or injury. The affairs of Pennsylvania fell into some confusion during Penn's long absence. Even in the peaceable sect of Quakers there were ambitious, bustling, and selfish men, and Penn was not satisfied with the conduct either of the representative assembly or of those to whom he had delegated his own powers. He changed the latter 2 or 3 times without effecting the restoration of harmony, and these troubles gave a pretext for depriving him of his powers as governor in 1693. The real cause was probably the suspicion entertained of his treasonable correspondence with James II. but he was reinstated in August 1694 by a royal order, in which it was complimentarily expressed that the disorders complained of were produced entirely by his absence. Anxious as he was to return, he did not find an opportunity till 1699. The interval was chiefly employed in religious travel through England and Ireland, and in the labor of controversial writing, from which he seldom had a long respite. His course as a philanthropist on his return to America is honorably marked by an endeavor to ameliorate the condition of Negro slaves. The Society of Quakers in Pennsylvania had already come to a resolution that the buying, selling, and holding men in slavery was inconsistent with the tenets of the Christian religion, and following up this honorable declaration, Penn had no difficulty in obtaining for the Negroes free admission into the regular meetings for religious worship, and in procuring that other meetings should be holden for their particular benefit. The Quakers, therefore, merit our respect as the earliest as well as some of the most zealous emancipators. The governor returned to England in 1701 to oppose a scheme agitated in Parliament for abolishing the proprietary governments and placing the colonies immediately under royal control. The bill, however, was dropped before he arrived. He enjoyed Anne's favor, as he had that of her father and uncle, and resided much in the neighborhood of the court at Kensington and Knightsbridge. In his religious labors he continued constant as heretofore. He was much harassed by a lawsuit, the result of too much confidence in a dishonest steward, which being decided against him, he was obliged for a time to reside within the rules of the Fleet prison. This, and the expenses in which he had been involved by Pennsylvania, reduced him to distress, and in 1709 he mortgaged the province for £6,600. In 1712 he agreed to sell his rights to the government for £12,000, but was rendered unable to complete the transaction by 3 apoplectic fits, which followed each other in quick succession. He survived, however, in a tranquil and happy state, though with his bodily and mental vigor much broken, until July 30, 1718, on which day he died at his seat at Ruscombe in Berkshire, where he had resided for some years. His first wife died in 1693. He married a second time in 1696 and left a family of children by both wives, to whom he bequeathed his landed property in Europe and America. His rights of government he left in trust to the Earls of Oxford and Powlett, to be disposed of, but no sale being ever made, the government, with the title of proprietaries, devolved on the surviving sons of the second family. End of section 38. End of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 3, by Charles F. Horne.